So hey.
Okay. So now, basically, the window with all of the maps and stuff on it, like the Roll20, is on a separate browser window than all of my DM stuff, so it won't record that stuff. Okay, so last session, uh, we did like 3 little vignettes. Caden, you went to the Leaping Lady and went dancing with Sarah. And while you were there, you met up with Krabs, who offered you a job to go to the auction to steal an artifact. Do you have anything you wanted to add for us to all remember about that?
Oh, for us going. I think just to say it out loud, that Caden. Well, you guys weren't there, but I think just so it's everyone is kind of aware of maybe the direction I'm going. Obviously, is feeling a certain way because she's having dad problems and I have dad problems, and so if he's like an awful, disgusting person, and he already feels like he's kind of torn between killing his dad or not, and how it'll affect him as a person, and maybe he'll feel like it'll be easier for him to kill somebody else's dad for for the sake of them. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
He feels like
it.
he's helping someone other than himself
Yeah,
in a sense, but he's also getting to fulfill that like part of him
that kind
to
of
where he's like,
the
yeah,
revenge itch a little bit.
yeah,
Yeah.
kind of.
So one thing that I was gonna tell all of you guys. So, and you guys tell me if I'm wrong here, but I think you guys talk and you guys kind of share your experiences. So, like in my thought process, anything that happens, even if you guys aren't together, pretend as like somebody who's not there that you actually know about it, because I think you guys talk enough that the main details are shared amongst the three of you. So it's not like anything is specifically secret. And if there is something specifically secret, then we should say something about it. Is that a valid assumption that I'm making?
Yeah.
Okay.
Works for me.
Yeah. So anything that
So if something happens and if there's part of it that I wouldn't want
What is
mentioned,
he
I'll
eating?
just say that.
correct, and like in like within a scene, if you're not in the same room as somebody when something happens, and you guys wouldn't have had any opportunity to talk, then like you wouldn't know. But in between sessions, anything that happened in the previous session, you all know about.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. So then, uh, Iris went to the library and had a little test with Grand Archivist Lindell. She
Passed it
passed.
despite 2 -1s.
Yes, you managed to pass it somehow. Which is funny because you just guessed and you guessed right. Um, uh, and he gave you 700 gold to go to the auction to purchase a book for the library, and he said if there was any left over that you could use it for yourself. Um, do you want to say anything about that portion of the episode?
I guess I'll go along with what Jaden did, and more or less Iris is feeling like relatively concerned that has people growing close to her. It's like that. Oh, you will. I'm sure that's. I'm sure she's mentioned a little bit of things like that by now.
Mm-hmm. And you were given a invitation to the auction, and then Ayla, you went to a like a noble kind of event. You met Devin Ravenhold, and you guys kind of formed a little bit of a relationship, and then there were some events that happened where they announced that they were going to create a academy in the Sprawl, and then what's her name? I have all of their names here. Well, I haven't had time to find it. Lady Felicity announced that her and House Blackthorn had a deal where they would acquire all the gems. That upset Lady Dahlia, so you went to comfort her and offered to help her if she needed it. She said she would probably take you up on that offer. After that happened, Devin invited you to attend the auction with him, and he gave you an invitation as well. Do you have anything you wanted to add to that?
No.
Okay. So, so we'll go ahead and start the session. You guys are all gathered around the dinner table, and Laura is carrying out some plates to set onto the table. And Caden, you cooked the dinner tonight. Go ahead and tell me what you cooked for everybody.
Cooking is hard.
I mean, it could
Even
be something
fantasy
super
cooking.
basic. You could just be like, you
Okay.
cooked fucking sausage and potatoes for everyone. It doesn't have to be over the top.
I was thinking potatoes. He makes baked potatoes, okay?
Okay.
He likes bacon, baked potatoes, lots of cheese,
Okay.
and he adds there's these faction of pixies that like to try to eat children, and he collects their wings, and
Oh my god.
it tastes really good though. It's kind of minty, and
Like
it works really good with the bacon.
Perfect.
Like a minty chip.
Yeah.
So Laura puts the plate in front of you. Hayden, she says, just let me thank you again for forcing me to pick the wings off of those cute little fairies.
No, they like to eat children, so I did the community a service, and it's good for the palate.
They did have sharp little teeth. I guess that makes sense. Anyways, here's all of your food. So, I hear that some of us are planning on attending the auction tonight.
I'm so focused on the food. This feels wrong.
Did you let the fairies go, or did you add them to the compost bin?
Don't ask about the gravy.
I won't.
And you notice that Laura doesn't have any gravy on her plate.
I will say that I have hated the Fae folk for a very long time, but I think I might like them this way.
Oh God. I mean, not all Fae folk are like this, but these ones in particular.
I don't know.
They're a menace even in the Feywild.
I haven't even met very many good Fae folk, but oh, you're right. There are some that are good.
And
I'd consider you Fae folk at this point.
Me? Bite
Spent a
your
lot of-
tongue.
It's bitten.
Would you like to join your fairy friends?
I don't have wings.
okay, so
Back on target.
I noticed that you guys are planning on attending the auction. Let's get back to that and stop fighting amongst ourselves. I just wanted to let you guys know, if any of you are planning on attending, they don't allow you to wear armor or bring your weapons within the auction house. And she kind of looks at you, Caden. And I mean, you could wear your armor. You'll just stand out like a Thor song.
I don't have armor.
What if our weapon is our voice,
I need to look at what I have because I would like to have my dagger.
That should be okay. I don't think that they confiscate voices at the door.
I know. I was trying to. Anyway.
Let me turn this off.
Also, if you guys are planning on carrying anything of that is magic to the auction, just know that there is a barrier, not a barrier,
Okay.
an aura. Go ahead.
Moonlight Blade, you summon it, right?
I think so.
Yeah, it says you weave together threads of lunar magic to create a sword. Okay.
Yeah.
Solidified moonlight. Okay. Well, I have that.
They also don't allow any kinds of magic objects that could potentially transport you. So, like, if you have a like a ring of Misty Step or something like that, that won't be allowed either. And just know that any magic objects that you do have on your person will be identifiable by most of the people at the auction because they will emit a soft glow.
So,
I don't think I have anything magical.
We honestly didn't get a whole bunch of magical items. The only thing I have that's magical is my sword.
And my Misty Step isn't a ring, right? It's just because I've been in the Fae.
Correct.
No, I know. We're just trying to make sure we're good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. The only thing that you would have on your person that is magical is that ring, the dragon ring that you have.
What about the Fae seeds?
Those are magic in a different way. Probably wouldn't be identifiable, but if you don't want people to know about them, you can safely leave them in your room and nothing will happen to them.
Probably plant one in the backyard.
You can do that as well. So, do you guys have any questions about that? Can I give you any more details?
I think we're good.
I kind of wanted to talk about how we're going to go about this. So I'm feeling a little guilty because I told Crab that I would help try to build his reputation by stealing this artifact.
It's not like you...
An unknown person, I have no idea who they are, but they know me.
Didn't you say that you would think about it? You didn't say yes or no.
You're just scouting tonight.
I did I commit? I thought I committed to him.
I mean, you committed to going and taking a look, not to actually like stealing the object.
All right. Well, okay. Well, how do we feel about that, though? Are we leaning towards someone and specifically to help out? Oh my God, these are creepy.
We're just not going to help your crabs. I don't like him. There's something very off about him.
I mean,
like he exudes an aura of scratch.
Like he exudes just if you have a perpetual lice infection.
Really judgmental.
He's just... I've made it this far knowing people and having a good idea, and I just don't like him. He would not be somebody I would trust.
How do you feel about it, Iris?
I don't mind taking a look at this thing, and we could go from there.
All right, well, how do you feel about the person who asked you to get it?
Oh, I'm just getting...
Wait. Yeah, they didn't ask...
Do I know that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I think you are the only person who was asked to get a specific item. I just don't want you to get anything for him.
It's not for him, it's for the person that's employed him. Which
well,
is
then he can do
curiosity.
it.
I want to know who it is, too. I was told that I wouldn't be able... I'd not to try to find them, so I kind of want to get it, to give it to her, and then try to find her. Because I'm, that's how I work.
You're curious.
They were specifically asked to work with you, right?
Yes. They knew who I was, but they deliberately said, don't seek me out. Which kind of feels like a trap, like they want me to seek them out. Which makes me want to seek them out. Do I have a problem?
Your circular logic
I'm pretty
is
sure you have
impressive.
it on. Yes.
What were you saying, Michael?
I'm not sure at this point. I don't have a problem with investigating this item at the very least. We could find out more.
I know that me and Iris are able to go look at the items before they go on the stage for auction. So I think we can. Well, I guess we, meaning Iris, can check it out since she's so rehearsed in magical items.
Do
I
you know what?
waggle my fingers.
Well, we do have a slight problem, Caden. If you do wish to attend um, the auction, you are lacking one very important piece.
Oh shit! Crab said he was gonna try to get it, but I don't know if he'll be able to. I'm gonna have to talk to him before we go, or I have to sneak in. Anyone know polymorph?
Well,
they'd probably detect me real quick.
this brings me to the next piece of information that I want to impart to you. I did speak to several of my friends who have attended these auctions before, and I must say, the security measures are no slouch. They are used to people trying to steal from them, and so they are prepared for what you are thinking of doing.
That's why I said we should just, if it's something that's super important, we just try to buy it or steal it from whoever did buy it. We
Yeah.
should not be stealing anything from the actual auction house.
Okay, I'm cool with that. All right, let's start there.
Okay. So that brings us to you, Caden. Are you still planning on attending the auction?
Might be
Yes.
fun.
Okay, which brings us back to the other problem of the invitation. You have not secured one. Are we going to rely on crabs to do this for us, or perhaps you want to take matters into your own hand? Now, let me remind you, that Laura can provide you with just about anything you're willing to pay for. So, if you, for instance, wanted her to go attempt to get you like a counterfeit invitation, it would be something that she could acquire for you. You just have to pay for it, unless you.
Iris is gonna take out her ticket, for lack of better terms, and look at it. Like, does this look like it'll be hard to counterfeit? What exactly is this ticket consist of?
So it is a piece of wouldn't even call it cardboard, almost like some kind of sturdy material. It is plated in gold, and it has like the date of the auction and all of that kind of stuff. And then it has the seal of the auction on it. So it wouldn't be impossible to counterfeit. The problem is it wouldn't be probably cheap because you have to get the gold. You have to find a person that's capable of creating.
It's a rush order.
Yeah, but Laura could go get that for you if necessary.
Question: is it imprinted or written on there?
It's like a seal. It would be like there's probably a physical seal somewhere that's
Okay.
pressed into like the molten gold.
Okay,
to
so it's
form
imprinted,
Yes.
more or less.
Yes.
Well, I can't exactly draw this onto something, so we'd have to have someone do it for us.
I just don't want to spend money, but I mean, we
How
gotta do what
much
we gotta
do you
do.
think this might run us?
So Laura says, I could probably. Well, it depends. Am I getting one or two?
One? Would we need to?
Why would we need two?
Crabs.
I believe that Krabs is looking to attend the auction with you.
Well,
He can get his
better
own.
Get his own. Oh,
It might be fun to watch. If nothing
The-
else, it could be good for humor.
he told me he was gonna get me one. I'm just making sure I have one. If he doesn't
Okay.
get his own, then that's on him.
So, getting one for you would probably, I would need about 125 gold.
All right, got it.
Okay. So subtract
Do
that
you know
from
what
your...
you're actually looking for?
Yeah, like a watch or something.
Okay.
Was it a watch? I remember
Yes,
a pic.
it's a watch.
I was given a picture.
It's like a pocket watch.
Yeah.
With like
How much? How much was it? Sorry.
125 gold.
Okay, I was calculating how much I would have left over.
She says,
Ribbit.
we'll pretend that you had this conversation earlier, just the part about the invitation, and she was able to go out during the day and actually.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
She'll be like, actually, well, I thought that maybe you might want one, so I actually took the liberty of acquiring one for you. It's actually up in your room as we speak. But I'll take the gold, please. She holds her
What
hand.
would you have done if he didn't want it? You would have just spent your gold?
Don't worry about that, Ayla. I have my ways of making up for sunk costs, if you will.
She was probably gonna sell it to someone else.
Hmm.
Probably crabs, honestly.
And she just kind of gives you like a sly smile. Okay, so that's the invitation sorted. Now let's speak about the transportation to the auction itself. I've
I
taken.
can't just walk.
Unfortunately, no, Iris. It would be very suspicious of you showing up, just walking up, as most of the guests that show up to these type of high-class events are brought there by a carriage. And I've taken it upon myself to book a carriage for Iris, and I received word earlier today, Ayla, that Lord Devon is sending his private carriage to pick you up. That leaves you, Caden. I could easily secure you a carriage as well, or if you have some other way that you'd like to arrive at the auction.
I think a carriage.
Hmm.
Oh. I didn't think about it. Shit. Oh, well, what about, what's her name? Was she going to the...
Sarah?
Sarah.
She said she would meet you there.
Okay. I had to check that, because I was like...
Yeah.
Just scatter out.
However,
Yeah. She was like, oh, I bought a ticket for myself, not you. My bad.
you did tell Krabs to meet you at the house, so he should be arriving in the next, hour or so.
Okay.
This house?
Hey! Fucked up.
Yes, that is where he's supposed to arrive.
Hold on, I closed Discord. I'm trying to pop it back open. Good, we good.
In fact, I think Lara actually says, Krabs is supposed to be arriving here, according to the information you gave me when you returned home. Is that still the plan? And she kind of looks over at you, Iris.
What?
Nothing. Is that still the plan, Caden?
For him to meet us here.
Correct.
Why would it change?
No reason. Anyway, so, is there any other types of items or anything like that you want Lara to have procured for you? Caden, you can wait until after you talk to Krabs if you want to. That way you guys can have your little conversation and see if, maybe that conversation means you guys want specific things. But, the other two, is there any things that you want to bring to this auction? Basically, the way this is going to work is this first part of the session when you guys are sitting around the table, anything that you ever can think of or imagine or want for the coming session, Lara could have gone out that day and acquired it for you. So basically, you got, if you guys want to specifically go shopping, you can. But basically, I'm taking out the whole necessity of shopping by giving you Lara, who can acquire anything you possibly could want, and she'll just ask you for gold.
Okay.
Okay? But again, if you guys want to specifically go shopping for something, you're more than welcome to. You just have to tell me you want to. So is there any items that Iris or Ayla want to bring with them to the auction?
Not that I could think of. I don't know.
Do you think I would be able to more or less bring what accounts for my spellbook? That would show up under magic, wouldn't
Correct.
it?
You can bring your spellbook. It's not uncommon for a person to bring a spellbook into the auction because it's like part of a mage's attire. It's not like a thing they ever leave at home. But it will just glow. So
Shoot.
people will know you have it.
That awkward. And just for the scenario being set, for Iris, these will be like little wooden totems on string. I guess it'll be the relevant number of prepared spells she has specifically.
Okay.
And also the, I presume it's also gonna glow the, fucking thing focus, arcane focus.
Yes.
I'm gonna glow. Just kidding.
So I
If
think
you're
the,
magic, you're glowing.
I think the only thing on you that's gonna grow is probably your little dragon ring and the seeds. But the thing is if you put things like that are not like super magical into packs and things like that, there's just like a faint glow, so they might like search your pack just to see what it is. But like if it's not like some kind of super powerful magic item, it's not gonna like show the outline through the leather or whatever. But people will know that you have a magic item in your pack because the pack will glow. Okay. So anything else, Cyrus?
Nope. I believe I'm good. I think this outfit's fine, right? There's a gesture towards what she's wearing. It's decent enough looking clothing for the record.
And she kind of looks at you and laughs and says, "Oh, of course not, dear. I've left something up into your room that you should definitely put on."
Hers is faces and turn into a bit of a frown.
She says, "Don't worry, it's black."
It perks up a little bit.
Okay, so also, Ayla, I've laid out several gowns for you to choose from as well. Let me know if you need anything specific. And so I'm gonna guess you two are gonna go head upstairs and start getting ready for the.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So
I presume we're all fine knowing each other there. Or are we avoiding each other?
I'm
Just
sure
in case.
people know that we are a group already. It's not like we're anonymous anymore, are we?
I like to imagine we're still a little bit anonymous.
So Iris, I will say, is less known throughout the city, as being part of this group because she makes a concerted effort to keep herself hidden.
I've been going to dances.
Yeah, but you and I think like you guys have all three gone to the Leaping Lady together before, so like you're associated with each other. So, Iris is
If
the
all
only
three of
one
us
that,
were to be around, they
Correct.
would relatively be like, oh, that makes sense.
Iris, you're the only one that if you made a concerted effort to try to disguise yourself, maybe, but basically they could put two and two together of the kind of girl dressed in black hanging out with these other two that they'll probably know you.
Also, I just want to point out, if you see me talking to anybody, you didn't see. Don't mention it ever to me if you see me talking to somebody who's tall and dark and maybe
Handsome.
It's gonna
Okay.
happen. I don't want to hear about it.
And, I think Lara says, "Don't worry, I'll mention it when she gets back." But just
Don't. I glare at her.
she just kind of laughs, and there is a knock at the door, and she says, "Well, I guess the two of you should probably head upstairs and start getting dressed, and let Caden handle this one." As she kind of
Jumps a little bit when someone knocks, by the way.
and you hear through the door, "Hey, Caden! Caden! It's Krabs! It's me, Krabs!"
Ugh.
Alright, coming.
Well, at least he's harmless.
Just
Just let us know which seat he sits in.
So we can disinfect it for vermin later.
and Lara says, "Don't worry, I got each of you your own carriages. I wouldn't put him with you."
Thank you.
Are you guys head upstairs? Or you guys gonna stay downstairs for the crabs part?
Definitely heading
upstairs.
upstairs.
That's what I would assume.
You fucking goblins.
And Lara starts walking towards the door. Don't worry, Caden, I'll get it.
What are you doing, BB?
And
Get out of here. Get out. Out.
Crackles, make sure he stays away from Ayla's seed.
So funny, he doesn't have crabs anymore. Anyways.
You know what he looks like. You're the one who got the picture.
So
You did this to him, not anyone else.
So as Lara's walking over to the door, you just hear, Caden! Hey! It's Crabs! Come on, open the door! And she finally opens the door, and she says, hello, Crabs. Please, come in. And she closes the door and kind of like brushes herself off. And she says, Caden, if you need anything, I'll be upstairs. And she
Everyone.
starts heading upstairs as well. And she's like, she walks upstairs and Krabs comes and sits down at the table and kind of puts his feet up on the table. He says, what's up, Caden? So you ready for tonight? We gotta steal some shit. You ready?
Did you get into the auction?
What do you mean did I get into the auction? Of course I didn't get into the auction. That's tonight. But I came to get you so that we could go there so we could both get in the auction. You know what I'm saying?
Do you have the paperwork?
Oh, yeah, the paperwork. Well, let me tell you, Caden, that's a story to behold, man. So, after I left you last night, I went out and I was like, I gotta get that invitation, you know what I'm saying? And so I went to one of my fences and I was like, hey, I gotta get this invitation to this auction. And, like, when I said auction, she kind of gave me, like, a little look, and I was like, that's kind of weird, but I was like, no, it's kind of probably cool. So, like, she drew up the invitation, and, like, while she was doing it, she kept messing up the seal. And I'm like, come on, what are you doing here? It's got to be perfect. You can't just walk into one of those rich, famous people's houses with this thing. But she kept messing it up, so I was like, I don't know about this girl. So I was like, let me go somewhere else. And I went to another place, and I was like, this person usually has them. She, like, keeps them on hand, because I'm not the only one that's ever wanted to get into one of those auctions, So I went to her, and I was like, hey, let me get one of those invitations. And she was like, I'm fresh out. But I could see what I thought was one of the options behind the counter back there. So I was like, well, what's that thing there? And she was like, oh, what are you talking about? And then she went over there, and I was like, this one right here, and I grabbed it. And she didn't seem too happy about that. She seemed pretty upset that I'd gone back behind the counter, and I'd grabbed the thing, and I pulled it out, but I lifted it up, and I was like, what's this here? And she was like, well, yeah, that's an auction thing, but I thought it was the last one. I gotta keep that one so I can make more. And I was like, you don't make these. And so I was like, just let me get this one. It's cool. And she was like, she seemed like she was a little upset, but she let me have it, so I bought that one. So it's this one here. And he pulls it out of his pocket, and it's all kind of like crumpled up a little bit. And he's like, this one here. I got it, though. I got myself a thing, but I couldn't get you one. I thought maybe if we had the one, maybe you could figure out how to, like, make another one.
I'll pull out mine, and I'll compare it.
So make a perception check.
Okay. I have always been good at those guys, just so you know.
Every time. You've never gotten a bad roll. Okay.
14's not terrible.
So it looks pretty close. Like, you can tell, like, this one, like, if you, like, look at it close, you can tell this one's kind of cheaply made. But it'll pass as long as they're not, like, inspecting it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I look him up and down.
And what's crazy about Krabs when he walks in is he's got this kind of like this Jufro hair that's normally all greasy and messed up, but he seems to have actually washed it, but it's still like kind of on a fro at the top of his head, and he's wearing like a second-hand like doublet and like a nice shirt underneath, and he's wearing like nice pants, but there's like a stain by the cuff of one of the legs. And, like, there's a little hole on the seam of the left-hand one.
Oh, boy, if I had mending. I do have prestidigitation, though. I think, like, you washed your hair. You got a stain right here, though.
It's like, well, what do you expect? These are second-hand. I don't have this kind of clothes, Caden? I know this is
I'll
the kind of
try to-
life you live in, but it's
All
not
right.
me.
Hold on. Time for your sponge bath. And my hands will glow that like molten red, and I'll like singe off any like lint or like dirt that's on the outside
Sure.
with prestidigitation.
Prestidigitation. Yes.
Yes, prestidigitation.
Yes. And as you're doing it, he's like, well, thanks, Caden. This is probably the best I've ever looked, but I probably won't fit in still, but that's okay, because you're going to be with me, and I'll make sure that everyone knows that I'm with you.
I lick my finger and I like smudge his face where there was dirt. There you go.
And he
I
just
brushed
kind of
my
looks
teeth.
He's like, Cade, you got to quit doing things like that. This is the like third or fourth time you've done
Everyone's,
that. I'm not your freaking
everyone's
kid.
upstairs. Everyone's upstairs. Nobody saw. You'll be
That's-
fine.
All right, but I'm just saying, it's kind of weird that you do that. I understand
If
that
you
do
washed
that,
your
but-
face, I wouldn't have to do that.
Listen, all right, I live in the sprawl. Where am I supposed to wash my face? All right, there's a
That's true.
bunch of sewer water, or I could pay the fucking gangs to take a bath. I ain't gonna do that. All right, come on, Caden. All right, so how are we gonna do this? We just gonna walk in there? We're gonna fucking walk through the security. We're gonna find the watch. And we're just gonna take it. That the plan?
I'm getting a carriage.
A carriage? What do you mean? Like the
I'm getting-
the thing with the horses and you like ride in it and stuff?
Yeah,
Why are you doing that, Caden? I don't understand.
gotta play the part. Look suspicious.
Oh, that's smart, Caden. That's smart. That's using the old noggin, Caden. I didn't think of that. That's smart. Yeah, we'll do that. Okay, so I'm going with you then.
And Sarah's meeting us there, right?
Correct.
All right. Yeah, and then that's fine. You can ride with me.
All right, cool. I'm riding in style, Caden. Hell yeah. Okay, so once we're there, though, what's the plan? We gotta play it by ear. We want to make some plans tonight, like here.
Look, no, we're gonna see what it is, who buys it, check our mark, and then we'll deal with it after that.
Yeah, did we kill him? We stabbed that motherfucker. No.
Depends
No?
on who it is.
I
That
mean,
matters.
I'm real good at the stabbing. I'm not so good at the punching.
Look, you be the knife.
Haha.
I'll wield you, okay?
Ah,
If
that's right,
we are gonna
Caden.
stab anyone, the knife does not make decisions.
Oh,
I
so
do.
you're saying don't make any... I got you, Caden. Don't worry, I got you. I'll be right behind you. Make sure that whenever you say stab somebody, I'm ready to just stab him. He's like, I got my knives on me, so I'll definitely have my knives tonight, so I can take care of you if
You
need
won't
be.
be able to have those.
What do you mean, Caden? I can't go in there without my knives.
That they're gonna check.
What do you mean they're gonna check? I got them hidden.
Hide your knives. Let me see if I can find them.
All right, Caden. Hold on. Turn around,
All
Caden.
right.
And he like brushes his, like you hear rustling. He's like, all right, you'll never find him. And
Can I investigation check?
yeah, make an investigation check.
Investigation.
Yeah, as soon as you like look at him, you can see he's got two knives in his boot. He's got a knife behind his back, and you just like walk over and pull him out of his boot, and the one from behind.
Yeah,
Come on, man.
just throwing them out. All right.
Oh,
that's not
how'd you
work.
find it? You peeked. You peeked.
I did not.
All right.
You're just gonna have to go in fists anyway. Look, we're not worried about stabbing anyone tonight. Today is about observing.
All
You're not
right.
even a knife. You're a magnifying glass.
I'm
gonna look through you.
that's another one of those weird things you say, Caden. I don't understand what you mean.
I'm
But
trying to make you feel useful. All right, come on.
So you're saying I guess so. All right. Well, anyway, so let's do this. So the carriage here. Where are we doing? And Laura comes down the stairs like, nope. You got about 15 minutes. Just freaking try not to sit on anything, and wait. As a matter of fact, come here, Krebs. And
I cleaned him.
and he walks up to her and he's like, what do you want, Laura? And he says, like, just follow me. And she walks over to the door and opens it and pushes him out. Says, wait out there. And closes the door. He's like, oh, Laura, that was mean. That was mean, Laura. Anyways. All right.
Is the house relatively insulated? So if Iris is laughing her ass off in her room, will
Oh,
they
yeah.
hear it in the living room?
You probably heard everything Krabs said, but they couldn't hear you.
Okay.
Mm,
Okay. Does anyone else want to do anything before we get kind of on the road?
Iris is gonna poke her head out. Laura, are there pockets on this dress? Where are they?
Yes, Iris. And she's like, I'll be there in a second. She comes up and she freaking shows you that, like, you just have to, like, get through some of the poof. And there's, like, some hidden little compartments in the poofy part of the dress.
This is ridiculous.
You look beautiful, Iris. I am so impressed with you.
Arsenal slammed the door shut.
And you'll hear her giggle outside. All right. So, anyone else?
Nope. I need to get my drink though.
Okay. Go
It's
ahead
in the
and grab
freezer.
your drink, and then we'll move on. I gotta open something while you're doing that. Anyways, so. Alright. So. Cadence. Entrance strategy is done. Alright. I'm gonna pee right. Okay.
Welcome back.
Okay, let's go. Let's go. Ah, I put soda in a glass, and it fizzed up all the way to the very rim of the glass.
Nice.
Hey, I have some alcohol. I could drink the rest of this.
Are you
Fortunately,
still mostly drinking soda?
I drink a lot more water now, but yes.
Okay. I highly recommend drinking a shit ton of water. Like, I recommend tea, honestly.
Once I got that frickin' fridge in my room, I started putting bottles of water in it.
Is everything okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. It's just,
It's always good to be healthier.
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to
Just trying to
fucking...
get my friends to be healthier.
Yeah, I'm trying to not die, So...
I've been
Did you
drinking
get, like,
a lot
test
of-
results back or something?
No, so yes, but, like, I have, like, a fatty liver and, like, my cholesterol's kind of high. My lipids.
Oh, I'm back. I don't know if I said that.
So
I was just sitting here
gotta,
listening.
I gotta stop doing some of the shit that I'm doing. Like, I was telling Michael, this is actually my first, session that I've run without cigarettes. So, that's good.
Oh,
Ooh.
Yeah.
maybe you can get your surgery.
I know, that's the plan.
That will change your life.
I agree. Alright. So, everyone's back?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alternative.
Alright. So, you guys, Ayla, go ahead and describe what you're wearing to the auction.
Okay. I am wearing a ball gown that is princess cut, but like the front part of it kind of goes down into a very curved V, and there's a sweetheart neckline with really, really, really long gloves. The color is like a deep emerald green with like gold embellishments here and there. Like over the green is like golden lace, essentially, like deep golden lace, not like bright golden, but like deep golden lace, and then the jewelry is golden as well.
Are you wearing your necklace with the ruby?
My necklace with the ruby? Well, no, I'm wearing green, so it's like probably a pearl.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure you weren't bringing that artifact with you. Yeah. Okay. And then, Iris, what are you wearing? You only have certain restrictions in describing it. That it has to be a dress, and it has to have, like, It has to be
Oh.
a girl dress.
That's sexist.
I
Go with
understand,
fucking
but it is the
Scottish.
world we live in.
Goddamn. That'd be hilarious. Scottish fucking kilt.
Caden's wearing
Anyway.
a dress.
Yes. I won't have any. Anyways, Iris is gonna be wearing a black dress, relatively like this, just less poofy. That's gonna be more sleek on the front and puffed on the sides.
Okay.
It's going to have like most of the dress is black, but it's gonna be like, I don't have the right words. It's gonna be accented with dark purple,
Okay.
and along with long sleeves that are also more like
So
black
basically,
with dark purple.
it has like when it shines, it shines like a purple color.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So purple
Also,
accents.
I imagine her snake. Shit, what's that thing called? Snake that eats itself is somewhere probably near her.
Ouroboros.
Ouroboros is somewhere on her dress, probably like on the sash. Yeah, that works. A sash around her waist.
Okay. And Caden, what are you wearing to this?
A dress.
Are you really wearing a dress?
Can I?
I
I
mean,
don't know.
you totally can. However, in this
It
It has
society,
to at least be
it
half
would,
as good as mine.
it would stand out.
Yeah, I guess I'm not trying to stand out this time, but one day. All right. He's gonna wear a dark purple, like the two-tailed tux kind of thing.
Okay.
You know what I'm talking about? It has
Yeah.
the little tails.
Yeah.
You know,
You got.
with a darker red shirt underneath, like the undershirt.
Mhm.
That's darker than my skin red.
Cool.
It's like pretty deep.
Okay.
So that way it's not looking like I'm naked underneath.
For sure. All right. And are you bringing any weapons or anything?
I have my magical weapon
Okay.
that I can summon, but I want to bring my sword so bad.
Is it
But I don't think I
decoratively
can get away with
looking?
it.
The thing
Well,
is,
yeah, because it's a rapier, so it's like one of those things that I feel
You
like,
can
but they'll
attempt
notice
to
it's
hide it.
magical.
if it's magic, then they will find it in a
Yeah.
heartbeat.
Yeah, that's the thing. It is magical,
Then
and I
get-
think because of that, he wouldn't take it. The only thing I was thinking was maybe I could get it disguised, but it would
what
take me
you
a lot
could
of time
do
to do a cane thing.
is you could bring it with you and check it, so that it's there if you need it, but they wouldn't let you into the auction hall with it.
Yeah, I'll check it just so it's nearby, but I don't need it.
Yeah, it's not uncommon for people to bring weapons and then check them there.
Yeah.
But yeah, you just won't allow it. Is it in there?
I'm gonna try. I'm gonna see if they'll let me take it in. I'll have my own excuse, but
Of course.
I'll accept them saying no.
Okay.
Cool.
Then Ayla, are you bringing any weapons?
I think maybe I'll have a boob knife.
A boob knife? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Again, the
I guess I should. Can I? I want to try to sneak a dagger.
Okay.
Just a small.
Well, okay.
Dagger.
The boob
I wanna
knife,
do
there,
that. I didn't think of that.
the blade is probably only like 3 inches long, you know?
Mhm.
And it like curves like a T, I guess you can say, like a really curly T. So it's supposed to like fit in between your cleavage essentially, so it almost looks like jewelry.
Okay.
Oh.
I totally
Okay,
get
it
what
was
you're doing.
boob knife, not boot knife.
Uh,
Just
they will. You will have to roll to get it in. And Iris, are you bringing any weapons?
Iris feels comfortable with weapons in her hands.
Okay. So then, let me just write this down so I remember. Alright. So, Caden, you have your rapier and a hidden dagger. And Ayla, you have a boob knife.
Actually, I think Iris will go and take a small, like, it's not necessarily a knife, but like, what's the thing for opening letters?
Letter opener?
Oh yeah,
Letter-
letter opener.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be sharp enough.
Okay. So, like a penknife, basically.
Yeah. And she's just gonna put her into her fluffy freaking dress.
Okay. Perfect. Alright. So
I'm trying to keep it in my sleeve and try to do like essentially sleight of hand magic shit, like like ooh, it's not up my sleeve. Ooh, it's not in that sleeve, because I'm just moving it around.
Agreed. So you're gonna try to like, if they try to search you,
Yeah,
you'll like
exactly.
try to move it around your body. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, about 15 minutes after Lara pushes Krabs outside, you hear like the rumbling of a carriage outside, and Lara kind of, Ayla, your ride's here.
I'm coming! I yell downstairs, and you just hear.
And as you kind of swoosh out the door, Krabs is sitting on like a flower pot kind of near your front entrance, and he just kind of looks at you and goes, like gives you the looking hot whistle. I apparently can't whistle now. But you see this carriage. It is like clearly like a really nice carriage. It's got like inlaid doors and like wicker work windows and things like that. And you see the driver kind of seated in like attention. And as you come out, he hops down to help you into the carriage. And he says, "My lady," and helps you in.
All right.
And then he hops back at the driver's seat and cracks the reins, and you go trundling off. Maybe like 10 or 15 minutes after she leaves, you hear the rumbling of another carriage, and Iris, your ride's here.
One moment. And Iris will go and head out the front. As she passes by Krabs, she's going to say, "I'm glad you had your bath with Caden." And she's gonna smile as Crackles just stares at him as she walks by.
And as nobody gets down to help you, and you just get into the carriage yourself.
Rude.
But as you kind of walk by, he goes, "Caden, I thought you said they couldn't hear." And you hear that kind of fading as your carriage rides away, Iris. And maybe 10 minutes later, you hear Krabs, "Hey, Caden, it looks like our carriage is here. Come on out here, Caden."
I'm coming. And I come out.
All right, and you guys hop up into the carriage.
Where's my whistle?
It's like, yeah, I was thinking about whistling for you, and then I realized that you're fucking ugly as shit, so I decided not to. So why don't you get in the fucking carriage, Caden, huh?
Hey, I just want you to know, when we get there, just because you're a little more rough around the edges, verbally, you're my bodyguard.
I'm your bodyguard. All right, Caden, I'll remember that. I mean, I don't look like much of a bodyguard. Look how skinny I am, but that's okay. I'll just tell them
They don't know that.
I'll give them Krabs if they try to fuck with you. Haha.
It's actually pretty funny.
You guys get into your respective carriages, and you guys head off to the auction. All right. So first things first. So as you, Sarah, or Ayla, pull up to the Grand Auction House, it is a large, kind of obsidian brick building. It has like gold mortar, so like almost where all the bricks are kind of held together, it appears like there's gold.
Mm-hmm.
It has large kind of obsidian pillars out front that have spirals of gold kind of woven into the marble, like you know how the marble has that grain to it? Wherever that grain kind of is gold, and it's kind of like spiraling down the columns. You kind of trundle up to this kind of like there's this kind of gated yard area. And like a large fountain in the middle, and you kind of like pull around the fountain, and as you guys stop in front of these stairs leading up to this building, the driver hops down, and actually one of the valets comes up to the door as well, so both people are standing there to help you down from your carriage. And as you kind of like open the door, you see the stairs leading up to the building. And you see Devin is kind of standing up at the top of the stairs in a red suit. It's similar to the one that he wore the last time, But this one has like black accents and like a black raven pinned to his lapel as kind of a symbol of Ravenhold. And as he sees you, you see his face kind of breaks up into a smile, and he gets ready to like wave at you, and then he kind of looks around like, oh yeah, I'm around fancy people, and he just kind of like gives you a nod as the valets kind of help you out of your carriage. They both kind of like my lady and lead you down. You're standing at the base of the stairs now, and Devin's kind of like looking down at you. There's lots of other kind of like guests arriving at the same time. So as you get out, your carriage kind of trundles off. And do you make your way up the stairs, or do you kind of stay here and observe for a little while?
I curtsy and then I make my way up the stairs.
Okay, and so as you make your way up the stairs, Devin kind of like takes a couple stairs down, and like, oh, Ayla, you look ravaging tonight. I'm very impressed.
Were you expecting anything else?
And he kind of smiles and said, actually, no, this is exactly what I was expecting. And he kind of like takes your hand and like kind of like tucks it into his elbow or whatever, and starts to lead you towards the front of the line. So as people kind of make their way up the stairs, there is like a woman standing there. She's wearing a black kind of gown, and she appears to be accepting people's invitations. And Devin kind of turns you around and starts walking you towards the woman that's handing or accepting invitations, kind of bypassing the line. But as this is happening, Iris, your carriage kind of trundles up to the auction, and again, nobody stops to help you out. In fact, your carriage kind of goes to a different spot than Ayla's, because Ayla's clearly like a noble carriage. You're kind of just a guest, which is kind of off to the side. And so you step out of the carriage, and as you kind of step out of the carriage, you notice a woman kind of getting out of her carriage over where the royal kind of carriages are. She's dressed all in black, and as she kind of like steps down and looks over at you, she has this hood that's kind of pulled down over her face, but you can see her glowing like silver eyes kind of make eye contact with you, and you can't see her face or anything. You just see her eyes, and she like stares at you for a second before she starts heading up the stairs. So you're down kind of at the bottom of the stairs now, Iris. What are you going to do? Are you going to head up the stairs? Are you going to stop and observe for a little while? What's your plan?
First, I'll describe Iris, who is, despite being off on the side, she's probably going to lose this pretty quickly, but right now she's still pitch freaking red. As she's looking around, she's going to take in and start hoping, like, no one's actually even paying attention to her, essentially, right?
Mm-mm. Other than that girl that got out of the thing, she clearly noticed you, but she didn't, like, acknowledge you in any way. She just started up the stairs.
I was going to look around and just start quickly making her way up the stairs.
Okay, so as you start to make your way up the stairs towards the line of the people accepting invitations, you actually see, as Ayla is making her way towards the front of the line. And Ayla, Devin kind of walks you up towards the front of the line and pulls out his invitation and kind of like puts his hand out for yours.
Okay, and I'll take his hand.
And so, yeah, he takes the other invitation and he holds them out to the woman accepting the invitation. And she kind of looks at Devin and kind of looks him up and down and kind of looks at you and kind of like a look. And she says, "I'm sorry, sir, you'll have to get to the back of the line." And just as she says that, you hear a voice from the balcony that's kind of overlooking the stairs. And it's a familiar voice, and you hear this voice say, "Hey, Ravenhold, You'll have to go to the back of the line just like everybody else. I can't have anyone bringing strays into my auction. And Devin kind of looks up and he says, Blackthorn? He says, yeah, like I said, back of the line. And Devin kind of looks at you and is like, I apologize. We'll just head to the back of the line. Is that okay with you?
Yeah, don't really mind. I guess gives us time to talk. Maybe.
Of course. So, are you excited? Is there anything at the auction that you're interested in?
Oh, magical items, of course.
Oh, excellent. Well, maybe we can get you something special before you go home. And then we switch to you, Iris, and you actually see Devin and Ayla kind of walking back towards the back of the line. What do you do?
This is not just keeps to herself. She's trying not to draw attention. The person who was up there hollering was this guy, or was it somebody else?
It was Kaylin Blackthorn. So, I'm sorry, I was on the wrong page. Show me again.
This guy? Question mark? Or is it like this guy?
It
Is there a
is
face?
this guy here. That guy.
I feel like I'm not seeing the picture you're showing me.
You guys might be on the wrong page. You are on the wrong page. That's why I wasn't noticing anything.
Rude.
So this is the auction house here. Go ahead and show me who you... So it's this guy here.
Gotcha. No.
Who's that? Blackthorn?
That is Lord or Sir Kaylin Blackthorn. That's the guy that was kind of insulting Devin in the last session.
Is he related to Dalinar or?
To Dalinar?
Yeah.
No.
Pretty sure his nickname is Blackthorn now that you
I
mention it.
didn't actually even realize that those were the same.
No, it's okay.
Because actually ChatGPT made that guy. Anyways, so you kind of make your way into the back of the line. You're a couple of places behind Devin and Ayla. And right about this time, Caden, your carriage kind of like, and it's not even like in the same place where Iris's was. They kind of drop you off towards like the bottom of the kind of like thing leading you up to the. So you have to walk up the driveway to get to the.
It's fine.
And as you get out of the carriage, I need you to make perception checks. And
No.
I'm gonna make one for
That's
Traps
rude.
as well.
That's in character. That makes sense.
Never have it any other way. Also, if I didn't say so, on the trip here, Iris would have dropped Crackles into the pocket dimension.
Oh yes, I should have mentioned this before. You probably won't be allowed to bring in your familiar.
Oh, Valentine.
So it's up to you. Do you want to have left him at home?
Valentine?
Yeah.
No.
And again, you could just drop them into a pocket dimension. Very
Correct.
convenient spell.
I said I'll have Valentine circling like way up high.
Okay, so like giving you Overwatch basically.
Yeah. Anything weird,
Okay.
and then they'll try to fly in if anything happens.
So I'm actually going to give you the 14 because you're going to have advantage on that because of what's his name? Valentine. Okay, so as you kind of get out of the carriage with Krabs kind of like steps down. He's like, "Hey, Caden, this is a pretty nice place, wouldn't you say?"
Yeah, about what I expected.
You know what I should do? You know what I should do instead of actually going in there and trying to steal something from in there? I should just steal one of these fucking bricks on the ground, right? Like these golden bricks, I could probably steal one of them.
I mean, not a bad idea.
That isn't a bad idea, Caden. I might do that before we go home. Remind me. I'm going to steal one of these bricks. That's a good idea.
Alright. We'll keep it in mind.
Alright. And so as you guys start making your way up towards the auction, you notice that not only do you see up at the auction hall, you see 2 guards flanking the entrance and kind of 2 guards down at the bottom of the stairs. You also see that there's like guards stationed like in alcoves of the hedges leading up that are kind of watching people. You see as kind of back in the shadows along one of the side walls is a guard. So clearly, like, you notice that there's guards kind of in discrete like areas all over the front of the auction house, and they all are kind of like watching you. In fact, as you're walking up, you notice that one of them is totally tracking you and Crab's walking up the driveway. So you get up to the top, and you notice Iris standing in the line, and you also notice Ayla. And Krabs kind of leans over to you, is like, "Hey, isn't that your friends over there? Do you think we should go wait with them? I mean, that's a pretty long line. We don't want to wait in the back of the line. We want to get in there so that we can check stuff out, right?"
Probably not a good idea. We're being clocked.
What do you mean?
We're being watched.
Do you point him out?
If we try to cut in line. No, I'm not going to point him out to Krabs.
As you say that, Krabs starts looking around. Where? What are you talking about?
Krabs, you're looking suspicious.
Oh,
Stop looking around.
My bad, Caden. I keep forgetting. But you told me I was like a magnifying glass. I thought maybe if I looked, that you'd be able to see a little bit better.
I didn't wield you yet.
Oh, that makes sense. I don't really want you to wield me, Caden, but that's okay. Well, I'll keep walking behind you. Anyway, so you make your way up to the the line. Do you get in the back?
Yeah, I'll just make my way
Okay.
slow.
So, as you guys are kind of like making your way through the line, all of you actually notice like this big booming voice, and he's like, Get your trinkets here! Your trinkets! I've got some great artists here. I want you to look at it, and I want you to buy it because it is a masterwork. And as you kind of look over, you see this dwarf, and he's got like a table set up next to the entrance of the building, and it's got like these like little gold trinkets and like of hammers and different things, and basically just like little metal crafts and things like that. And you notice that surprisingly a lot of people are going over there, and when they go over there, they all kind of like bow to this dwarf, and he's like, "Yes, dwarf, buy my things!" And all of them seem to be paying this dwarf quite a bit of respect. Do any of you guys interact with that at all?
I guess maybe I'll. Oh, sorry.
No, you're good. Go.
I'm gonna say I guess I'll lean over to Devin and be like, "Do you know what this is all about?" And I'll nod in this direction.
He kind of like taps her head and smiles, and he's like, "Oh, of course, that's Brom. He's a pretty famous metal crafter in this area. In fact, his forge is only 2 forges down from the Royal Forge, over in the Forge District. He's a pretty big deal. He likes to come to these auctions and sell his little metal crafts. But if you really want like an exceptional work of like armor or sword or anything, he's the guy to go to. He's really a special craftsman.
I'll keep that in mind. Thank you.
Would you like one of his trinkets? I would be happy to get one for you.
What kind of trinkets are there? Like just decoration?
He says, "Well, let's go take a look." And he kind of walks over there with you, and Brom kind of looks up and he's like, "Oh, Lord Ravenhold, are you over here to take out one of my trinkets? I know you already have hundreds, but I could always use a little bit more coin. You could buy another one. And who is this with you?" And he's like, "Oh, this is Lady Ayla. She wanted to take a look at your wares." He's like, "Hello, Ayla. I'm Brom. Buy my things." And
Let's have a look.
as you look at it, there's like golden pendants with like anvils, or like little miniature swords, or things like that. Is there something particular that you would be interested in looking for? What?
Trying to think. Maybe like a Oh, I don't know, honestly. Well, maybe like okay, this is gonna be silly, but if there's a rolling pin trinket.
As a matter of fact, as you're kind of looking through them, you find a like a little pendant. It's about an inch long, and it's actually shaped like a rolling pin, and it has like little carvings on the rolling pin itself, like a heart and like roses and flowers and things like that on the little handles. And as you kind of look down and pick it up to look at it, he's like, "Oh yeah, that's the one that I made for my mother. She's always making me food so that I could go big and strong and I could make more of the armor that I make. So yes, that is a rolling pin that I made for my mother."
Um, so then I assume it's not for sale. So for
Oh,
sale then.
it's just a replica of the one that I have in her house. That's just kind of to honor my mother, if you will. So yes, it's for sale if you want it.
I think I might. Think I might. Actually.
And Devin kind of looks at you and he says, "Don't worry, I got it." And he actually reaches into his pouch and he pulls out 15 gold pieces and gives it to Brom. And he says, "Thank you, Brom. I'm sure she'll love it." And walks you kind of back over towards the line. He says, "That's an interesting choice. Is there a story behind that, or do you just like rolling pins?"
Well, I'm definitely not a good cook, but you know, there's something. Rolling pins have a very sincere meaning for me, and I'll kind of like look far, I guess, and like a brief moment of sadness will cross my face.
Okay, hold on. Let me do something.
Getting confused by my breathing.
Oh, you didn't hear me. Is Alistair alright?
Yeah.
What did you say? He's getting confused about his breathing?
Alistair, are you getting confused about your breathing?
No, he is.
Oh, the cat.
Oh, okay. Okay. I was like worried. You didn't hear me, but it made me laugh because I wasn't expecting his voice.
Hmm.
Yeah. So
Alright.
he notices, but I don't think he pries into it anymore. But
Mhm.
I should break this down.
He is
Should have
you.
muted.
Okay. So you guys are in the line, and you finally make your way up to the woman accepting invitations, and Devin hands the two invitations to her, and kind of says, "So, can I get in now?" And she kind of like smirks at him and hands him back the invitation, and kind of like motions for you guys to go in. And then a couple of places later, Iris, you get up to the front, and what do? You just hand it to her? Like, what? How are you behaving?
Iris
in
is
front of
gonna
this
like
person?
hand it to her with like two hands, and she's probably beat red again.
I think she kind of looks at you and kind of laughs a little bit, takes a look at the invitation, and says, "So, what brings you to the auction?"
To auction?
she laughs again, and she says, "I guess that's as good an answer as any." And she hands you back your invitation and motions you in.
Iris will take it and bow, then curtsy, and then go.
Make a perception check.
Perception. Nope.
Okay, never mind.
Get those nat ones out of the way, you know?
Um, Caden, you're a couple of spaces behind her. Make a perception check.
She's probably even more red now.
Okay, hold on. Perception. 14.
So, Iris, you head into the what's it called? You know what I'm talking about? Into the auction.
Auction.
But Caden, you notice like as she walks into the auction that the person accepting the invitations kind of like nods towards one of the guards and kind of like heads over towards her as she walks in. Uh, you Do you want to make an insight roll and I can tell you what that means, or do you want to figure it out
Yeah,
yourself?
I'll do an insight. It's about as good as my perception.
Yeah,
15
like you can tell that she basically said, keep an eye on that one.
on our little one.
On Iris, yes.
Okay.
Suspicious as fuck.
Your suit, she's super red. She's acting kind of like weird. So, yeah. Anyways, so you make your way up to the auction, or to the person giving out or accepting the invitations, and Krabs, like, looks around and hands her invitation. And what do you do, Caden?
Oh, sorry. Say that again.
You're up to the person that's accepting the invitations.
Okay. I hand him my invitation.
Okay? So she looks at yours and hands it back to you, but then she looks at Krabs, and he just kind of like shrugs, and she motions over to somebody and kind of like does a little finger thing, and he's gonna come over and inspect Krabs' invitation. Are you going to do anything, Caden?
Nothing I could do. Just let nature run its course at this point.
All right.
I'm not too worried on me. I'm not too worried about him getting in. If he gets out, it's like, oops, sucks for you, dude. Good thing I was only there to witness and not steal anything. Wasn't me. Oof.
So this guy
Not good
comes
for him.
over and looks at it, and
Thanks.
then looks at the two of you and says, "You, come with me." And Krabs is
Both
like,
of us?
No, he points at Krabs. And he's like, "Caden, what do I do?
Go with them.
Well, are you gonna come with me? What's that?"
And I'll have to get you later.
So
I need to scout this. Sorry.
I know that's not very nice of you, Caden. You're just gonna leave me in the. And the guy walks over and puts his hand on his shoulder, and he's like, "I'm coming." So they walk away. Are you gonna do anything?
Nope.
She's kind of looking at you, like, so, who's he to you?
Well, he was my bodyguard. He said he could take care of his own entrance into here. Clearly did not do well.
And
That's what you get for paying cheap.
did you provide him with the invitation?
No, he got it himself.
Why would you make your bodyguard get his own invitation?
My original bodyguard was sick. I tried to hire someone. Not the best choice.
She kind of
Do you want
looks
me
at
deception check or
Yes,
anything?
roll
or?
a deception
Okay.
check.
Let's see. B, C, D. I'm not good at those either. Nope. Fuck.
She reaches out and kind of plucks your invitation from your hand again and takes a closer look at it, calls that same person over, and they both kind of scrutinize your invitation for a while.
Hopefully
Roll-
there's a higher DC on that sucker. I didn't make it.
So they're looking at it for a while, and the person says, "It seems legit to me." And so she hands it back to the kind of invitation person, who hands it to you and says, "We'll be watching you. Enjoy the auction."
Sorry for the inconvenience. Thank you.
And you kind of look over, and they're leading Krabs away, and he keeps looking at you, like, putting his arms out, like, "The fuck, Caden?"
I can't do anything about that. What am I gonna do? Fight them? No, I gotta
No.
get in.
I'm just saying. All right.
I didn't have a plan for that. We should have talked about it. We
Yes,
did
you
not.
should have. All right. So, all of you guys make your way inside of the auction house. And
I was kind of hoping that would happen. It was like, oof. Okay, don't have to worry about it.
my life is much easier now.
Escort quest over. Mission
No,
accomplished.
he's gonna be a problem. There's no doubt.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Listen, you do understand. So Krabs is still Krabs. He just doesn't have Caden to fucking.
Yeah,
Like-
I'll try to help him later
It's not the
if
worst.
he hasn't tried to help himself.
Oh, he's gonna
Hopefully
help
not.
himself. This
Oh.
is
He's going
not.
to be wandering around
this
this
is not
place
a
now.
situation he has never been in. He's still a little pissed off at you though. All right.
I don't blame him.
So let me. As you guys kind of enter into the actual main kind of area, so this is like the entrance hall.
Sorry.
Let me go ahead and drag your guys' characters onto the map.
Dang it, that means I have to get off the floor.
Mine.
Hold on.
You guys are at the entrance, so like that. I guess you could be one more in.
Right.
Excuse me. Okay.
All right. So, Ayla and Devin, as you kind of walk in, so you're the first to kind of see this. You walk into the room. You see a desk kind of to
I
your
feel like
right.
he purrs when he gets.
You see kind of like a little sitting area, kind of against the far wall on the right-hand side. You see stairs leading up to the balcony on your left. And as you kind of walk in,
It looks like he wants to cut
a
off
woman-
his heels.
a woman.
We can hear Alistair very clearly,
Oh.
just so you know.
Sorry.
Sounds like he's in the game. That's
Oh.
how clear.
A woman that you actually recognize, Ayla, walks up to you. And she says, "Welcome to the auction house. My name's Sarah, and here is your auction program. If you want, I can give you a quick tour of the building." And Devin's like, "Don't worry, Sarah. I think I could show her around." And she says, "Oh, forgive me, Lord Devin. If you need anything special, just let me know. I'm here to provide you with whatever you need. And Lord Devin, will you be participating in the viewing later?" And he says, "Of course I will. And I'll be bringing Lady Ayla with me." And Sarah kind of writes that down on her notepad, and she says, "Absolutely, Lord Devin. I'll talk to you later, and I'll arrange everything when it's time." And he kind of like nods at her and kind of like takes your arm, Ayla, and like starts to lead you away. And as you kind of look away around in the room, you see sitting in kind of like this corner sitting room is a woman wearing like a black cloak over her head, basically to kind of like keeping her face in shadows. But as she kind of looks up at you, you see that she has bright silver kind of glowing eyes. And then you see seated kind of next to her this kind of younger looking elf woman. She has kind of incredibly pale white skin. She has like silver or stark black hair, kind of tied
Okay.
into a ponytail.
Sorry.
No worries. Tied into a ponytail. And as she kind of looks at you, she kind of looks through you, but she has the same kind of glowing white eyes. The only difference is you can't really like. It appears like she can't actually like see you, because instead of like having black pupils, her eyes are just perfectly white.
Okay.
And then over here is like a little bar area, and you see a kind of tall man standing there. He's got black hair, like black kind of handlebar mustache, kind of like a black goatee. He's wearing a black kind of like coat jacket that almost looks like something that you would wear like on a pirate ship. And he's wearing black trousers, and he's wearing boots that come up to about his knee with like silver buckles. And he's leaning against the bar, kind of watching as everyone comes in. Is there any person that you would want to interact with?
I mean, I'm here with Devin, and I don't really have a specific goal or anything to like discover information, so I'll probably just talk to Devin.
Okay, so yeah, Devin leads you into like kind of this bar area, and orders like drinks for you. Like, what would you be drinking, or are you not drinking again tonight?
I mean, probably just whatever is equivalent to water or like a soda.
Okay, I think so. He orders you. He says, I know that you don't really drink, so I took the liberty of ordering you a fruit punch, and it's kind of
Ooh.
like like a chilled like punch of like different kinds of sweet fruits and stuff like that. It's actually very delicious. Um, and he leads you out into kind of like the balcony out here, which is kind of like this garden area. It's quieter out here. There's less people, so you guys are able to talk. Iris, as you walk into the room, you notice all of the same things. You notice Sarah comes up to you and she says, "Oh, Iris, isn't it?"
Yes, and Sarah, you are working here? It looks like she's working here.
Yes, she's clearly
Okay.
working here.
Would it be inappropriate if I spent some of your time later tonight?
It's like, as a
I
matter
don't know
of
very
fact,
many people here.
I would love to talk to you, Iris, get to know you a little bit better. Here is your program. This is going to have a list of all of the items available for purchase tonight. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Oh, and Iris, were you able to maybe view some of the items? Do you mind if I see your invitation?
Yes, and Iris is gonna flip it to her.
So she takes your invitation and she says, "Oh, excellent. So you'll be permitted into the second viewing room to look at the items before the auction. Don't worry, I'll make sure that you're in my group, okay?"
Understood. Thank you.
Yeah, she hands it back. She says, "So Iris, would you like a tour of the auction house so that you can get more familiar with it, or would you rather explore on your own?"
I would enjoy exploring on my own, thank you. Is cut-off areas pretty apparent?
Of
I'd
course.
imagine there's garden front.
And she kind of motions over towards the bar area. She says, "All of our guests are welcome to the bar area. There's a patio outside where you can drink and mingle. The only place that I would ask you not to make your way is up onto the balcony. That's reserved for some of the more prestigious guests."
I understand. Thank you. Iris is gonna courtesy and make her way in and just start kind of exploring, roaming.
As you start to walk away, she goes, "Oh, Iris,
Yes.
just a quick thing. Um, just in case you might be interested in a little bit of extra funding, I would totally be able to facilitate that for you. So if you ever just need a little bit of extra coin, just let me know and I'll make sure to handle that for you. Okay?"
Understood. Iris is gonna smile.
She smiles
Thank you.
back. She says, "Enjoy yourself."
I shall.
So you see those same two women standing here. But as you kind of stop your conversation with Sarah, you notice that both women are just staring directly at you. And the one in the cloak is kind of mumbling something to the one over here, but they're both staring at you. And the one with like the silver eyes that looks like they're all completely white
Mhm.
is kind of has like a little bit of a hint of a smile on her face as she stares at you.
Okay, so one has silver eyes, and what's the other one look
So
like?
they both have silver eyes, but one of
Okay.
them has pupils. So her eyes are just kind of silver and glowing, but the other one doesn't have pupils. She looks completely blind. So this one looks completely blind. This one has the silver kind of glowing eyes.
Okay. I think Iris will just keep that in mind for later
Okay.
and continue roaming.
So go ahead and describe what you do, and then move your character to kind of where you're planning on spending some time.
Guess I'll give you more of a flight path. Oh, it looks like she could go into this room fine, right?
Of course, absolutely. There's no doors on this door here or this door here. They're just open archways into the different parts of the thing, and there's no door here either. Like these three rooms are clearly the main three rooms where they want you guys to kind of be in.
Again, this is the balcony we aren't supposed to go onto.
No, so I couldn't put the balcony actually on the map because it's too big. So if you guys go up to the balcony, I have another like map for you guys to go to. But like, just pretend that if they're big like this, and they're over here, on this side, they're up on the balcony.
Okay.
So pretend that like the anything on the left of this wall is like the balcony.
Okay, Iris is gonna go and start wandering into this room, just checking it out, admiring the scenery. Go this way, head out that way, and at any point where she sees like someone carrying around tea for like serving, or if there's any just like tea being served somewhere, she'll eventually stop there for that.
There's actually a teapot and cups right here.
Near those ladies, never mind. She is not going to do that.
Okay.
She'll come back to that later.
When you go outside, there's another one kind of in this area here.
Okay.
Tea is.
Iris, I like
really
eyes the
good.
tea, then eyes the woman there, then just like keeps going with a little bit of a sigh.
And as you move, you notice that their eyes track you. Like even the one that looks blind seems like she could track you perfectly. All right. So.
They say keep your eyes on that one, literally, just not stop.
Caden, you walk in, and as you walk in, Sarah's just finishing with Iris, and kind of looks up and sees you, and like she looks almost like scared for a second, and like she kind of looks around, and then she goes, "Oh, Caden, hi."
What?
I'm sorry, I didn't.
That's Sarah?
Yes, this is Sarah from before.
Why is she acting scared?
I didn't tell you that I worked here the last time we spoke. I apologize for that.
Oh, no worries.
So, I might not be able to hang out with you that much. I do have to work, but it's really nice seeing you.
Do you have to?
Do I have to what?
Never mind. But I'll make sure to stop by a few times at least.
Okay. Here is your program for the auction. It lists your schedule and the events that are happening tonight. Also, would you be joining us for a viewing later this evening?
The viewing, like watching the auction?
To like actually view the items before they are auctioned off.
Oh.
Do you
Do
mind
I
if
have to do anything extra for that?
Well, let me see your invitation.
I'll show her.
She looks at it and she says, "Unfortunately, this doesn't let you. But if you come find me right before, I might be able to get you in." And she
I can try that.
She kind of winks at you.
Oh,
By the way, I just wanted to let you know that there is a mage wandering around, and he will be keeping a pretty sharp eye on anyone using magic tonight. Just
well, hopefully I don't have to use any.
And she says, "Of course." So, as you get ready to go into the kind of like bar area, Iris, I need you to roll a deception check.
Iris, a deception check.
Yes.
I know what deception
And I need you to roll a deception check as well, Cable.
Why? I'm not deceiving anyone. I'm me.
Okay?
15.
16. I beat you by one.
Punk.
So Sarah just says, Caden, I'm sorry to do this, but I wanted to take your rapier.
I mean, who checks?
It'll be stored in my office. She motions to this door over here.
Oh, she's the one that tells people they can't have their weapons?
Uh-huh.
Oh, fuck, alright. I mean, the whole reason why I have it's, you know how it is. It amplifies the music.
She says, I get it. Unfortunately, it is my job. You don't happen to have any other weapons, do you? I can get in trouble if they catch you with them.
You son of a bitch, I hate you. Yeah, I have a weapon. And I'll fucking drop, put my dagger in my hand, I'll turn him in.
As you keep handing her weapons, she kind of like smirks at you, and she says, "Thanks, Caden." And she laughs.
Yeah, I can't
and
get you in trouble.
She says, "I appreciate it. Go enjoy yourself. I'll be by to talk to you later."
Fuck you, Josh.
Sorry. So yeah,
There you
just
play to my character.
mark that you don't have.
I don't need a mark. I get it. I don't have anything. I can only have spells.
Understood. Your weapons are inside here. If
Okay.
if you want to all right. Hold on. Let me check something. So if you guys want to go to your guys' journals, if you look on your journals, you'll have a handout that says auction program.
Oh yeah.
So this will give you an idea of the schedule for what's going to be happening going forward. And then if you scroll down to the bottom, it gives you a list of and a very brief description of all of the items that are available for sale. If you guys want to edit this, you should be able to. Meaning that if you want to change something and like say, hey, the Obsidian Daggers Iris wants to bid on, you guys can write on these and you can all kind of see it if you want. But other than that, just remember this is kind of like your, if there, take a look at it, look through, see if there's any items that you guys are interested in bidding on, so that you know what's coming up. And when you guys go into like the viewing rooms, if there's any of these items that you want specific information on, I have like full item descriptions on them that I can give you, but you just have to ask. I figured it'd be easier to do that than write it all on the program. I'm gonna be right back. I gotta pee real quick.
Okay. I'm gonna go make a drink then. Burb.
Or
All right, I'm back.
oh, welcome back.
Adam, let me know when you're back.
I'm sure he'll remember to tell you when he's back,
I have no doubt that he'll forget.
especially after the reminder you just gave him.
Of course.
Anyways, yeah, tea's pretty fucking good. It's not actually that good, but
I like tea.
it gets your mind off of not drinking fucking soda. And my mind's absolutely not always about drinking soda. You know, maybe it doesn't actually help. I really want a fucking soda.
What I've been doing recently is I get these like flavored drink packs that you can put in a bottle of water.
Mhm.
I just use those in my bottles of water, and that's as close to soda as I can
Escape
get without.
from.
Yeah.
So I will say one thing about, I'm sure I've told you this story before, but if you ever want the best tasting soda you've ever had in your life, drink tea for a month and then have a soda, and it'll fucking actually blow your fucking mind.
Yeah, I've heard that. My mom says that frickin' since she never drinks soda, when she finally has one, it's like really fucking good. Are you back yet, Adam?
Are you back yet, Adam?
I'm here.
Okay. Are you there, Miranda?
I am here.
I am queer. I am beautiful.
So as you're kind of finishing up this conversation with Sarah, you see as Brahm comes walking in through the doors, and he says, "I need to get me an ale." And he goes running into the, not running, but walking briskly into the bar area, and he climbs up onto a stool, and slams his fist out, and they hand him an ale. Is there anyone that you want to interact with, Caden?
Me? Oh, okay. I thought I was on mute for a second. Let's see. Sarah's working, and were we just hanging out in the lobby right now?
So, Ayla and Devin are
Alright,
over
I'll
in
out,
the like kind of like drinks area. It's like a lounge area. There's those two.
Oh, I know what I want to do. I want to check out Devin.
Oh, okay.
So I'm gonna meander my way that way.
Okay.
Drag myself over there.
Yes. So. He's over.
Well, that's not. That's it. Not.
over here.
That's Iris. Ooh, you know what? Oh, hold on. Is there a bathroom? Oh, you know what? Never mind. That's not gonna work. Never mind. I was gonna say, people will see that I'm using magic if I disguise self.
Absolutely.
So I'm not gonna do that.
You'll glow like a fucking
Beacon.
yes. However, Caden, as you kind of glance around, you look into the main kind of auction hall area here, and you notice that there's guards flanking every single door. You notice that there's a man in like a mage robes that is kind of walking around the perimeter of the
Yeah, that guy dies first. If I have to worry about it.
the perimeter of the auction hall, like checking the doors, just keeping an eye on people. He like notices anyone that walks into the room. Like clearly there is a significant guard presence in this place.
Okay.
So as you're kind of walking by, both of these ladies like look at you, and then the one that looks blind leans over and starts whispering fiercely to the person next to her, and you can tell that she's kind of watching you as you walk past.
I'll stop.
And she looks up at the blind girl, kind of looks at you, and kind of quirks a smile, and just stares at you.
I'll like cock my head, like, can I help you?
She kind of smiles and cocks her head.
I mean, this is a pretty dapper outfit, I know. Alright, I'll be on the den out there if you want to talk, and I'll just keep walking.
Yep, and she doesn't say a word, she just watches you go.
And then I'll say, like, talk to myself, like, that was creepy.
So as you kind of turn the corner, you see Devin and Ayla are kind of standing next to like a table, kind of leaning, and Devin's telling you, Ayla, about a story of when he went hunting one time, and basically he's trying to impress you with this grand story. I'm going to roll something, and then you can determine whether or not you are impressed with this story.
Okay, hold on. Let me resituate. Okay.
He rolled a 4.
Oh.
So he's telling you the story, and he's getting the details wrong. He's like, no, let me go back. It was my sister, I think, and I forget what we were hunting. It was something. Anyways, and at this moment, Caden, you kind of walk up on the two of them.
Oh, Ayla.
Caden, and that's
Yeah.
all. Like,
Might just-
Devin kind of looks at Ayla and then looks at you, and he's like, oh, do you know this man, Ayla?
ah, I know him very well. We live together.
I'm more like her daddy.
I think he just, like, his mouth kind of drops open.
That's
when,
mostly for me. I needed to say it.
His mouth drops open when freaking Ayla says they live together, and then he looks at you, Caden, and then you say that, and he just stares at you with his mouth kind of open and looks back and forth between the two of you. And
No,
go ahead.
he's kidding. He's kidding.
Oh, okay.
No, but honestly, I'm more like her grandpa. That's the best way.
Yes, you look like you could be her grandpa.
Oh, sorry. Hold on. I burped up like bile and then I swallowed it and inhaled it.
That's a rough
Ayla,
moment.
keep that to yourself, Ayla. Are you okay, love?
Still in character.
I gotta keep it in character. Don't break it.
So, yes, I've known Caden for quite a while, and you probably have heard about us, but we've kind of received a reputation for, picking up odd jobs here and there.
He says, yes, of course, I must have forgotten. So, Caden, what brings you to the auction tonight?
I'm just making sure you're treating her nicely.
I wouldn't dream of anything else. Are there any specific items that you were interested in, or are you just keeping tabs on us?
Well, a little bit of that. I've got some curiosities I want to fulfill here.
So I think as you're talking, Devin kind of feels like you're actually like kind of like watching over, and he actually like steps over and kind of puts his arm around you, Ayla.
And I put my hand to my hilt that's not there, and I'm like, fuck.
When he puts his arm around me, I'm sure Kata notices my face kind of scrunch up a little bit and like glance up at Devin, kind of like when Ellie did that to me the other night.
Oh yes, and you were making the faces.
Yeah. So it's like, so I'm not, obviously I wasn't prepared for physical touch, and I'm, it's like one of those things that you didn't ask for my permission and wasn't given like, like an invitation to put your arm around me sort of look. But it's not like a violent look. It's more like of a confused and like looking at Caden like, what do I do?
Yeah, I don't think he notices any of that.
I'm gonna swing around and I'm going to put my arm around him. Like, you know what? I like. You know what we should do? We should go drinking sometime. You seem like the perfect kind of person to go drinking with.
Let me ask you: are you trying to intimidate him?
No, I'm trying to pickpocket him.
Ah!
Oh my god!
Immediately.
All right.
I'm just
I
curious.
love you guys.
I'm not really. I'm just trying to dominate in my own way.
So
just to make myself feel more competent than him, to make sure he's not a threat. Because if he notices, I'll be a little more worried. If he doesn't notice,
he thinks you're intimidating him. So go ahead and roll an intimidation check.
Will that give me advantage on my sleight of hand?
Okay, now roll
13.
sleight of hand with freaking advantage.
22.
Is there anything specifically you're trying to steal?
Nothing crazy. Like if I feel like even like a fancy pen, or like, I'm not trying to steal his money. I don't want to get in like big trouble.
Okay.
If he has like a watch or like like they'll pull out the pocket watches,
Yes. I'm trying to think of what he has on him that you can steal. You know what? You steal a he has a like a House Ravenhold like pendant, like a seal or whatever. Like you could totally use this to like pose as a Ravenhold like person. Like it's his crest, if you will.
Oh shit. That's funny. Alright, and I got this guy's self, and I've seen him. Good to know.
Yes, okay. He kind of like looks down at over at you, and he's like, Yes, of course, I would I would love to go drinking with you sometime. But you did make him uncomfortable enough that he totally steps away from Ayla.
Yeah, I'll take. Oh, okay. And I'll let go. All right, let me know if he gives you any trouble.
And he kind of smiles at you, Ayla. He seems very off his game now.
His game, poor
Yeah.
guy.
Do you guys want to do anything else? He's gonna try to Ayla, did you want another drink or
I'll walk away.
That's what I
And
said.
screws
No, I don't need another drink. Thank you.
Oh, well, how about this? I can show you the balcony. I bet you I could get you up there. It's kind of exclusive just for kind of the nobles.
Sure. The balcony sounds great.
Okay, so I am going to move you onto a different page in a second. I think I forgot to do one thing. Anyways, we'll get to that in a second because I'm going to go to other people anyways. But you're going to be up in the balcony. That's weird. I could have sworn that. Around here. Oh, there it is.
God, who is outside?
Are the dogs outside?
Oh yeah, the dogs. Dogs are, but I think I've got a notification for the garage. Yeah, a few times. So yeah, there's people out there. They're working. The hell is that? Hold on, I'm seeing something on the sidewalk. The fuck is happening?
Said the Chupacabra.
Definitely Chupacabra.
Oh, someone's running. Oh, they're playing basketball. Dude, they're smaller kids. And they were like playing on the sidewalk next to each other, and they like unfused.
What
they were
the hell?
well,
What kind of
it's
neighbors do you have?
It's the camera. I couldn't tell what they were doing, and then they split in half, so it confused me.
Did we forget the trash name?
Oh fuck, we did. It's okay. We didn't do too much trash this week.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna fill it up real quick though. Sorry, I got super distracted.
No, Ayla,
Okay.
do you want to drag your character onto this?
Yeah, hold on. Let me zoom out.
So this is the upstairs balcony kind of area.
So it's
Good.
it's outdoors.
So this part here is indoors, and then this part here is an external balcony.
Oh, I see what you mean. Okay, I can see that now.
And then this part, like right here, these walls, those are just like a banister. And like from the other map, you can look down into the actual main auction hall from up here.
I see.
Yeah, I was gonna put them both on the same fucking map, but it wasn't working, so I had to do it this way. Anyways, but yeah, you're like basically upstairs looking down over the actual auction hall itself. And as you go up here, you hear like gentle piano music playing. You see Lord or Sir Kalen is up here with Lady. I had her name. Lady Felicity is up here as well, and they're both kind of sitting back here in these chairs.
Oh, okay. Well, then let me move. Okay, you got it.
Yeah. And there's some other nobles just kind of mingling and whatnot. I'm going to come back to you because I'm going to go down to Iris. What are you doing? So, let me go back to the other map. Iris, where?
She is currently in whatever room this is. I'd say while all that was happening, she just finished looking through like the auction program and figuring out like what her plan is. And now that she's finished that, she's gonna actually like take in the environment of the room. This room.
Okay.
Looks like you have some people in here.
Yeah.
I recognize those people. One's the pirate dude, for lack of better terms, and the other one's the
It's the
drunk.
dwarf. The dwarven.
Dwarf. Yeah, not drunk. That's kind of fucked up. Anyways, go ahead.
Actually, as you're kind of like standing in there, you see as the kind of taller, pirate-looking guy says to the dwarf, "Aye, Brom, I've seen it with my own eyes. I have. I don't care if you believe me. I've seen it. I'll tell you this, and I will be the one to bring it to you. I promise you this. The medals will be yours. And Brom's like, oh, you keep saying that every time I see you, but you've never brought it to me. You say this every time we drink together. You'll never bring it. He's like, I have seen it. I have seen it, Brom. Are you going to get involved in this argument?
Yes. Iris is relatively curious. Iris is gonna come up to the edge of the corner. Seen what? And she's gonna be putting on a little bit of one of her personalities, but seen what?
And the dwarf kind of looks at you and he's like, the Royal Malachite, he tells me every time he comes here, he tells me, I've seen the Malachite, and then I tell him there's no way, nobody's seen the Malachite. And then the other guy says, but I've seen it, Brom. I've seen it, Brom. I tell you with my own eyes.
Well, what did it look like?
It was metal, and it was sticking out of the wall, and it was gray, and you could see the luster in it. It was beautiful. I've told you this, Brom, 1,000,000 times.
Does that sound about right, Brum? Is that what you would expect from a Malachite?
How would I know? I've never seen it. Have you ever seen it, little one?
I don't even know what it would possibly look like.
Well, I don't know either. I think he's lying to me.
What else do you have? I'm sorry, what's your name?
Oh, my name.
He's saying that to the pirate guy.
My name is Caspian. A pleasure to meet you. What's your name?
Nice to meet you. I'm Iris. And she's gonna do a little curtsy.
And hold on, real quick. Iris. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Caspian. Can I buy you a drink?
Yes. Just one, though.
Absolutely. What are you drinking? You
You
know
got
what?
fancy
I'll
tea.
pick for you. You look like somebody... Oh, tea, you said. I didn't expect that. That's against what I was going to say, but that's all right. Can I get some kind of exotic tea for this person over here? And he grabs you a tea and he hands it to you and he says, so, Iris, what brings you here to this auction?
I'm well, honestly, they're just the auction items. Well, they're rather curious. Just all these mysterious and fantastical items like the one you describe in your own story. I
Indeed
want to
they
know
are.
more.
Of course. Do you have one that you're interested in? In fact,
Oh, several.
I've personally brought several items specifically to this auction before.
Oh, you'll have to tell me more about them sometime. Currently, I'm very curious about that. Oh, what's it called? The Whispering Locket.
Aye, indeed, I've been interested in that one as well. From what I've heard, if you hold it
Oh,
up
I
to
said
your
mysterious.
if you hold it up to your ears, you could hear the whispers of people from the ancient past. Some of them will even give you information of where to
You
find
believe that's
treasures.
true?
Oh, of course I do. This is the kind of things that I find all the time. I bring them to the auctions. I keep them myself. I'm like a treasure hunter of sorts.
What makes you so sure that this Royal Malachite's the real deal?
Because I've seen it with my own eyes, I tell you. My own eyes, Iris.
I guess sometimes it's just you see it when you believe it.
And he says, well,
Believe it when you see it?
I don't know which way you're going. I think you're trying to play a fast one on me, but I've seen it, Iris. I've seen it with my own eyes. I keep telling Brom here. And Brom's like, he's never seen it. I'm telling you, he's never seen it. Anyways, Iris, my name's Brom. I'm a blacksmith here.
Was he the one selling stuff outside?
Yes. Same guy. He's like,
I
did you...
guess I would say that, actually.
Of course I am. Did you buy any of my trinkets?
No, I'm not much of a trinket person. That I don't already have trinkets that I'm interested in.
Oh, well, do you happen to wear any armor, or do you need weapons?
I could go for some armor.
Well, come
Perhaps
see
I'll
me,
stop by
Iris.
your-
Now that
Yes.
I've met you here, I'll remember you. I remember everyone by sight. But actually, what I'm here for is I like to I like to bid at the auctions and find different artifacts, and then I take those artifacts and I incorporate them into my armor. It's why I make some of the greatest armor in the land.
I didn't know that was even possible. You must be quite skilled.
I am indeed.
I'll definitely have to seek you out sometime.
Good, Iris. I remember your face. You come see me. You ask for something special. As a matter of fact, maybe I'll make something with what I buy tonight.
There's give a nice smile.
He says, just so you know, if you want that Eternal Ember, don't you bid on that. That one's mine.
Eternal Ember. Okay, I understand. I hope you look.
Right.
And stay away from the Phoenix Feather, Quill. And she's start walking away.
And as you turn around, you see the woman with the pure white eyes kind of leaning against the door here, just kind of like staring at you.
Nars is going to specifically ignore her this time, and she's going to go look for Caden. She's curious if fucking what's-his-face fucks up yet.
So you find Caden out, or actually, Caden, where are you right now? You might be on mute.
Hey, I'm on mute. I was walking away from them, the group.
Of course.
I do have an idea of where I'm headed, but I'll run into her first.
I mean, this little conversation probably took a while.
Okay.
So where were you headed?
That mage that's walking around.
Okay, you're gonna go talk to him?
Yeah.
Okay. Did not expect this to happen. All right.
I just want to talk to him.
Of course.
I'm not trying to start any problems.
I totally understand.
Until your arm's around him.
Just so you know, the only reason I said I didn't expect it to happen is I don't have like a token or anything for him.
Oh, okay. No, I don't. I'm not trying to start anything.
Okay.
You might later, depending on how the conversation goes. But
so I think he's probably kind of in this area here, just kind of watching the two entrances. And you walk up to him, and he just kind of like watches you as you walk up to him. He's about 6'3". He's got
I have to look up. Jeez.
Kind of got like pale skin. I mean, most people around here have pale skin. They live underground. He has like almost ember-colored eyes. He's clearly an elf. And he looks at you and he says, "Can I help you, sir?"
Wow, you sound like me.
I'd like to say you sound like me.
I like you.
I like you too. What do you want?
No, I was just curious. We could talk later. Are you busy? You're obviously busy.
He looks around and he says, "Obviously I'm busy."
I know you're working. I don't want to ask you about your job while you're here, but if you do you want to hang out sometime?
That's really strange.
Look, I'm just really curious if you're competitive. Are you competitive? You seem like you use magic, right?
I've been known to be competitive. What are you getting at?
Well, I want to flex on someone. I want to see if you're better than me, or if I'm better than you.
You're kind of doing the old bicep to me thing right now.
But magic-wise.
Yeah, I get it. I totally understand. I mean, maybe right now.
This is not the place.
While I'm working, maybe not. But I appreciate you're coming up to me like that. I mean, I gotta respect that. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna tell you, get the hell away from me for right now. But later, I'll come find you and I'll fucking flex on your bitch ass.
All right, sounds good.
All right.
Bye.
All right. I'm watching you, by the way. Now.
That was the most accident. Okay. Why was that so queer-coded? It wasn't supposed to be.
I'm gonna harass.
I really just wanted to be competitive. But I felt like there was weird sexual tension.
Oh my god!
I was like, there's a mage. Caden wants to see if he wants to compete with another mage for fun.
I totally get what you're saying. It wasn't intentional at all. It just happened.
Oh my god!
Caden feels awkward now.
I think That mage totally feels awkward too. It's like, that was
Is this
fucking
the beginning
weird.
of a romance? What's happening?
I don't know what to think about that.
Yeah, that was weird. All right, moving on.
All right. All right. So, here's what we could do. Ayla, you went upstairs into the balcony area.
Mhm.
Are you interested in talking to any of the people up there? Sir Kalen's up there, the guy that kind of was giving Devin a hard time, and you can tell that they're giving each other dirty looks and shit like that. Lady Felicity is up there. She's kind of sitting near the balcony, just kind of watching the crowd. She kind of feels like roll a perception check.
Okay. Excuse me.
Yeah, you can tell that she kind of like, one, she's annoyed that Devin is up here, like she doesn't want to talk to him, and two, she's kind of like, the fuck are you doing up here? Like, not like in a mean way, but like in a she doesn't belong up here. Fucking Devin bringing, poor people onto the balcony. She doesn't like it. Do you want to talk to anyone up here? If not, you and Devin will just kind of like hang out and get to know each other, and I'll roll a charisma check to see how well he does. Because like I can role play all this out, but it'll take us all night.
Okay, so I don't particularly want to talk to anybody, but that girl Felicity is giving me giving me eyes. I'm gonna give her eyes right back. I'm not,
Roll an intimidation
Scared.
check just to kind of see how well that plays with her.
Okay.
Okay. And did you have anything else you were gonna say?
Oh yeah. I was gonna see the piano, and I'm going to attempt to play it because that is, one of the things that I would have had to have learned as a young princess. And the tune that I'm going to play is not a well-known tune. I'm assuming because it's ancient, so it's one of
Okay.
those tunes that's probably
Of course.
unless you know your historical
Uh-huh.
value.
So, what are you trying to accomplish right now?
I'm just be like, oh, a piano. like,
Okay.
like I'm gonna,
You don't have any motive behind playing.
No, it's just I
Okay.
haven't seen a piano, and I've been reminiscing about my past recently and trying to reconnect with it. So it's one of those things that would help me, remind me of my past, my
Personal enjoyment.
childhood.
Okay, totally get what's going on there.
Yeah.
Go ahead and roll a performance check.
Inspiration.
Yeah, you could use your inspiration.
Okay. I'm not trying to get anything out of it. I'm just trying to play. Oh, what? Fuck.
Wait, hold on. So instead of doing the roll 20, just roll a d10.
Oh, just roll a d10.
Yeah.
Okay. Hold on. Why is everything black? I don't like that it's black. No, I
You're
can
probably
barely
in dark
see.
mode. I'm going to turn off dark mode. So, for that first performance check, I was giving you advantage because it's already going to be interesting because you're playing something none of them know. These are the kind of people that if you play something that they don't know, they're automatically intrigued. So, 8 plus 7 is what? 8...
It's 15.
15. Okay. So...
I really have to pee. I'll be right back.
Okay. Describe kind of what this music kind of sounds like. What are you... Is it haunting? Is it fun? Is it what are you playing?
It's I want to say it's kind of haunting, but it has like a hopeful sort of feeling to it too. It almost feels like it tells a story of tribulations. Because essentially what I'm imagining is this went along with like a nursery rhyme, if have you, but not a nursery rhyme. It's like just a nursery story because it's longer than one of the rhymes. So, just about somebody having to go about the forest on their own. They get like approached by giant spiders, so like that part would like do some a lot of like staccato music notes with like maybe the long deep notes kind of trying to simulate some wind, and then of course like there's some running and some bum bum, whatever, but then like I guess the story would go on to she runs into a grove that was like beautifully lit, kind of shiny butterflies, flowers, that sort of thing, and finds a unicorn, I guess, and she's able to the unicorn helps her out of the grove. That's I'm just making the story up off the skin of my teeth right now, but something to that effect.
So I think you start playing this piano, and like, the piano seems to like echo kind of through the hall, because you're playing it like playing it for real, like the people that they normally play, it's all soft, but you're playing it for real, and I think about halfway through the song, like right about the time you're getting ready to meet the unicorn, there's this part that like doesn't really fit on piano, but like it's supposed to be played with a flute. And as this kind of part comes in, you start to hear the sounds of the flute part drifting up from the auction hall area. And this is a song that only you're supposed to know. And it's like over 250 years old for these people. But this person is playing that flute part perfectly, as if they've heard this song before and played it before.
Okay. After like the song is done, I'm gonna like rush over.
Okay.
And see if I can figure out where the flute came from.
So as you kind of look down, you see kind of sitting in one of the front seats in front of the auction is that girl dressed in the black hood. And you see as she's taking a flute away from her lips, she's not even looking back at you. And she kind of like and puts it into a flute case.
I mean, I finished the song.
Yeah. I mean, she's finished as well. Like, she's just kind of like taking it away from her mouth at the same time as you finished. She kind of finished her part. And she puts the flute away in the flute case. But yeah, you know that it is this lady that was playing the flute during that
now
moment.
That intrigues me. That and like, okay, now I need to go talk to this woman. So I'm gonna go to Devin. Like, I don't know what his reaction is right now because I just
like
played
kind of
this.
like stunned by you playing, and he's just kind of like standing there looking at you, kind of like slow clapping.
Thanks, Devin. So this is going to sound a little bit strange. I'm picking up a different accent. Hold on.
It's okay. I've been doing it all night.
But that was a song that nobody was supposed to have. I've never heard. Let me restart here. I've never known somebody else to have known the song before, ever.
Yeah, I've never heard of it before.
Somebody was just playing a part of it. Did you hear the flute downstairs?
I did. And he walks over to the balcony, and he kind of looks over the railing at who you're kind of pointing at, and he's like, "Oh, that's Alara. She knows everything."
Would it be alright if I go and talk to her, because I kind of want to know where she heard it from, how she learned to play it.
Oh, of course. I'll introduce you, and you guys start heading down the stairs. But just as you get to the bottom of the stairs, you hear as a man standing up here. That's it. Hold on.
Excuse me.
So this is just a person that I'm putting on for a placekeeper. But he's banging his.
I don't see.
Oh, you're on the wrong thing. I'm gonna put you on the right thing.
Okay.
Yeah, you were on the wrong map, but now you're on the right map.
Okay.
Okay. Yes.
And who was I seeing?
This guy here.
Okay.
He is banging a gavel on his podium, and he says, if I could get everyone's attention, please. Everyone's attention, please. We're going to start the auction now. We're going to start with a mystery box auction. I am very excited for.
Hold on. I thought we were allowed to do the viewing first. We haven't done that.
We have not. We're just let me finish with this.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
We're going to start with the mystery box auction. This is very exciting. Every night when we hold an auction, we always like to auction off a mystery box just to get everything started, get everyone's appetite whet for some excellent items that we're going to be bidding on tonight. After we finish with the mystery box auction, we will be opening up the viewing rooms so that we can take a look at some of our items that we'll be auctioning off tonight. But remember, the great thing about this mystery box is it's a mystery. So, I'll give you guys a couple minutes to get in here into the auction room, and then we'll get started. And so everyone kind of starts to make their way into the auction house, and Devin's like, oh no, so we can talk to her after this auction. It's bad form to talk to somebody just before the auction starts. And he kind of leads you over to one of the seats.
Okay.
So everyone bring their characters into the auction. I'm going to put characters where they're going to be.
Did you move me? Where'd my character go?
I did. I put you
Oh,
in
there
there.
he is. Okay, I found him.
He's under you. Go on up.
And all right. So everyone, kind of, Caden, describe coming into the auction room. As you come in, you see as somebody is pulling a box. It's painted black, and it has like little silver question marks kind of like painted all over it. And he brings it out and places it on this table here.
Okay.
And he places it down. Describe walking into the auction house. The people are kind of meandering in there. Do you do anything specific?
No, I won't do anything. Like, I was thinking about adding a little extra flair, but I think he'll just come in. I don't have a cane. I want a cane now, but I'll come in. Like I'm trying to look the part and walk in very elegantly, and then kind of walk to. Are we sitting near? Would you care if we sat next to you, Ayla? Because I'm heading towards you. But if you give me an eyeball, I won't sit next to you or near you.
You might be muted, Ayla.
I was muted. I said I don't care.
Okay, then I'll sit next to you. If there's enough chairs for Iris to sit next to us too, if she wants to.
As soon as you start walking that way, you will notice that Iris looks like she was initially going to follow you, but when you start heading towards Ayla, she just kind of picks somewhere else to go.
Oh,
I think
don't like that.
I think when you sit down, Caden, Devin kind of like leans over and kind of looks down at you, and like make a perception check.
Boop, 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 boop. Elemental P. 10.
Like you can see him totally roll his eyes, like fucking goddamn it. All right, and you notice, Ayla, as you're coming down into the bidding area, that none of the other nobles that are kind of upstairs make any effort to go down. It's like that's beneath them to bid on these frivolous things.
Okay.
However, Devin comes down with you, and obviously, like the looks they give him, it's not a good look for him to be down here with you.
Well, then why'd we come down there?
Because he wants you to have fun.
Okay.
Yeah. He's kind of slumming it with you, if you will. All right. All right, so he brings and they put the box on the table, and he says, "So, this box could contain a mystery beyond your wildest dreams, or it could contain a single gold crown, or it could contain nothing. That's the beauty of the mystery box." And he kind of like looks around at the ooh type of a look, and then he says, "So, who will start the bidding? Do I hear 1 gold piece?"
One? The fuck? Weak ass shit.
And right as you say that, Brahm says, 200 gold pieces!
300 gold pieces.
Iris is just looking at in Caden's general direction, Brahm's general direction, with like wide effing eyes.
Just, I,
And he looks at you, Caden, and he says, "What? How much did you say?"
I said 300.
I'm gonna write it down. 300. He says, 323 gold pieces.
400.
What are you doing?
Yeah,
And I nudge him in the.
Participating.
Iris is just like
You're going to
fucking
lose all your
face-palming.
He looks at
You're
you.
losing all your wages.
He looks at you and he says, "It's just a mystery box. I'll get the next one, you."
No, fuck, keep betting.
And
I don't say that.
He doesn't say anything.
I hate you, Josh. Somebody else better fucking vote
And-
for this shit.
Uh,
I thought it was gonna be a back and forth. I should have been smaller.
let me ask you: do you
I'll fucking commit, but I didn't want
you
to.
look nervous about buying this?
No, because the whole point was I was
Are
playing
you?
a part.
Let me
Right.
ask you: are you nervous?
yes.
Roll a deception check.
No, I don't wanna. I have a 0 bonus. I need to fix that. A B C D. Yes!
Oh, hell yeah.
That is the clam.
This is probably a bad thing for you.
I am a man of steel.
That's,
I know something. I know something that nobody else knows. I know there's something fucking good in there.
so
I have the insight. I know. They think I know.
I'm going to tell you, like, this this woman here is like staring at you as you do this, but you are fucking steel, man. You look ready to buy this motherfucker. And so she turns back to the auction and just crosses her legs, and he goes, how much was the bid again? 3.
I just jumped it by 100. So he
you're-
said 320 something. I said 400.
So he looks at you and he goes, 400 going once, 400 going twice, sold to the Redskin man.
Fuck! No. I just spent 400 gold on who the fuck knows.
Sell this?
Okay.
I'm sorry, guys. I didn't mean to do that.
It's coming out of your own pay.
It is. No, I know. I got it.
I love this.
I'm blending in.
game.
That's all I know. That
I
was
love
my
this
intent.
game so much. All
I
right.
think I'm good.
So, the auctioneer says, they'll get you all of your information in the back if you want to check out what is in the box. Just talk to Sarah. She'll be able to give you a quick viewing before we package it up to be sent back to your house. But thank you all for getting involved in the first bid. That was exciting. We have much
You
more to
all?
come.
It was 2 people.
We have much more to come. And Sarah will be meeting with all of you to arrange a moment to view some of the items that we have available tonight. I appreciate it, and we'll get back to this in just a couple of minutes. And he walks away, and they carry the box to the back. So, here's what we're going to do. Caden, do you want to know what is in the box, or are you going to... Basically, you can either know what's in the box right now, and you don't get to have any interaction with people until the start of the next auction, or you can wait until after the auction to find out what's in the box, and then you can talk to people during this next little 30-minute section.
I want to know what's in the box. I need to know.
Okay, but just
That's
so you
like
know,
gonna interrupt the viewing intermission question mark.
yes, you will not be able to get into the viewing rooms to see
Well,
any of the future items.
I wasn't already going to be in there, and I don't want to risk getting Sarah in trouble, so I'm just going to
Okay.
forget
Okay.
it.
All right. Those are the choices. Okay, so I'm going to need you to roll a d4.
Okay. I reduced my gold, right? I can do that now?
Yes.
Okay. Thank God you gave us a shit ton, but still, that sucks. A D4.
Yes.
Let's see.
What'd you get?
A 2.
Okay.
You can't hear it, but right now Iris is thinking with every ounce of her being, there better be a fucking crown in there.
So,
Yeah.
Caden, you have received the Whispering Hourglass of Temporal Truths.
Ooh,
So,
interesting.
An hourglass,
Sounds cool.
An hourglass made of clear crystalline glass with sands that gleam gold in daylight and silver under the moon. However, these aren't normal sands. They move irregularly, sometimes flowing smoothly, sometimes hesitating, sometimes even flowing upwards. The hourglass is said to hold grain from the sands of time itself. Now, the game mechanics for this item. I'm going to put them in the chat, but write this down. When the hourglass is flipped, the user can peer into a possible future once per long rest. The holder sees a short 10-second vision of a potential event. This doesn't guarantee the event's occurrence, but offers a guide or a warning. By focusing on a specific individual or object and turning the hourglass, the holder can see a significant past event related to the chosen subject, lasting no longer than 10 seconds. Or once per month, by pouring the sands over a non-living object, the object can be restored to a previous state or aged further. This could restore a broken item, age a letter, make it look authentic, or revert an artifact to a previous form. Yes, so that is your item that you won in the mystery box.
That's pretty sick, not gonna lie.
So,
$400.
let me put that in
So
the...
was
I
there
feel
was
like gold
shitty
is
stuff
actually
on that one
like
before, right?
$100.
Yeah, do you want to hear what... There was 4
No,
items you could
no,
have won.
No, I don't want to know. I don't want to know. I don't want to know what I missed. I don't want to know how
Okay.
terrible the bet could have went. Just let me live in ignorance, all right?
Alright. You did
Oh,
well. You didn't get
Alright.
the best thing, but you got the second best thing. Alright.
That's pretty good.
Alright. So the box is taken away. Caden, you unfortunately have decided to go view it. And in fact, Sarah takes you back and describes all of this to you. And she's like, wow, that's a really cool item that you got. But she actually is like, don't use that on me ever.
No, don't worry. No, I have other ideas for this.
And so she chats with you for a couple minutes, leaves you in the room to view or to take a look at that. And then she leaves and she invites Ayla. Or actually, so there's a little intermission. And you see as the woman that was playing the flute kind of leans over to the person sitting next to her and whispers a little bit. But then she kind of crosses her legs and she's sitting there. Are you going to go try to talk to her?
Yes.
So as you walk up to her, Devin kind of says, let me pull up her character sheet. I know I have it here. It's the only problem with making a million freaking characters is you forget where you put them. Ah, yes. So he walks up to her and he says, "This is Alara," and the woman kind of in the cloak kind of looks up at you, and she has these bright, glowing kind of silver eyes. Her face looks very young, like it almost looks childlike. And she looks up at you and she says, "It's nice to meet you."
Hi. I had a couple of questions for you, if you didn't mind. First, I just want to say how wonderful your flute playing was. I was upstairs playing the piano, and I heard you.
And she looks at you and says, "What do you mean I wasn't play?" And then all of a sudden her face goes blank for a second, and she says, "You're very welcome. It was a pleasure to play with such a fine pianist."
Uh, okay. Excuse me. I was wondering, Alora,
Alara.
Alara, where did you learn how to play it?
She says, "When I was a child, I traveled with some adventurers or traders from a village far to the east. They used to play these types of songs when we would travel."
A village far to the east. What was the name of the village? Do you remember?
It's been so long. Um, by the way, I'm not telling you that she remembers your village, but now that I know what you're asking, we need to come up with a name for your village.
My village is called Araniva, remember?
Araniva.
We did come up with a name for it.
Absolutely. I knew we did, I just couldn't remember what it was. So it's called Araniva. Let me write that down.
I presume we all know the name, that name too? Question mark.
Yeah.
Yes. Araniva. Now, how widespread was this song that you played? Was this something that only somebody that's been to your village would have heard? Is it something that was just kind of part of the culture that you grew up in, where it would have been kind of widespread?
I'm gonna say that it is something that my I guess my nanny, my governess or whatever,
Uh-huh.
made up for me because she knew I like to adventure and so you know how sometimes the caregivers like to create stories with their children in it. And that was one of the things that she made up.
Okay. Give me a second. I have an idea for a cool thing. I'm just trying to put it together in my head.
Okay.
Um,
Do you want to take an intermission?
uh, yeah. Give me 5 minutes.
Okay, it's perfect because I have to go to the
Cool.
bathroom.
Yeah. I'm gonna make another drink.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back. Figure it out.
Yeah, I have a cool idea.
Digging how you're rolling into that.
What?
Digging how you're rolling into that piano bit.
Yeah, for sure. Me too. By the way, freaking this multiple personalities thing was a spur of the moment decision
For who?
for this character. Like, it fits like the kind of aesthetic that I was going for, but I didn't actually prepare her to have this ability. So,
Cool.
yeah.
But yeah. God damn, that was lucky. I want to know what the worst option was later after the game. I imagine it's just an empty box, honestly.
Yes.
It's not like they left a check for the waiter in there. Which would be fucking hilarious. Oh yeah, here's the bill for the box.
Yeah. Actually, I will tell you after the episode.
Just explodes. It's actually trapped.
But you'll have to not tell him because I want him to think that he rolled really well.
I don't know, but for the item that he got, I think the biggest, like, for what I would have been looking for is to get something of equal value, and I would say that is, even if it's not the best item, I'd say that's worth the value he paid
Oh,
in
yeah.
gold. Plus fucking 10.
He got something nice out of it. There's a reason that it was expensive. Anyways.
Also, Jesus Christ, I was expecting like 50 gold on the high bid, and this dude just goes 200 gold. I'm like, fuck. I think I need to change what I'm expecting out of paying tonight.
Just want you to remember, you were offered a line of credit if you need it. Do you have your own personal gold?
Have all the gold I have available on me. Or, well, whatever scenario, like, we don't actually pay for it here, so.
Correct.
But she is absolutely willing to tap into her own gold for this.
Just making sure. Is everyone back yet, or?
I don't think so. Adam probably had to take a leak in and check in on.
Yeah, for sure. It's going pretty well so far. I can't get as in depth with the role playing because there's a shit ton of stuff to do, but
Yeah.
I like that we've managed to have like a couple of interesting moments. So
It's only 8:19, right?
yeah,
So we could probably pull out 2 hours out of this, roughly.
I want to finish the fucking auction if I can.
It's going smoothly. I'm enjoying it.
Mm-hmm.
No, there's a lot of shit to cover, you know.
And I wanted to at least establish some of the other characters that are bidding against you, so that they weren't like just mindless strangers.
I can't tell you how cool that item is, though.
I know. I like it.
Like, might be a little bit of a invasion of privacy to actually use it, for the record, but
Mm-hmm.
I'm curious how Adam will use it.
I think it just has really cool roleplay fucking.
Yes.
And I'm actually kind of. So there was four different like good items for each of you. Well, not for each of you. Whoever rolled the good items, I had 2 items that would work for that person. So I made like 6 items, but only like a 1 or a 2 would.
Okay, I'm back.
Anyways,
Welcome back.
welcome. Back.
So earlier, I had Breeze in here, and I had the door shut, right? Because I was like, I'll just entertain him, and he was meowing to get out. He just wanted out. Okay. Now I have the door open so he can come and go, and he wants to be in here. I feel like it was just, he's like, I'm making the choice to stay now,
Mm-hmm.
instead of being forced. Because I kind of think he's traumatized. We kept him in the bathroom all day today, all alone.
Oh, poor little guy.
We didn't want our other cats to beat him up.
I mean, that makes sense.
Yeah. Plus, we didn't want him falling down the stairs either.
Yeah.
Because he already fell off the landing area. You know how, like, our upstairs has, like, that railing?
Yes.
He fell off. Not from, like, the highest point to the lowest point, but he fell on me.
He probably didn't fall. He
That's
probably
a murder
jumped.
for the record.
He probably jumped.
Yeah.
Because cats are fucking stupid like that. They're like, oh, I can make it.
Well,
That's
he did.
calculated. Just bad at math.
Yeah, he was fine. He didn't get hurt, but it really startled me. Because I was even sitting over there because I was like, oh, I see him. I was like, he's gonna jump, isn't he? So I was like, so I sat on the stairs just in case he was going to jump so I can catch him. And then he ran out. So like he wasn't on the like landing thing anymore. I was like, okay, cool. I could like scoot down a little bit. And so when I scoot down, that's when he decided to jump off.
Yeah. He saw you moving and it was like leap time.
Mhm.
Alright, Adam, are you back yet? Fucker?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh,
Alright.
Yeah.
So.
I like burped immediately when I came back on.
I think you're muted. So,
No.
Ayla, as you walk up to her and you
Why am I in the weapons room?
you ask her where she heard it,
Oh, because you put me away.
that's Sarah's office.
Is that where I got my prize?
What are
Sorry.
you doing? No.
Correct.
Oh, shit.
Okay.
Sorry, hold on.
Okay.
The cat just walked all over my keyboard, and he opened up a browser in incognito mode.
Warren? The fuck?
He literally did. I don't know how he did that just stepping on the keyboard.
The story isn't going to be that kind of story, cat.
Not the way Hayden's playing.
Oh man.
Alright, I didn't mean to seduce the wizard.
I need to fucking like go back and remember that with you. Anyways, so you asked your question and she says, when I was a young child, there was a plague at a village nearby. I was looking to travel the world and adventure a little bit. And so I made my way onto a caravan that was heading to the west to get away from the plague. And there was an old woman that ended up as part of the caravan who, at night, when we were all sitting around the fire, used to play that song. And I struck up a conversation one night with her, and I asked her to teach me that beautiful melody. And every night when we would stop, she would play that melody and she'd tell me stories about her life before. That she used to be a governess and that her ward had disappeared and that she didn't know where she was, but that she would spend her life looking for her. And every night until I left the caravan, she would play that song. And when I heard you playing it, I felt compelled to play along with you. Brought back many memories.
And I'm gonna just look. I'm just listening to her, and then like tears, uncontrollable tears, are just silently pulling down my face. And I'm like, it definitely brings back good memories. Was her name? Oh shit, Christiana?
It's been so long I can't remember her name. I apologize, child. And
And how old is this girl? Is
she's
she
an
like?
elf.
Does she look?
She is an elderly elf.
Oh, okay.
So anywhere probably in the 300-year range.
Okay. So it's plausible that she would have. Okay, yeah.
Yes, more than possible.
Yeah. I am so. Thank you for playing that this evening. I never thought I'd hear the other part of that song ever again.
She just kind of nods at you. And the girl sitting next to her is the blind girl with with the black hair and silver eyes, and she whispers to you. Um, she says, "There's something here tonight that you need to find. It will change your life."
What is that?
And she just kind of looks at you.
Is it something up for auction?
And the other woman says, "Oh, I'm sorry, that's my sister. She doesn't talk much unless she's offering cryptic messages like the one she just used there. She won't answer you."
Is there... What the fuck? I'm sorry. The cat just literally teleported. We have a fucking magic cat. What the hell?
Nice.
Okay, anyway, is there a way that, like, literally, I turned my back to crack my back, and I looked back, and he was back there in the corner of the room, and then I looked forward because I finished cracking my back, and he's right there in front of me.
That's funny.
Like, that was less than a second.
He's quick.
Yeah. Okay, anyway, is there a way that I would get any more information? Would you like to hear another song?
She kind of.
And I'm looking at the sister, that one that's cryptic.
Yeah,
you know.
she leans over. The one with the black cloak leans over, and they whisper something to each other. And she just kind of looks at you and shakes her head.
All right.
As much as I would love another song, I don't think it would change her mind.
Okay. Well, fortunately, I did circle a few items in the program, so maybe I'll find something that will change my life.
And then she says, "I would love to talk to your friend, the one in the black dress." This is the girl with the blind eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Iris is probably still seated where she's at, but she's looking intently at Ayla. Does she look like she's been crying, disturbed? Is it pretty apparent, obvious
Well,
from
you
a distance?
I mean, maybe because the tears were just streaming. And you probably, I don't know if you're that close to see, like, the streaks down my cheeks, but, like, you see the look on my face, you know?
look relatively distressed, question mark?
I don't want to say stress, just, like, emotional.
Okay, I'm not sure. That works.
By
Yeah.
the way,
Iris is intently watching from where
Uh,
she is.
when you start crying, Devin doesn't say anything, but he kind of like moves over next to you, kind of protectively. Like he doesn't. I don't think he puts his arm around you, but he's kind of trying to comfort you without
Mhm.
being fucking over the top with it.
Yeah. And you know, I won't, like, rebuff him or anything.
Mhm.
I wouldn't have, just let him do his thing. But whenever she says that she wants to talk to my friend, I look over at Iris, and then I see Iris looking at me, and, like, my eyebrows kind of get pinched. I could ask if she would like to talk to you, but she would most likely require a reason. What reason should I say that you want to talk to her?
She just looks at you.
Okay,
Sorry about my sister. It's just how she is.
okay, well, I will go over and ask her at least. You know, your sister gave me something really special tonight, and, you know, if I could return the favor in some way, maybe and then I stumble and, you know, turn,
course.
like, I'm clearly, like, disheveled, like, not disheveled, but, like,
Yes,
you know.
upset. Like that was
Yeah.
you weren't expecting that.
Yeah.
I think as you're walking over, are you gonna go talk to Iris right now?
Yeah, well, before I'm gonna say, like, Devin, like, kind of do a, like, do you want to come? You want to stay with me? Or, you know.
Wherever you go, he's like right by your side.
Okay.
He's like,
Yeah.
I
And
don't
I'll
wanna
take
be
him.
like
You
the
know,
puppy thing, but he's following you around
Yeah.
for sure.
in fact, while we're walking over, I'll take his arm.
Of course, he kind of like brightens up and kind of like leans closer to you.
Hmm.
But yeah, you walk over to
As soon as she leaves the two women, Iris is gonna get up and beeline towards Ayla.
and you see as the woman, the blind woman, is just following Ayla and like staring at you as you walk up to Ayla.
Iris largely ignoring them, and technically she's not gonna pay much attention to Devin either. But once she gets up to Ada, she's gonna try and speak first. Are you feeling all right, Ada?
Um, I'm not exactly sure how I'm feeling. I'm feeling simultaneously very happy and very sad.
Would
I'm
you
sure
like to
you.
talk about it? I'm not sure if we could talk here, actually.
Is there like a lot of people like around us
No,
at this?
I mean, you guys are probably like I would say kind of like here in the aisleway, kind of
Mm-hmm.
talking. So
Mm,
I think
There
Brom's kind
is.
of back here talking to him. So like those people are staring at you, but you guys have room. Devin's right there.
mm-hmm. I mean, he witnessed everything, so whatever. I don't think we need to talk somewhere else. It's just that song. I learned it from my childhood, and I give her like a meaningful look.
Hmm.
So she should know what I mean by that. And honestly, nobody else in this world alive should know what this is, and she knew it. So when I went to go talk to her, she told me something that, you know,
It's
made
important.
me emotional. Like I said, I'm okay. I'm okay. Just very surprised. However, oddly, her sister asked to speak with you. Um,
Just gonna look back over at the two
yeah.
gals who are probably still staring at us.
Nope, just the girl with the silver eyes, or the blind one is staring at you. The other one's just kind of like leaning over, mumbling to herself.
Mm. She also told me that there's something here that can change my life, and I would like to know what that is. But um, I mean, if you would agree to talk to her, that'd be great. And if you would agree to see if she knows what would change my life, that would be great too. But you don't have to go if you don't want to. It's just delivering a message.
I was gonna reach out in one hand to kind of reach and just like give a comforting squeeze on one of Ada's hands. It's fine. We'll find it. And she's gonna give her a big smile and go talk to the two crazy ladies.
As you walk away, Devin kind of leans over to you, Ayla, and he's like, "If you're ever willing, I'd really love to hear the story of why that song was so meaningful to you."
Um, you know, maybe, maybe. I do warn you, it might be unbelievable.
Hmm. He kind of pats your arm, and he's like, "Well, whenever you're ready, I'm here to listen." And he kind of walks you away to go get a drink. And then Iris, uh, you are walking up towards the two sisters, and the one with the clear white eyes is kind of like staring at you as you walk up, and as you get closer, she starts to smile.
That's the one with. Okay. Pupils, no pupils.
Correct.
Okay. Ours is going to sit down next to. Let me pull up the screen. Yep. So the one that's really intent is the one on this far side, right?
Yes.
Okay. I
And
understand you want to talk to me.
as you sit down, you notice that the one in between you is kind of like huddled inside of her robe and is just kind of like muttering to herself.
Does she recognize anything she's saying?
Nope, she's clearly just talking to herself. Make a perception check, and I'll see if you can kind of get what she's talking about. No, you can't really understand it. You hear part bits and pieces about artifacts and uh, like breakdown and create the new ones and stuff like that. But other than that, it's mostly just gibberish. And the other woman kind of looks over her sister's shoulders at you, and she smiles, and she says, "I've never seen three before."
You're very perceptive then. Is there something specific you would like to ask?
And she looks at you and she says, I'm trying to think of what she says. She says, be wary. They may not be friendly when you meet them.
I'm always wary. Thank you for the warning. She's gonna give her a curt smile. I understand you know some of my friend's history.
That's my sister. However,
Oh.
like your friend, there's something here that you need to find.
Is there any clue you could give us? I believe you understand how important this is to us as well as... Well, I'm sure you understand how important it is to us to find these.
And she kind of smiles and she says, I prefer to see what happens.
Is there something you would need assistance for in return for a hint?
She make a persuasion check.
It's only one.
Wow.
She says, there's nothing I can do for you tonight. But if you seek me out, I may have more prophecies for you.
Where can I find you?
And she kind of smiles and she says, I have faith in you. And she kind of turns away and kind of crosses her legs and leans back and crosses her arms and kind of just like has a knowing smile on her face, but she's clearly dismissed you.
Harris gives her a little bit over there. You and your sister have a pleasant evening.
She has
And she's
responded.
gonna get up and leave.
Okay, and right as you start to walk away, you see as Sarah walks up to you, Ayla, and she says, Ayla, Lord Ravenhold, if you'd like to follow me, I can escort you into one of the viewing booths now.
Perfect. That would be excellent.
Okay, so here's what's going to happen. You guys are going to be in this room. It's going to be you and this guy and this guy.
Oh, a douche.
So she escorts the four of you to the door and she opens the door for you and you all kind of file in and there's this kind of like steel kind of table with runic kind of etchings all over the rim of it. And as you kind of like file into the room, you notice like right before she closes the door that the mage that's been walking around walks into the room and goes and stands in the corner. Sarah walks in and she walks around to the other side of the table. And she says, okay, so these are our items available for auction, except for, of course, the main event. Unfortunately, no one's allowed to touch that until the actual bidding starts. However, I am an expert in all of the artifacts that lie in front of you, so if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. I'd be more than happy to answer any questions you may have. You all do have the privilege of touching select items, but please don't touch them without allowing me to supervise and explain what you're holding. Does anyone have something specific that they would like to take a look at?
Currently, it's only Ayla and Devin in that room, right?
There's two others.
And Kaylin and yes, you
Oh.
are not in that room, and Caden is not in that room.
Okay.
Yeah. So, did you have anything specific you wanted to look at, Ayla?
There was a few items of interest for me. First, I'm gonna name off the list.
Okay.
the Whispering Locket,
Okay.
the Dreamweaves and Temporal Tangles,
Okay.
Land of Lunara, and the Mirror of Memories.
Okay. Perfect. So the first one that he picks up is she picks up the Whispering Locket, and she hands it to you. This is a silver locket. When held close, it emits a faint whisper that speaks ancient secrets to its bearer. So, as you kind of hold it up to your ear, you hear it kind of whispering like words, and you think if you were to like listen to it, that they're trying to tell you something. So, kind of the way it works, Sarah explains it to you, and she says, the Whispering Locket is said to divulge secrets from the ancient past. When you hold it up to your ear, once per long rest, the wearer can gain advantage on a single history, arcana, or religion check due to the whispered secrets.
Okay.
And then the second one was the mirror, correct?
Yeah.
So she holds up a mirror, and it is in an ornately carved mirror. There's like gold filigree around the edges, and there's like just the hint of like numbers surrounding the glass that kind of look almost like a clock. And this is an ornate hand mirror with a surface that sometimes ripples like water, showing fragmented memories of the past. So, as you actually look at this, Ayla, you look into the mirror, and as you're looking, you see a memory of you running through the forest and running into a group of spiders. But you only get about 5 seconds of the memory before it disappears. And once per long rest, the user can reflect on a forgotten memory, gaining advantage on an intelligence check related to recalling information. And then, what was the other two you wanted to look at?
The books, the Dreamweaves and Temporal Tangles in the Land of Lunara.
Okay, so the first one she picks up is called Dreamweaves and Temporal Tangles, and she hands it to you. And this is a tome with silvery inscriptions on its cover. Its pages discuss the intricacies of dreams and the enigma of time. So, as you're kind of reading through it, it starts talking about like lucid dreaming and how when you're in a lucid dreaming state, you can transport yourself through different time, like different time equilibriums, like planes and stuff like that. It's very theoretical, but it kind of gets into that. And as you kind of put that one down, she hands you The Luminous Land of Lunara. And this is a children's book filled with vibrant illustrations of adventures in a magical land. And it feels oddly nostalgic. So, like, as you're kind of like reading it, you realize that these are some of the stories that you used to tell, that your father used to tell you sitting in front of the fireplace. And as you're kind of flipping through the pages, you come to one page, and like, it takes you a moment as you're looking at the page that there's something familiar about this page. And like, you're looking at it, and it's the illustration is of like a pumpkin house, and inside the pumpkin house, an evil witch has captured children from the neighboring village and brought them into this pumpkin house that she's decorated with gingerbread and candy and stuff for the kids. And as you're kind of looking, there's this cage in the middle of the room, and standing outside the cage is the evil witch kind of pointing her finger into the cage. And as you take a closer look, to the cage, that's Jamie in that cage. You recognize his face. You recognize, like, the way he's holding himself. The same clothes that you remember him wearing the last time that you saw him. And as you look at Jamie in the cage, you look over towards the witch standing in front of the cage, pointing at him. And it almost seems like the witch's face turns towards you. And she winks. And then the moment's gone, and it just looks like an illustration. And that's not Jamie. That's... You don't know who that is. Doesn't look familiar anymore. And that witch isn't looking at you. You're not sure where that vision could have come from.
Whenever that whole thing was happening, I did do a little gasp. I'm just saying, like a internal, like, oh. I will, like, kind of shakily close the book and, put it back into its, rightful place. Question. Why would there be a children's book, for an auction at such a prestigious event?
Oh, of course, that's an excellent question. So this specific book, is hundreds of years old. And our enchanters have said that there's some kind of magic upon it. But, they weren't able to distinguish because it's a kind of magic that they're not sure how to identify. But this is said to be from, a long ancient, civilization, that lived on the other side of the ocean. It was found in the ruins of a castle that, apparently had suffered some kind of plague, and most of the inhabitants were killed by this plague. There's lots of mummified remains there. But anyways, this is a very rare treasure because of its age and of its history.
You are correct on that. It is very rare and very, very treasured. I thank you for your information.
Of course. Was there anything
And-
else?
Yes, for the book that it was about dreaming and timescapes. Do you know if anybody has ever tried using these theories? Like the author, like what I'm trying to say is can I get in touch with the author?
She kind of laughs and she says, "Oh, the author's long dead. This is an ancient tome, and I'll be honest with you, I don't really dabble in any of that stuff. It seems like hokey to me. But I do know that some of the mages that identified the book and kind of went over it said that it was pretty powerful. But I'll be honest with you, other than what they told me, I don't know if it works or anything like that."
I have another question about the mirror. Is there a way that you can make it have more longer memory blips, or is it always just a few moments?
Yeah, I don't think so. I think the longest that you can go is about 10 seconds. But, if it could go longer, it'd probably be a lot more expensive. So at least you might be able to afford this one.
Indeed.
And as she says that, Devin says, "Don't worry, she'll be able to afford it."
And I'll nod my head and step away for somebody else to look through those things.
So this entire time, roll a perception check at disadvantage.
Okay.
Nice. Okay. So this entire time, you notice that Kalen was just kind of sitting in the corner, but you're pretty sure that he took notice to what you were interested in.
All right.
Anything else you wanted to look at? Anything? So, the rest of the people kind of take a look at things. You can tell that Give me a second. That Caspian was kind of interested in the Alabaster Harp. He was kind of like playing it, and he seemed like he really liked it. And he also seemed like he was interested in that Dreamweaves and Temporal Tangles. After you put it down, he picked it up, and he was like doing a lot of, interesting. This is quite defined type of things. But other than that, that seems to be the only thing. Kayla didn't really seem to look at anything, but he was paying attention to what you were looking at. And then Devin seemed interested in the, like, what are they called? The Mystic Marbles. He was like picking them up, and like as he holds his hand out, they would like spin in a circle over his hand, and he'd like hold them up to you and be like, "These are pretty cool, right? Yeah, they got little fairies in them. Look at that." Type of stuff. All right, so they escort you kind of out of the room, and then Sarah comes and finds you, Iris, and brings you to this door here, and you are going to be in there with these two. And then where are you? I can't find you. Michael,
Do you see me?
I don't see you.
I just moved her into the
okay.
room.
Perfect. Okay, so she walks in. The mage kind of walks in behind you guys as well, keeping an eye on all of you. And the two sisters, one of them just kind of like puts her head down. The one in the cloak kind of puts her head down and is just kind of like looking at all of the things. And like occasionally she'll get excited and be like, that one, I can redo that one. I can make that one, I can make that one, I can make that one. And then the girl with the no irises, Callista. By the way, it's Callista and Alara are their names. Callista is just kind of like standing, leaning against the wall, more watching you than anyone else. And Brahm is in there like, I'm going to buy them all. This one would make good armor. That one I could put it in a sword. But he's kind of being very loud. Are there any specific ones that you wanted to take a look at?
Yes, I'll tell you the ones, and if they're kind of repeats and I won't learn anything that Ayla didn't already learn, then we can just go past it pretty quick.
Okay.
Which is going to be 3 of them. The Whispering Locket.
Okay.
The both the books.
Okay.
And the Phoenix Feather Quill.
Okay.
And then on the Whispering Locket, when Iris is inspecting that one, she's going to say, with her left hand in her pocket, or one of her just kind of hidden in her frilly dress, when she's inspecting that one, she's going to ask, whisper a question to it. How many fingers am I holding up?
It just doesn't actually respond to that at all. It just keeps whispering like knowledge, like, she knew she was there. What time did he leave? Like type stuff. It's old, ancient knowledge. It can't predict the future.
Darn you.
It can't see what's going on right now. What other one?
For the 2 books, if Iris doesn't learn anything that Ayla,
So,
or wasn't covered by Ayla.
Yeah, the one that Ayla picked up, the children's book, I mean, it definitely has some kind
Iris will be familiar with that story, by the way.
Yes, absolutely.
Because of the puppet guys.
It definitely has some kind of a magical aura around it. It's magic that I don't know, do you know anything about Fey magic?
She could probably identify it, but she probably doesn't understand it.
Yeah, so you're pretty sure it's Fey magic, you don't really know. But it's pretty powerful. Like there's a pretty powerful spell on it. So it's definitely rare, it's ancient, could be worth a lot of money, it could be something that the library would be interested in. However, when you pick up the
Dreamweaves
one, because of kind of like some of the things that you've been interested in lately, as you're kind of like, they'll hold it up to you and kind of like flip the pages for you, but you can't actually touch it. You do see that this is talking about lucid dreaming. It gives techniques for using magically assisted lucid dreaming. It talks about, you know,
Gotcha.
having power in the dream world, being able to use magic in the dream world, things like that. Transferring yourself through time and place in the dream world.
Iris is gonna try and keep a poker face as she's going through these.
And that book, the library would love
Absolutely.
that book. That's like a fucking find if you can get a hold of that.
And the Phoenix Feather Quill.
So, as she picks up the Phoenix Feather Quill, she actually says, "Watch this. It's awesome." And she writes something down on the quill, and then she taps the corner of the parchment that she just wrote on, and it bursts into ash. But suddenly, you have like a message inside your head that you can almost see the page that she just wrote on, and she wrote, "This is cool, isn't it?" And you see that image in your brain.
Right, it's kind of widening at that.
That's impressive.
So, if I'm understanding that right, she wrote a message and then it pops up in the person's face
Correct.
or mind.
In their mind, yes. It's like a message spell, but with a quill.
Is it just the quill doing it, or does the paper have to be special too? Do you know?
She says you can write on anything, and she actually takes like a piece of like a towel, and she writes on that. It does the same thing, and she says, "See, it's neat, right?" And you see that in your
Question: What happens to, like, you said something burst into fire? Was it just writing, or was it like the thing she wrote on
mind. The
too?
thing she wrote on, the entire thing disappears.
Okay.
Does it? What happens if someone writes on someone's hand?
She's smiling, and she looks at you, and she looks at the quill, and she puts it down really fast, and she says, "I don't know."
Well, let me know if you ever find out. Thank you.
And she kind of giggles as you kind of step away. Is there anything else you wanted to learn about?
Iris is gonna take a look at the Obsidian Dagger Shadows.
Yeah.
She's not actually interested in it, but she's gonna try and make it look like she's relatively interested in it.
So as you pick up the dagger, it feels like the shadows in the room get like darker and almost want to pull you into them. Not like as in they're gonna grab you and it's scary, but you feel that like you could disappear into those shadows.
Very interesting. Oh my!
Iris is gonna look over to the dwarf.
Have you seen this one yet? It's quite impressive.
He takes it and he's like, "Aye, it sure is." And he kind of looks around. Actually doesn't take it because he can't see it, but he looks at it. He's, "Aye, it sure is." And he kind of looks around like jealously at other people. Make a persuasion check.
You're gonna want to keep a close eye on this one. Might have some competition.
And she's gonna return it.
Yeah, he looks super jealous, like he wants that dagger now. Okay,
Thank you.
Caden, I will allow you to get some information about certain items. You won't be able to touch them, but these are things that Sarah's going to give you more information while you were looking at your thing.
Was the Whispering Locket the one that I was into, right?
I think so.
Yeah.
No, I thought you were trying to get the pocket watch.
Is there a pocket watch too?
There's a pocket watch that nobody's been able to see. The thing
Oh,
that
so
you
maybe
want to
that's what I-
steal, nobody's seen yet.
Oh, okay. Then that's all I want information on.
Or do you ask Sarah about that?
Yeah.
Okay.
You want me to ask her?
Yes, then we need to roleplay that scene out for sure. Alright. So she's standing in there and she's showing you this item that you won. And she says, "Okay, so we'll just settle up that account and this is all yours."
All right. I had a question about some of the items that are going to be auctioned off.
Of course, I'd be happy to tell you about them.
Well, particularly, I don't expect you, if this is not something you can share, but there's something that no one's able to see until it's the auction. What's the big deal about that?
Of course. Yes, that is the main event. It's very valuable, and they make sure to keep that in lock and key, just so that no one tries to steal it or anything like that.
Do you know why it's valuable?
Yeah, so the mages that actually identified that piece, they said that it has something to do with they they didn't actually say what it had to do with the magic, but they said it is incredibly powerful.
Well, how are
And
we supposed to bid on something like that if we have no idea what it does?
well, see, just like the mystery box earlier, one of the kind of things that the auction house likes is when there's a lot of mystery behind something, it really drives the prices up.
Yeah, I fucked up on that one. I was honestly just trying to blend it a little better.
What do you mean?
I didn't mean to win, but I'm happy with what I got.
Oh, yes. Well,
Look, I didn't want to. Look, I'm from the Sprawls. I didn't want to feel like everyone could see that I'm from the Sprawls, so I bet it. Luckily, I have the money.
And
Fuck.
she says, she's like, well, I mean, you got something pretty special. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I was pretty impressed when I saw you out there bidding. I didn't realize you were so well off.
That's the thing. I'm not. I'm not
Oh.
doing terrible, but that's bigger than I wanted to spend.
Oh, why?
I'll say this was worth it, but not on a mystery. You know what I mean?
I understand. Speaking of which, what happened? I thought you were gonna come here with crabs.
Well, Krabs decided he wasn't gonna get his pass or his what is it called? Invitation on the up and up.
I I can understand. He didn't look like the type that should show up.
Is there anything we could do about that? Just make sure he doesn't get in too much trouble.
I mean, as long as he didn't break any laws, they'll probably just ask him a bunch of questions and then let him go. I mean, why did you guys decide to come here anyways?
Well, me, I was just mostly curious. I heard some whispers about that item, and as a man of liking things magical in nature, curiosity, and I'm curious who would buy something. Maybe I can ask them what it does.
Make a perception check.
Perception?
Yes.
Okay. There you go. 6. As perceptive as always.
Okay. So she's like,
Do you like my voice?
I don't think that there's any way that you could probably afford it. So you should probably, like, after the last one, I'd say, like, those rich people, they get very snobbish when they start bidding on things. So I'd say you should just, take off after the quill. That's what I would do.
I'm gonna probably stick around just to see what's going on.
Are you?
I want to know who buys it.
I mean, it'll just be one of those rich nobles. It's not that important. You should probably leave.
Is it gonna be your dad?
She laughs. Actually, make a perception check, or insight check.
All right. 20.
So when you say that, like, imperceptibly, like, you're like got a bead on her face. You rolled a crit.
Yeah.
So when, like, somebody's, like, lying to you, and, like, out of nowhere you guess the truth,
Yeah.
and, like, their eyes get
You're just
fucking,
caught off guard.
like, super fucking, like, holy shit. That's what her face does. And then she goes, what are you... No, my dad couldn't afford anything here.
I'm just gonna ignore what she's saying. Why don't you want me to be here when your dad is bidding?
What? I don't care if you're here. I mean, it'll be boring.
Look, I know what we talked about earlier. I'm not gonna do anything if you don't want me to.
Roll a perception or a persuasion check.
Okay. Especially not here. 14.
She, like, looks at you, and she says, Caden, I can't tell you anything else, but you should probably leave before bidding starts on that item. And so
I'm
she
gonna
looks
tell
around,
you.
and she says, I can't tell you anything else.
Alright. I'm gonna stay. Sorry.
She looked disappointed. Like, she looks scared, is what she looks.
Like, if this makes it any easier, which is not. Don't worry about me. I know you have some affection for me. I don't know if this has come up. I'm married, happily so. So don't worry about me. Okay? I see you as a daughter, if anything. And I don't like the I don't like the way you've been treated. And I just want to make sure you're cared for.
Roll a charisma check.
Oh yeah. A charisma saving throw?
Yeah,
Or
charisma
'cause
saving throw. Yes.
I'm not charismatic. 16. That's not terrible.
As you say some of the things, it almost looks like you're kind of like punching her in the gut a couple times.
Yeah, no, it's got to happen eventually.
But she just like kind of nods, and like you see like a tear like kind of like start to form in the corner of her eye, but she's like, I understand.
I will say I have a son. He's somewhere far away. Oh, never mind. We'll talk about that later.
She seems.
I'm making it awkward now.
Yeah, in the moment she seems insulted by that comment, and she says, "Good night,
oh fuck!
Caden,"
I fucked it up.
and she walks out the door.
Why is Caden so awkward? All right.
She doesn't seem mad. She seems hurt and wants to avoid the like. It wasn't the "fuck you, Caden." It was I'm hurt and I want to leave the conversation.
Yeah, I about face and I'm like, fuck. What am I talking about? I shouldn't talk about my son.
All right.
Fuck.
So, as you kind of leave the room, the auctioneer is kind of banging his gavel on the thing. Says, "Are you all ready? It's time for the auction. Let's get some of these things to their new owners." And he says, "All right, first up." And they bring out like a small box with the silver locket on it. Says, "First up is going to be the Whispering Locket. This locket, when held up to your ear, can tell you some interesting tidbits about the past and maybe where some treasure is buried. Now, do I have hold on. Do I have an opening bid? Do I hear 200 gold?"
I think Iris makes a face when she hears that price.
Did you bid 200?
Yeah, I did.
Alara kind of looks back at you and she says, 250.
I'm not saying anything else. I'm not saying a single thing.
And Caspian looks at her and he says, 400. And Alara looks back and she says, 425. And Caspian's like, I'm gonna take that one home, Alara. You better let it go. And he says, 450. And Alara kind of smiles back at him and kind of looks down and goes back to mumbling to herself. And he says, 450 going once, 450 going twice. Sold for 450 to Caspian.
Alara?
Yeah.
Is that what you said? Can I insight check her?
Okay, what do you want to insight check her for?
I'm curious if she's playing the system, like if she's working for the auction trying to get people to bid higher.
Okay.
I don't know. I got that vibe. 19.
She didn't really want the Whispering Locket, but she drove the price up a little bit.
Is she fucking with people?
No, she's just... Yes, of course. She knows how an auction works.
Okay. I got that vibe, so I picked it up correctly, sort of. She just doesn't work for them that I can tell.
No, she wants them to spend all the money so that she'll have enough money to buy what she wants.
Okay, that's all I wanted. All right, we're good.
Okay, so they said sold to Brahm. Settle up in the back, blah, 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 blah. And they bring out the next item. It's the Alabaster Harp. And this harp is like made out of like this white stone. As you play it, so the auctioneer says, "This is the Alabaster Harp. When you play this harp, you can communicate with beings from the celestial world." Do I hear 350?
350.
And I saw you guys were doing a bunch of shit, so I went to look at what it was, and misplaced my thing.
Sorry.
So Caspian says, 355.
340.
The guy,
Where?
the guy
This is a
looks-
face
Oh,
wall.
sorry. No, that didn't happen. Rick, I know numbers. I work with students. 360.
How
I
much?
haven't had a single drop of alcohol. I swear.
How much did you bid?
There was so much confidence. 360. Five over the last one.
360. Okay.
Yeah.
And Caspian says 362.
I'm not doing anymore.
And he goes going once, going twice, and then Alara says 375.
Oh, what a dick.
And he goes 375 to Alara. Going once, going twice,
Spend your money,
sold
girl.
to Alara.
I'm gonna clap.
Okay. So, hold on.
This is fun. I don't know why it's fun. I'm like gambling whether I accidentally spend money or not.
We're going to lose our chance at these books. We're gonna need
I already did.
This
The first
shit.
one. I learned not to bet so high.
Okay. So he takes that off and he says, "Excellent job, Alara." And hold on, that's 350 that she spent, so she only has
Yeah. Am I invisible?
8, 550 left. Okay. Yeah. All right. So he comes out and he has the obsidian dagger, and he places it on the auction block, and he says, "This is the obsidian dagger of shadows." And he kind of does the ooh type of a thing, and he says, "This dagger allows you to absorb into the shadows and sneak around without being seen." Do I hear a bid of 250? 400 to the lady in black in the front. 400.
Ours is see if she could catch eyes with Grom, I think. That she was goading into it.
Brahm.
Brom, yeah.
And he looks at you, and how much did you bid?
400.
And he looks at you and he goes, "Oh, you got me, lass. 450.
Fuck!
This is gonna give her a frown and sit down.
I was about to bid, but he jumped too high. Like, nope. I was gonna say 405. 450. Fuck no.
And he laughs and he says, "Oh, I guess it's mine, isn't it?" And 450 to Brahm. And then next, he brings out the Mirror of Memories, and he holds it up, and he looks at it in the mirror, and he says, "Oh, that was a fun night." And then he says, "This mirror, when you look at it, you could recall your past memories. Now,
I'm not that old.
do I hear an opening bid of 350 gold?" And as he says that, Callista says 350. Does anyone else want to bid on this one?
Iris looks very disinterested in this item, like it gave her a bad taste in her mouth immediately.
Okay. Brahm says, how much was the last bid? I'm sorry.
350.
350. Brahm says 365. And Callista says 375. And the auctioneer says 375 to Lady Callista. Going once, going twice. Sold to Lady Callista. So she buys the Mirror of Memories. And Brahm back to Dagger Shadows. And he brings out the Mystic Marbles. And as he comes out with them, Ayla sitting next to you, Devin's like, ooh, I want one of these. And so he says, these are the Mystic Marbles. Each one possesses a sprite from the Fey realm. It is said that you can release one of these sprites and they will do one trick for you before flittering off into wherever they came from. Now, do I hear 150 gold? And David's
150.
like, David looks at you and he goes, 165.
Does the sprite look familiar?
This is, not.
Sorry, from the Feywild, and I have like.
Yeah,
you know,
roll a
Tina.
perception check.
I just want to make sure I'm not like. They're not like
What'd you get?
selling someone.
No,
13.
like you weren't able to get like close to them, and from here they don't look familiar. They just look like sprites.
Okay.
So 365 it was, right? No,
365?
165. Sorry,
Oof.
I was like, damn, I just got outbid fast.
165.
180.
And then as soon as she says that, she remembers the meal she literally had a while ago, and she just turns green.
185, and I'm remembering the meal I just had, and I'm salivating.
Oh my god.
Iris sits down, just like covers her mouth.
Devin looks at both of you. It looks at you, Ayla. Do you give him any sign that you give a shit about this?
I'm going to like look at Iris and kind of give her like a, like my hands up and my eyebrows are furrowed, like a what are you doing? Like why are you interested in that? And then I'll look at Kaden, like who's right next to me, and I'm like, again, and I'll whisper to Kaden, and I was like, why are you trying to?
And he sa-
Let
as
him,
you're
let him
doing
have
this,
his little.
he says 195. And do you guys just stay silent?
Yeah.
And the guy goes, 195 going once, going twice, sold to Lord Devon Ravenhold. And he looks all happy, like he like gives a look at you, Ayla, like, yay, like he's very proud of himself.
I'll give him a smile.
And then they take that off.
Wait, was that
And-
Devin?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's why I was like, what the hell?
and they say, all right, so we're going to take a quick intermission before we start the second round. If you want to settle up for your items, then make sure to speak to Sarah. She'll be able to make arrangements. Other than that, we'll be starting the auction again in 15 minutes.
I'm gonna lean over to Devin. All right, if that thing is of the child-eating variety, let me know. And if you're interested in selling the wings itself, let me know. He probably has no idea what the fuck I'm talking about.
Yeah, he looks at you all grossed out, like, what? Child eating?
Just
What is he
some
talking
of
about?
them eat
Ayla?
children. I'm just
They eat- What?
There are, and I'll look over to him and I'm like, you didn't know that there were Fae that like to eat children?
And he-
They go through all kinds of lengths to eat children. Like, all kinds of lengths.
Now he looks kind of nervous. Like, oh,
well, they mostly grow at about 4 inches.
Okay,
if they eat?
the only child
They eat in mass.
eating
This is
Fae,
normal.
the only child eating Fae that I've ever ran into was not this tiny, so I think you'll be safe.
All right. So, yeah. Was there anything that you wanted to bid on in the next round, Ayla?
Yes,
They're talking to me.
I'm very interested in bidding on the books.
Oh, excellent. I
Mhm.
Momentarily pause. I have a question.
Yes.
Mhm.
Are we still following the auction schedule, or are we going off it a little bit?
What do you mean?
It looks like there's. Maybe I'm misinterpreting the schedule, but it says Whispering Lockets, Obsidian Shadows. So I take it's not those first 3 items, then the following set. is it still being mixed into like two sets of things, or is it just
Yes,
one
it's
big
still
set now?
two sets of things. I just went a little bit farther than I was supposed to.
Okay, and is the dinner intermission still between the two sets of things, or are we just cutting that
Yes, that's kind of like what you're doing right now.
out? Okay.
Basically, by dinner they mean you can go into the lounge and like they have hors d'oeuvres and food and stuff like that for you to,
Okay.
to eat.
In that case, Iris is going to be very. She needs to talk to them. Iris is gonna come over to get into the conversation now. You could. Sorry for interrupting, but
Oh
that
no,
was very
for
important
sure.
information for me.
In fact, do you want to? Are you looking to talk alone, or do you care if Devin's there?
Iris doesn't specifically acknowledge Devin at this point.
Let me ask you: do you look like you're very intent on talking to Ayla?
Yes,
Okay,
and Caden for that matter.
I think he recognizes this, and he says, "Hey, Ayla, why don't I go get us some drinks, and I'll meet you back here before the next."
You might actually be useful.
Oh,
Please wait here.
okay.
Are you sure?
Iris is gonna try and discreetly take a look around, see who's actually paying attention right now to them.
Other than the what's her name staring at you, Lady Callista kind of staring at you, everything seems normal.
I think we need those 2 books.
I agree.
I have 1,700. How about you guys?
1,300.
1,900.
Wait, why are we getting books?
Devin's like, I got about 3,200, but
Raises an eyebrow.
I'm not supposed to spend it all tonight. If that makes, I mean, that wasn't supposed to sound like that. I
Is
can
that
spend
your
whatever I
allowance?
want. No, it's not my allowance.
It's his
I can-
allowance.
And he's like, fuck, god damn it.
Weirdly, Caden likes him.
Do we want to split it? So we each bet like we're betting our own, but we could bet up to our total
Oh.
maximum.
What is that? I guess I can math. I have high enough intelligence.
4,400.
Yeah, let's
Not
let me
counting
get a
here.
calculator out.
Iris, if we get those books, are you going to give them to your library?
We'll make a deal with them first. I won't
How
give
much
them
do you have?
without getting a deal for us.
Because I
1,000
really,
I'm gonna type it.
I
Okay.
need to study those books.
They didn't give me enough to buy it outright if it's as valuable as I believe it is. So
How
I'm
much
buying
do
it
you
with my own money, not theirs.
Okay. That, I like that. Okay, so you're going to be using your own money for the books?
Yes, I would like to
Okay.
make a deal with the library that we have free access for the record. But if they don't grant it, then we would just keep it. Are you okay with that?
Okay, so.
Did you fall over?
The cat problem.
Oh.
he slid off my shoulder and he landed like flat on his back. Okay. So repeat. Sorry, I was really distracted.
We could
You're going to
discuss
try to
the
buy,
logistics of that afterwards. I think the most
Okay,
important thing is
but
that
we're
we
not
keep
going to
those
be spending
books.
the library's money, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Um,
But you want to be able to still let them use it?
they'll hang on to it for us. And I think that's the way I'd like to go about it.
Okay, so it would still belong to us,
Yes.
and we can use it.
at our free will is
After-
the deal.
no. Can I request that we have our fill of the studying before we give it over?
Yes.
Okay. Because I always worry that they'll be like, oh, great, thank you, of course we'll let you read the book, but then, I'm sorry, somebody, wink wink, stole it, or, I'm sorry, that is
There's a few
restricted.
things we need to deal with.
Hmm?
Priority of books: Dreamweaves, then the Luminous Mario one, or do we want to split the risk equally?
I mean, yes, I guess the priority would be the dream and the time book, but I really want I really, really want to get to my hands on that storybook. I saw something disturbing in it.
but familiar? I don't know. I would really like you to look into
I think as you're saying this, Devin kind of leans over to you, Iris, and whispers to you, trying to make you not hear Ayla. But he basically says to you, "Don't worry about the children's book. I got it."
I understand.
And Iris is going to say,
Okay, I think I
We
have
have
it
a-
figured out. We
all right, we have a plan.
up
I
to
have to pee really bad. I'll be right back.
4,400 on the Dreamweave book.
Oh.
That's our maximum we could do. That's our priority.
How much, or are you gonna try to hear what he said, Ayla?
Probably. I probably not. Honestly.
Yeah. Okay. If you wanted to, I'd give you a roll, but if you're not
Okay.
like actively listening, then
Is Alistair pooping downstairs?
yeah.
This cat keeps on climbing on me.
That's what cats do, isn't it?
I trimmed his nails so it's not as painful, but because he keeps trying to climb on me, he jumps up. He can't catch a grip because, his nails are trimmed, and he falls.
hey, did you say you have 1,900?
I do, yes.
Oh my god, that's not the number I wrote down somehow. That changes my math significantly.
Yeah, you guys.
More
Have,
specifically, I have 1,924.
you guys have about 4,900 to bid on the books.
Okay, so more or less, I guess I'll wait for Adam to get back, but I was
Yeah.
going to explain it out of character so we are all on the same page.
Excuse me.
Speaking of which, during this next little round, a lot of people want the same books as you. So if you ever want to like try to glean information from one of the other people bidding, just ask me like, hey, I want to notice something or I want to see something, and I can let you roll for specific information.
Uh-huh. Michael, you really should get some kittens.
I need to get like 4 or 5. No, just 2.
Just 2. And I will definitely tell you how to set up their litter box system so it doesn't stink.
Yes. Should I just tell you what my current plan is for the next few moments while Adam's gone?
Sure.
Sure.
More or less, Ayla's going to say she's gonna go try something risky and go use the restroom. And then for Josh, she's gonna try and subtle cast enhance ability on herself and see if she is leaking magic. And she's gonna use subtle cast to do it.
Okay, how does the subtle cast work?
I'm here.
Subtle cast will pretty much remove any of the casting part of it, so the spell just happens.
Okay.
And theoretically, based off what we talked about before, it should be a hidden spell using subtle cast.
So you're gonna go to the bathroom and do that?
Yes, so she wants to see if she's gonna bleed magic after she casts that or not. Since everyone has sex magic and she's not sure if like this internal functioning spell is going to like literally be pouring out of her skin.
Agreed. Okay. Go ahead and
she's gonna tell the others,
If I don't come back from the restroom, just presume you have my money.
in case if she gets kicked out, is her thought process.
agreed. Okay. Go ahead and roll a sleight of hand just to see if you just fucking fuck it up terribly.
Subtle cast?
Yeah.
Would it be sleight of hand or
You
arcana?
don't have to do anything, right?
Yeah.
You just use the sorcery point. I gotcha. Okay. So yes, you cast a spell in the bathroom. And it basically like surrounds you in an orb, right? Like
It's kind of like an internal ability that like enhances your personal performance.
Okay.
I'll cast a spell and you could DM that decision.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I don't think anyone notices that specific spell. I don't think I would. All I would say is don't. Actually, roll an insight check, and then I'll tell you what to not fucking believe.
Yes.
Alright. Yeah, man. This spell's not leaking any magic, so you're probably good to go.
Okay. Obviously she's going with the Eagle Splendor for charisma checks.
Okay. Sounds good. Edge, as you come back, do any of the rest of you guys... I'm sorry, were you going to say something?
When she comes back, she's just gonna ask Kane.
Do I look different or anything?
And no, she does not. Alright, good job, kid. You might be muted.
Sorry, I was on mute. What happened? I also was distracted. Alistair's in here.
He asked if he looked different. The answer was no, he doesn't. But that's not important because he looks normal. All right. Does any of the rest of you guys want to do anything before the next round of bidding gets started?
I feel like Caden's overthinking it though, and he's like, "Shit, did she cut her hair? She needs validation. I don't know what's wrong. What's different?"
For sure. I could totally see Caden doing that. Does anyone want to do anything else? No.
No.
Let's see, 4,900.
All right.
That first book then.
Oh, I was on mute. I do want to say real fast. I have all three cats in the room, so if I like abruptly make a sound and like scramble away, it's because
they're fighting.
they're trying to eat the baby or something.
Understood. All right.
Okay.
So nobody wants to do anything. We can get started.
Yeah, we can get started.
All right. So, the auctioneer comes back in, bangs his gavel on the table, and says, "Now, we're getting towards late in the evening, and we're starting to get to those really nice artifacts. Is everyone excited?" And everyone like claps. And he says, "All right, let's get this second round going." And he pulls out so I forgot to do this one in the last one, so we're going to do it now. It is called the Eternal Ember, and he brings out this glass kind of ball, and in this glass ball is a flame that seems to be burning like forever. And it can't be extinguished, and it provides light for 15 feet around its bearer. And he says, "Let's get this bidding started." Why is this not the right one? That's the right one. Let's get this started at... Where did I put it? 250 gold. And Brahm says 250. And then Caspian's 300. And Brahm says 350. And Caspian says 400. Brahm says 500. And everyone kind of gasps, and he says, "Going once, going twice, sold to Brahm," and he buys the Eternal Flame thing.
Ours is not clap pretty excitedly for that one. She knows he wanted that one, and she's kind of happy he got it.
And you see Caspian kind of grumbling. Next, they bring out what appears to be like a ring, and it's called the Ring of the Riddle Master. He says, "This ring, if you wear it, will allow you to speak in captivating riddles, and once per turn, you can speak in a riddle if the person has to make a wisdom save or be stunned for 1 round. I'll start the bidding at 180 gold. Do I hear 180? No one says anything.
I just want to look around the room and see if anyone shows
no.
any interest.
I was on mute. It's funny because it was silent, but right at the beginning I was like, I can do that already.
And so he looks around and he says, "Do I hear 150?
100.
Oh my god.
100 gold from the gentleman in the front."
It's just my thumbs again!
And
Why did you do that?
everyone just looks at you, going once, going twice, sold To
I'm old.
the Redskin man.
But anyway,
Everything I already knew.
fuck, I dropped another 100. I spent 500 of this. And I underbid.
All right.
Oh my god. I need to add that to my fucking list. Fucking, this better pay off in the boss fight at the end of the game.
So he pulls that off the stage, and then he says, "All right, folks, now we're gonna start to get into the really rare and magical artifacts." And they bring out Dreamweaves and Temporal Tangles, and they put it on the table, kind of lifted up, and it has it opened. And as you kind of all look, it almost looks like a shimmer goes down the pages as like the words seem to shimmer down the page. And he says, this ancient book dealing with walking in the dreams and time distortion, the author blah 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 McBlah blah blah from long time ago wrote this book, and it is hundreds of years old. Let's start the bidding at 600 gold. Do I have here
700.
700? Do I hear 8?
What is this?
This is the
Dreamweave book.
Dream
The one
Weaver
we
book.
want.
You say how much?
700.
700. Sorry, I gotta get to my interest sheet so I have their budgets. You hear as Caspian says 900.
910.
920.
And then you hear.
Why are you guys bidding against each other?
It's the play.
Oh yeah, that's right.
And then you hear Alara 1200.
Jesus, stop it.
1,250.
And then Caspian 1300.
1310.
I was gonna sit down for a little bit. I'm sure at some point she stood up. I'm
You
trying to
see
sit down
as-
and look comfortable.
You see as Callista stands up and turns around, and while she's looking right at you, Iris, 2,000.
Iris is staring effing daggers right now.
2,050.
Just up by 50. That's so funny. I like it. That's what I was doing too.
Braum kind of looks at you, and you see Braum sit down, and Caspian 260 or 1260. No,
Wait,
I'm
are we
sorry,
on
but your math is a little bit off.
20,060.
Oh, okay. Don't pull a Cade and underbid.
20,000.
You didn't-
2,100.
2,000?
Yeah, because I have all the numbers like right next to each other with no spaces, and I was like, wait, there's a 2, a 0, and a 60. All right. Anyways, what was that, Ayla?
You said 20,000.
I meant 2,060.
Oh,
Okay. 2,070.
All right. Callista, looking at both of you, 3,000.
Jeez. stop it.
3,100. And Iris is gonna stand up confidently.
She smiles.
Caden sits down.
As you smile and kind of stand
I
up,
don't like it.
she smiles with a little giggle and sits down.
Oh, she just pushed you up.
And the person, 3,100 to the girl in black, going once, going twice. And right before he says sold, you hear Laura say 3,200.
This bitch.
Who says that?
Alara, her sister.
Okay.
Her sister.
3,200.
Yes.
We could do a thing. Let them buy it.
3,210.
Steal it later. I guess we didn't talk about that. Ugh.
3,210.
3,210.
Okay.
Iris is gonna smile at her.
she sits down and she goes, 3210 going once, 3210 going twice. Sold for 3210 to the lady in black.
Yeah.
So you just
I was
bought,
gonna sit down and try and look chill. Let me make a list. Check.
you just bought the book. For
We'll check what that
3,000
beats and not look like she's about to break down from that.
performance.
Caden's like, I have to definitely steal that locket.
Whatever the
Or
fuck.
whatever
Well,
it is.
charisma? Is that charisma? Yes, it is.
Okay, so
17.
we all have to pitch in 1,070.
I can't even pitch that
Fuck.
much.
32 something?
Yeah.
32 10? I
32.10.
feel like that math's wrong.
32.
Yeah, right? 3,200?
How much did you say?
3,200, right?
Yes.
1,060 then.
Okay. That seems right.
We're gonna have to
Or
figure that out because I only have 1,219.
It's
Okay, well then-
1070, I believe.
So how about this? You give
So-
into 1,000.
Oh, I have No, that's silver. I'm dumb. I do have one platinum piece I forgot about.
It's worth 100 gold.
Oh, it's okay. So I have 1,300.
So we'll just say you can give up 1,000.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I'll take away 1,000.
And then me and Iris will give up 1,100 each.
So
Works for me.
it's not necessary to figure that out now. You don't have to pay till after the auction.
Oh, okay.
That's good now.
Already
We have to
deleted it.
draw on the next book anyways.
You should probably delete it because they will be coming to get it. So,
Okay.
so everyone kind of claps, and Callista kind of smiles at you over her shoulder, and actually says, "Very good." To you,
I just want to
Iris.
fucking throw dagger stare at her.
I'm throwing daggers at her too.
And then a couple moments later, they bring out the children's book and they put it on the table.
I'm not betting a single thing
And they
anymore.
open it up, and you can, like, it's very ancient and pretty. And he says, this book, entitled The Luminous Land of Lunara, is a children's book with vibrant illustrations, and this book is ancient, from a lost civilization. Let's start the bidding at 500 gold. Do I hear 500?
500 gold. Lars doesn't stand up confidently again.
I'm looking at
Do you have
Iris.
enough money for that?
And
Barely.
hold on. And Brahm stands up and says, 800.
And I'll stand up and why do you need a children's story? Aren't you an armorist? A blacksmith?
I have grandkids.
Who want an ancient textbook? Storybook? I mean,
And Devin, as you say that, says 1500.
Lars gonna sit down.
him.
And he looks back at Brahm, and Brahm kind of puts his hands up. They could read something else. And he sits down, and then you hear kind of from over by where the stairs are, walking into the room, 2,000, and Talon comes into the room and bids 2,000.
And Taylor, who is that one again?
The Blackthorn dude. Who's
The
an
one that
asshole.
was being a douche? Okay.
Yes. Douche Thorn.
And Devin looks at him and he says, "God damn it! 2,200, 2,300, 2,400, 2,500, 2,600, 3,000." And he walks up to Devin, and he kind of puts his hand on his shoulder as he says it. And the auctioneer goes, 3,000 going once. 3,000 going twice. And
Iris
Devin-
is gonna give a good look at Ayla and see how, like, if she, like, desperately wants this book.
I'm just like right now stunned. Like I'm looking back and forth at those two, and then looking at the book, and like, you know,
Trying
like
to
I
figure out
guess
why they want it.
yeah. I mean,
I
could
don't think
guess
Iris could make
Devin
much
wants
use
it.
of that look.
How about a one fairy seed from the Feywild.
Oh,
Wait, what was that?
I said one fairy seed from the Feywild.
Do you say that?
Yeah.
Everyone kind of looks at you. One, and do you take it out of your pack?
Yeah. Mhm.
The auctioneer says, "Hold on a moment. Let me have
do we
this
need an
appraised."
appraiser?
Yeah, that's actually what he says. Let me have this appraised. So somebody comes up. Roll me.
D1000.
Roll me 15 d10s.
Okay.
It's a fuck ton of tens
Um,
of teams.
is it 15 D10s?
Correct. Wow.
That's a shit ton
100.
of numbers.
wow.
100.
I see 1,
Jesus.
2. Dang.
Okay.
Barely
so
any below 5. That's pretty good.
He comes up and he appraises he takes a look at it and he like tries to like cast magic into it and stuff like that. And he looks up at you like kind of with like a sly smile and he says, "I think it's probably worth about 4,500."
All right.
All right. So he says 4,500 or one seed from the Feywild, and Devin kind of looks at you and he says, "You didn't have to do that. I'd have made sure you got it."
I give him a really sweet smile, and just like pat him.
He says 4,600.
Devin says,
Yes.
I'm like, Devin, you don't need to spend your money.
And Caleb looks at him and he kind of puts his arms out and smiles like, "Haha, you fucking idiot." And he starts to walk away. And they say 4,600 going once, 4,600 going twice, and then the appraiser
God.
looks at you and says, "I'll give you 5,000 for it."
Who does?
The appraiser to Ayla.
5,000, because this thing is worth 5,000.
That's basically what he was telling you.
Yeah.
And Devin's like, he puts his hand to his face and he's like,
Just don't. It's okay. You don't have to spend your money. Maybe we
I
can
think
use it to go on a nice outing.
Question mark.
yeah.
It sounds like the appraiser just auctioned is like they're more like auctioning for the seed now rather than.
That's exactly what's happening.
So just making sure Ayla caught that, or I don't know, or maybe Miranda. I don't know if that's something more apparent.
I have other seeds.
No, but
So,
so do you want to try to explain that to her, Iris?
So right now So originally you put that up for 4,500. So he's like, "I'll take that for 4,500," essentially. And now he's essentially saying, "I will give you 5,000 gold, or this thing is worth 5,000, and I'm trying to use this item that you want for that seed."
Basically, what he's saying is this seed that you're putting up is infinitesimally more valuable than that stupid ass book on the fucking on the podium up there.
and I probably understand that, but again, I have more seeds.
Okay.
It's not like it's going to,
Yeah. So
because now that means now if I get rid of this seed, I will have 5 seeds left.
agreed.
So
So he goes 5,000 going once, 5,000 going twice, and Devin is going to make a pride check.
Even
he's gonna make a what check?
A pride check.
see if
And how about this? How about this? Before they do anything, okay. Before
Grab
he
his
says like going once, going twice, what she's gonna do is grab his face and kiss it.
Okay. Yep. Then no pride check necessary. Sold for 5,000 gold to Ayla.
And Caden's like
And
eyeballing.
just know, every single person in the entire fucking place. Woo! Yeah, Lord Ravenhold, woo!
Iris is just confused in the fucking corner with eyes wide.
It's not exactly. I mean, I'm exaggerating, but you know how nobles are basically like, yes, the best gossip all fucking week. Yes.
Yeah, it's true.
Like, this is happy days for the gossips of the court. Alright, so the appraiser takes that seed away, as your payment. You don't have to give any gold, he's taking the seed as your payment.
Okay.
Alright, and then everyone kind of claps for a while, very impressed with your purchase, and then they bring out a quill made from what appears to be picked off of the body of a phoenix. And the bidding on this one starts at 450 gold.
I was gonna stand up and say, let me look at my money. She's just gonna get up and kind of in a bore, like she looks bored when she says this. 450.
And I think Brahm kind of walks up next to you and kind of looks down at you. And he pats you on the shoulder and just shrugs. And the 450 going once, 450 going twice. And Callista stands up and the guy hesitates. And then she just walks away. And he says, sold to Iris. So you purchased that for 450. And he says, that brings us to the part of the night where our main event is just ahead of us. It's about 11:15. I'll give us all about 15 minutes before the final auction of the night. And he kind of bangs his gavel. And you guys kind of make your way away from the auction floor. And everyone's talking about the auction, and everyone's feeling excited. Ayla, where do you go after this kind of moment? Devin is kind of pissed off, and he's going to go upstairs to go confront Kaylin. Are you going to go with him, or are you going to stay down here?
Well, I think I might go with him just because I don't want to. I don't know. I feel like that's the thing to do because I'm excited. We didn't have to spend the money. Got rid of a seed like I was supposed to.
Yeah, of course.
It's
So you start walking towards the stairs.
Oh, and for the fact too is I kissed the guy and I've never kissed anyone in my entire life, and then he's all storming off So I'm a little bit abashed too. It's what the fuck?
I'm not gonna lie, I actually forgot about that whole fucking moment because I was thinking about something else. That needs to actually be dealt with. So he's actually after the little kiss and the thing is sold, he kind of looks at you kind of shocked, and he's like, "Oh, wasn't expecting that."
Yeah. I wasn't expecting that either. I think I was just so. I don't know. It was very thoughtful of you to want to try, to get that children's book for me, and
So,
oh,
I don't know if you've ever like seen a dude's face after some girl that he's like super into actually likes him back and gives him a kiss, but that's what freaking Devin's face looks like. He's like, yeah, sweet, she likes me, yeah,
hmm.
yeah, and he's like all excited, and he's like, you know, I would have gotten that book for you. You didn't have to do that.
I know, I know. It just felt right. And it doesn't really matter. I have more of those seeds anyway.
And his eyes kind of go wide. And he's like, I don't know if you are aware of this. You probably could have gotten a lot more out of that seed than that mage really wanted it.
Oh, well, I got what I wanted. There's not much more that I could say. There's not really much in this world that tangible items that Anyway, that's neither here nor there.
I understand.
Just
Uh,
question.
yeah.
Did I was it okay? And I am like looking very like abashed and shy and
Yeah,
ready
and I
me.
think when you ask that, like, he looks super abashed and shy too. Like, uh, he's like he's not super experienced. He's still pretty young, so he's kind of just as like the same way as you. And he's like, it was the best kiss I've ever had.
Is my blush will deepen and then I'll just kind of like I think I need some more juice and some air,
And he's like,
maybe.
yeah, I'll go get you a drink. And he like walks off to go get you a drink.
And then
And-
I peer
Okay.
around her shoulder. Grandkids.
No.
Does
I'm
Iris hear
just
that?
saying, my son is not married. No, I mean, in the sense, like, he's never going to give me grandkids.
Oh. And here I was thinking you are proposing him for me.
I mean, that's up to him. That's not my
You
shit.
want me to be your daughter? Me?
No comment.
So as you say that, Ayla, you feel like a vibration on your finger.
Okay.
Coming from the finger that that dragon ring is on.
Uh-huh.
And it's just real like almost where you don't even notice it, but like you felt it. And then it kind of goes away. Does anyone else have kind of anything that they wanted to roleplay for a little while?
Kata, I need 40 gold. Or
Oh,
Ayla.
40?
40.
You said 40G. I thought you meant 40 grand.
Yeah.
I'll give you 40 gold.
Thank you.
I was like, you're not getting 40G from me. I was like, what the fuck? How much gold do you think I have? You get 40 gold.
Thank you.
So, what are you doing right now, Iris?
Fucking flabbergasted. I think she's gonna just hang around Ayla. She's very. She doesn't know
Iris.
what think or make of anything at this
I know.
effing point.
I look at her and I'm like, I don't really know why I did that.
And
Go, Drake.
as you guys say
Okay.
that, Ayla, you feel that vibration on your finger again. It's like harder this time, and it lasted a little bit longer.
Okay, so then I'll I'll put my hand up and look at my ring in my hand and like take it off
Sounds
I
pretty
don't know.
kinky.
Okay.
and like try to like inspect it. I don't know, like
There's-
maybe I'll like shake it or smell it or put it up to my ear.
As you're looking at it, you see that the gems, like the dragon's eyes, are made out of these deep rubies, and you see there's like a faint glow in the eyes, and as you're kind of watching, there's another vibration, a little bit stronger this time, and the glow's starting to brighten.
Mm,
And as you're kind of looking at this ring, you feel Iris, you're kind of like watching her looking at it, and you feel a hand on your back, Iris, and a voice in your ear just say, "Beware." And then
I
you
was gonna
see
turn around as fast as she can.
You see as Callista is starting to walk away from you.
Iris is just scanning the room as intently as she can, trying to see what's wrong right now, and she's gonna start backing towards one of the walls,
Okay.
and trying to not look like she's freaking out. For the record,
you see this happening, Caden and Ayla. What do you guys do?
First, like, we see her say, beware.
You don't hear what is said. You just hear her whisper in her ear, and then Iris start looking around and backing away from the center of the room.
I will, like, look around, trying to see where the danger is, because it seems like she might think something's, like, she's in danger somehow.
Okay. What are you doing, Caden?
I think if I see her looking strange, I might also look for that wizard to see if he's registering anything that looks like he's worried too.
Okay, make a perception check.
Oh, yes. 16.
not
Ooh.
terrible.
So you're looking around the room, and you see as the wizard's kind of standing behind the platform, and he's kind of looking around too. Doesn't seem like he's freaking out, but he's standing like in this area here, just kind of looking at the room. And as you kind of locate him, you see the vault doors here open, and they're carrying out this glass-covered pocket watch, and it's on like this large kind of like golden like platform that is clearly very heavy to try to keep it from being stolen or anything like that. And they're carrying this item out towards the center of the room, and they're starting to place it onto the bidding post, but they're putting like ropes out in front of it so that like it's hard to actually get close to it, but people are kind of starting to move towards it. And you see as how like several of the nobles are starting to come out from the balcony to come down and actually start bidding on this. What do you do?
And where's the safe?
The vault is
Or-
back here.
Yeah.
And
Are
the
other
item-
people moving forward?
Yes, so people are like moving up to like take a look, except for this woman you can see walking out with her sister behind her, but everyone else is kind of moving forward towards the.
I'm gonna move forward too.
Okay. And Kaylin's coming down from the balcony, and as this is all happening, Ayla, are you still holding the ring, or have you put it back on your finger?
I mean, if I didn't notice anything, really, I'll put it back on my finger.
Yeah, and as you put it back on your finger, it starts to vibrate almost continuously now. It's faint at first, but like there's this kind of energy kind of emanating from it, and the gems on the dragon's head are starting to glow brighter and brighter, and you're looking at your finger, and it's vibrating. It's almost painful now. And
Can I do like a perception or something?
yes,
Like,
roll
okay.
a perception check.
Okay. Where my character should go? Can't see. Oh, there it is. Ugh.
Okay, so at first you're feeling like you're drawn to something, and you're looking around, and it's almost like you're starting to get a little bit lightheaded, and like the world is kind of like starting to swim, and you're looking around, and you're seeing all of this like magical energy kind of in the room, and suddenly it's vibrating really hard, and there's a flash as the lights in the dragon's eyes kind of like start to shine bright, and it's almost like you're drawn. Your eyes are drawn up towards the balcony. And as your eyes start to look up towards the balcony, everyone else, you hear as one of the nobles says, Hey you, sir, are you supposed to be up here? And the guy's kind of dealing with this person that put his hand on his shoulder right as you kind of look up onto the balcony, Ayla, and he kind of like brushes the guy's arm off, and he turns and he makes eye contact with you. And these eyes pierce into your soul. There's this
Sorry.
there's this aura of cunning and mischief in this guy's eyes, and he exudes this aura that makes your chest kind of clench with this like feeling of fear. And as he notices you looking at him, you hear the sound of a clock bell begin to chime. And as you hear that sign, he looks at you and he lifts one finger up to his lips. And he makes a shh motion just as the entire room descends into darkness, and that bell that's tolling in the air drops into silence as the room is engulfed in a silent spell as well as a magical darkness spell.
Question.
Yes.
Is he the one casting the spell?
You're not sure.
Would that be something Iris could counterspell? Can she make an Arcana check, perhaps?
Yes. I was just going to have all of you guys make perception checks to see if any of you guys see who's casting the spell, and then we'll go from there.
19.
Okay. And Caden, you got a 15, and Ayla got a 9. So,
Bell thing. Didn't we hear the bell thing before?
Yeah, it's a bell that tolls through the city.
Okay. It's reminiscent of when we were rescuing. Like we fought. What was it? We fought something in a castle, and we also had to like break someone out of the prison.
Yeah, that was at the old town, the old city.
Yeah, there was a bell there too, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Is it similar, or is it?
I mean,
that was just a warning bell, wasn't it? Just like
yeah, that was
alert?
a warning, like
Okay.
dong 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 dong. This is a
Like it didn't have magical effects.
no. This is basically the clock striking midnight.
Okay.
Shit, it is. Not IRL, just in game. I forgot that this happens at midnight in the game.
Yes. So, Caden, you notice, like, just as you're kind of like taking a look at the artifact that they have there, and it's like the exact thing that you're supposed to be stealing, and so your gaze is more kind of on the artifact than anything else. You do notice as you kind of look up, right as the bell starts tolling, it kind of like jerks you up, and you see as the mage is finishing the hand motions for a spell. Ayla, you don't notice anything. You're just kind of looking up at the balcony, and you see this figure making the shush sign. And then Iris, you definitely see the mage casting a spell. And you also see, like, not like the motions, but you can see that Xander is casting a spell as well. And you don't see, but there is another spell being cast at another portion
Jesus.
in the area.
Point at Xander. I presume, if I recall right, that's Xander?
No, that is Caspian. You guys have never seen Xander. He is a new character that none of the two of you have seen.
Yeah, we know about it.
There's just some dude casting a spell that I don't
Correct.
remember.
Xander Grimshaw.
Yes, you know of who he is. He is the gang leader of the entirety of the Sprawl.
Well, this is going to be awkward because she doesn't know that, and she is going to subtle cast counterspell at 4th level.
Okay.
That's Xander, I guess. She doesn't know if the mage is doing something bad, but she does. Xander doesn't look like a guard, right?
No, he's dressed like a noble right now. But he's like, just looks like a guy that's up in the balcony. Like you could tell that person is casting a spell, but you don't know who he is.
Does
or
it look
that-
like he's directing it at the Grimshaw guy? I think its name's Grimshaw. No, that's not Grimshaw. The guy who just walks out that we're all paying attention to, who did the sign or shh. Does it look like he's casting it at him, or?
So the guy up in the balcony is Xander. He's casting a spell over the entirety of this room. The
Okay, I
mage
understand now.
that's on the other side of the room is casting a spell that goes over the entirety of the room, and then there's another person casting a spell that's going over the entirety of the room as well.
Okay, I get it now. Yes, level 4 counterspell on Grimshaw, subtle cast. Technically, probably will still know who cast it at him, but it'll probably hide me from everyone else.
Okay, so you don't have to make your charmed roll. You stopped him from casting charm over everybody.
Okay, cool. Hell yeah.
However, it still goes dark and there's silence. What are you guys going to do? Can any of you guys see through magical darkness?
Absolutely.
I'm
fucking
looking.
not. I did not prepare that fucking spell, motherfucker.
That was something I wanted.
about-
I don't know if I picked it. Hold on, let me see.
What about the spell magic? Like if I could cast a spell magic, I guess on myself, or I don't know how it works.
The only problem with the spell magic, you could absolutely do that, but because it's got a verbal component to it, you can't cast a spell because of the silence.
Oh yeah. Okay. Compartment. That's what the V means.
Yes.
Verbal.
And as the darkness descends, everyone is screaming, there's lots of commotion going on. But none of you guys can see through magical darkness, right?
Correct.
No.
And hold on, I'm still reading my other stuff real fast.
While she's checking that, is the text magic, the aura of text magic, I guess, just go away right now, or can we, or is it? I guess we wouldn't be able to tell if it was still on or not, honestly. So
Correct.
never mind.
It's it could be, but the magical darkness does not allow you to see through it. Okay, so this happens. You guys have a split second to kind of react. So I know you're looking through your things, but just tell me off the top of your head what you do.
I know I'm gonna do Shield of Faith.
Okay. Does that have any kind of verbal?
Oh, yeah, that's right. Hold on, let me. Where'd it go? Okay. Yeah. Dang it.
Yeah, so
Okay.
probably most of your spells will either need to have sight to see the target, or have some kind of a verbal component.
Yeah, they're all verbal.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
as the darkness descends, you hear sounds of people, or you don't hear any sounds actually because it's silent, but you kind of looking around, you don't see anything, and then maybe 2 minutes after the darkness descends.
Since it's gonna be such a significant amount of time, Iris will have tried to grab Ayla to stay close to her, and also use Disguise Self to make her look kind of like a different person, and that is an at will.
No,
What is
but there's
that-
a verbal component. The verbal component to Disguise Self.
Yeah.
She has,
She has an at will.
ability.
Yeah.
What does S stand
Oh.
for?
Somatic.
Somatics.
What does that mean?
I have no fucking clue.
Somatic means
Hand movements.
hand movements.
So I could do that.
Yes.
Okay.
The only thing I have is True Strike and Mage Hand.
So what's happening right now is that we're being cast into darkness,
Correct. The entire
And-
room is pitch black.
silence.
Yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
So I can't see, but I want to make sure that I'm safe, right? So I'm like, that's not right. So I can cast Mislead at 5th level.
Okay, what does that do?
So it says you become invisible at the same time an illusionary double of you appears where you're standing. The double lasts for the duration, but the invisibility ends if you attack or cast a spell. You can use your action to move the illusionary double up to twice your speed and make it gesture, speak, and behave in whatever way you choose. So I can make it seem like it's alive. You can see through its eyes and hear through its ears. Obviously I can't do that right now, but it's mostly I just want, if there's a target, it to be him, not me.
Okay, perfect. So after you do that,
Wait, I can switch from you. Oh, okay, never mind.
and you count 120 heartbeats, and then all of a sudden the silence disappears, the brightness comes back, like the darkness disappears, and you just hear the tinkling of glass from an upstairs window, and everything's still. And everyone freaks the fuck out. They're like, ah, what the fuck happened? Oh my god! And the guards, rush up to the fucking artifact to throw something over it and start to rush it out of the room. I need Iris, Ayla, and Iris and Caden to make perception checks.
Okay.
Artifact looks fine.
Core. Perception. 13.
So, you were getting close to the fucking artifact. You felt something coming from it. Whatever they're taking to the back room right now, you don't feel shit coming from. The mage behind the auction stand is gone. And there is a smell emanating from the general area of where the artifact was originally placed before they put the thing over it and started rushing it into the vault.
Should we be leaving?
You still have to settle up for your stuff.
Shit.
I mean, let's do what we have to do and get out of here.
Okay.
So there's a weird smell emanating from where that thing was.
Yes.
What's the
And-
smell like?
Make an Arcana check.
Okay.
Anyone who wants to see what it smells like. So it is an arcane solvent, meaning that it dissolves magical seals.
Is there no one else, like, since they moved that thing away from the center of the room, is no one essentially watching where it used to be?
Correct.
Garrus is gonna just go over and cautiously take a peek at, like, if what it looks like for what was left over. Like, maybe there's a fucking hole in the ground. I don't know.
Okay, go ahead. And what is it? Does anyone else want to do anything while he's doing that? Or why
I think I would be in his area where my double is where he was standing. Where I was standing before.
Okay, yeah.
So I'm invisible near him.
Okay.
Or her.
Braun
and I'm
is...
probably. Oh,
Go ahead. No, you go ahead.
Let's say I'm probably gonna be like, go to Devin or lean over Devin and say, whatever kind of magical seal was on that, it's gone. I don't think the artifact's there anymore.
He looks at you like shocked. Like, what makes you think that?
Can't you smell that?
No? What is my supposed
It's
to smell?
Well, the smell, it's a magical solvent, or like a solvent that takes away magical seals, leaves behind that smell.
And he says, guys, I have to inform them. The artifact's been stolen?
That's what I'm assuming. I don't know why else a magical seal would be dissolved.
He's gonna like look at you like wide-eyed and like this is kind of like a thing with him that he feels like a law has been broken. Something terrible has happened, and so he's like, ha-ha! Let me go inform them of this dastardly deed that has been committed. And he starts storming off towards the guards.
Now that everyone could see again, I'm sure Iris would have actually thought about this immediately. Is she fucking glowing right now like a light bulb because the spell magic is still here?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, as soon as the light had gone back on and she's still glowing, she's like, oh, let's drop that.
Yeah.
That's funny.
So, did you roll your investigation?
No.
Anyone who's investigating the thing. Yeah, so Caden, you can tell that it, like, the way this kind of solvent works is it's entirely magical. You can deduce that there's probably a magical seal in that glass to keep it closed. That seal appears like this could be something that could dissolve that type of a seal.
Okay.
Are you guys
We
gonna?
heard something up. We heard something upstairs.
Ayla saw a dude up there, gave her the sign, and he smiled at her, and everything went black.
Yeah, I don't know what he's trying to do, man.
But
Miranda
I thought
as
you
a
said we heard
character-
something.
You try to cast.
I mean, is that a in-player conversation or
Oh,
a out-player conversation?
Speaking of which, I forgot to say this in that moment, but when he lifts his hand up to his hand, or to his face, you see him wearing the exact same dragon ring as you're wearing when he does the sign.
Oh.
Yeah.
Question about the dragon. I don't remember the dragon ring. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, remember your bird? It gave you this dragon ring that frickin' is a ring in the shape of a dragon.
My bird.
Remember
Yeah,
you
there was
found
a
a
bird
that
friend
talked
That you
like,
saved originally.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Does
and
Kanan know
he-
anything about the ring also?
You
Yeah.
all know about the ring.
And what? And it was just I just knew like I didn't know there was anything magical about the ring because
Yeah, well,
Uh,
You knew
would
my
know-
dad had it.
Yes, that his
Had a
dad
similar ring.
had a ring that is very similar. So Caden's dad wore almost replica of that ring.
Okay. So did Caden see the person?
Nope.
No,
Does Caden know what his dad looks like?
Yeah.
you know what my dad looks like because I in the last game
Yes.
and
Yes.
before I had looked like him as
Yes.
Mhm.
Tough
illusion.
version.
Well,
Yeah.
did it look
And
anything
you,
similar?
Yes, you would have recognized it easily.
Son of a
That's
bitch.
good to know.
So I recognized his dad.
Yes.
Okay, and I'm gonna go to Caden to
Oh, no.
You're glowing, by the way,
Who?
Kaden. It's
I'm
sex magic.
invisible. Oh yeah.
Are you?
Oh,
yeah.
so I'm just a.
Yeah, you're just a glowing invisible thing.
Oh, yeah, okay. So I just okay. No, I'm going to everyone,
Kaden.
or
Yes,
just the
Kaden.
people
You
that
have
are doing detect.
Yeah, go ahead, Ayla.
Caden, this might be hard to hear. I'm not sure, but I saw your father up there.
So, okay. So technically, there's two of me right now. Both should be glowing. Then there's
Yes.
the illusionary version that is closer to Ayla, and then there's the one that's investigating the stuff.
Yes.
So I guess that's still a bonus because there's still two of me.
Well, then
Yeah.
I should be able to tell. Like, if you're supposed to be invisible, I'm sure that, like, I can't see you. Just a glowing. I'm imagining it just light, kind of moving around,
Yes, exactly. That's exactly what it would be.
and so
Okay.
that's why I know where you're at because you're
Yeah,
just
and-
kind of like.
And I'm like, oh fuck, okay, she can see me, so I'll drop the spell.
Yeah.
Mhm.
That's a 5th level spell down the drain.
But yeah. I looked up there and he did this shushing motion and I knew that it was him from, what you showed me, and he had the same kind of ring that I have on. I don't know what to do with this information.
You try to charm person or charm us all somehow also.
Well,
You're
I
saying-
actually don't. Go ahead, keep going, Kaden.
You're saying you saw my father?
Yes.
Where was he?
Up there on the whatever it's called.
on
balcony.
The balcony. Yes.
Right
wanna-
before everything went down, like he's part of the crew who caused this chaos that we are just in right now.
Feel like we have a
Shit.
lot to discuss.
Yes. Where do we go from here?
The balcony.
Good of a start as any.
Okay, so you guys are gonna try to head upstairs.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So when you get to the stairs, a very kind of like freaked out looking fucking guard's like, you can't go up there.
Do you even
I'm
know
gonna
what's
try
going
to-
on?
What was that?
Do you even know what's going on right now?
He looks at you and he says, "Of course, we have everything under control. If you guys just can remain calm and make your way back to your seats, everything's under control."
I want to
I'm
dip
sorry.
past him.
Okay. And I'm going to give him like. I don't know if you recall who we are, but we are a specialized group of I guess for lack of a better term, detectives, problem solvers. You're going to need our help. Plus, I was up here earlier. I'm the one who was playing the piano, so I think I am allowed. And then I just keep on going by.
Okay, roll a intimidation check.
Poor guard.
Where does my thinking disappearing to?
Could you get advantage since we're all fucking ganging up on him?
Yes. Oh yeah. He's like, wait, because you see what happened was it's oh screw it. He just lets you
There's
guys
another
go.
wave as she smiles and walks by.
So you guys make your way up to the stairs, and as you kind of get to the top, you see Lady Felicity leaning against one of the railings, and she seems fucking pissed. Like, she was gonna make a shit ton of money on this fucking thing, and now all this happened, and she glares at the two of you as you guys come up. She knows you're not supposed to fucking be up here. She doesn't particularly like Ayla, because she's kind of hitting on her boyfriend.
She's not. Oh, look, they're not together.
There's history there, and so she is like mad dogging all of you. Like, the fuck are you guys doing up here?
I'm gonna mad dog right back with smoke coming out my mouth.
I'm gonna ignore her.
Iris doesn't even recognize her.
I'm going to need you to roll an intimidation check, and it better be good, or she's gonna come say something to you.
Oh, she can come say something regardless.
From who? Kate and I?
I think she's just kind of calls over. The hell do you guys think you're doing up here?
We saw who did it.
Oh, really? And she kind of stands up and starts walking over to you. And who, pray tell, might that be?
I'm going to cast Disguise Self and look like him.
Okay.
And I'll gesture to myself. This man.
And
it might be a little outdated.
I think she smirks, and she says, "Ha! You're saying Xander Kane came and robbed my auction. Or Xander Grimshaw came and robbed my auction."
I'm going to drop the spell. You mean Xander.
What?
My father is Xander.
Like my jaw just drops.
Wait to say too much immediately, Caden.
And
That's
Iris
normal.
just continues inspecting where he was standing.
And she looks at you and says, "Xander's your father."
Obviously not.
Oh,
Too old.
Roll a deception check, and man, you better get a 20.
10.
I'm trying to gaslight her.
She looks you up and down, and she giggles and she says, "I can see the family resemblance."
No, okay. I'm going to defend. I'm going to defend Caden. I'm going to kind of do it sweetly,
Good timing.
right? I'm going to say, we've known quite a bit about the Feywild, and I'm under the impression that most nobles are versed in the wonders of the Feywild, because that's just part of their noble upbringing. So of course you would know that if you spend a decent amount of time in the Feywild, it moves differently than in this plane.
She kind of looks at you, and she's like, "Why do I care about any of that?"
I'm just saying that you shouldn't dismiss our claims so easily when we actually are able to help out in this situation.
Look, where can we find Xander?
He's probably in his mansion in the sprawl, but she'll never get to him. I can't
Why?
even get to him.
Can I dimension to him?
Well, we don't know where
Does
he's
that
at.
word or name mean anything to us right now?
To Xander?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we know Xander.
Well,
It's
besides
very-
being Caden's that, like, I know. well,
He's
like,
the leader of.
It's
the
what we've been
fucking-
hearing since we
the
got here.
street
Okay.
gangs. He runs the sprawl. Basically, he is
Yeah.
like the god of the sprawl.
The street gangs were like running amok, and then apparently Xander showed up and took over,
Yes.
and
so-
he became the street gangs, all of them.
correct.
The
He's-
hegemony of street gangs.
Correct. All street gangs answer to Xander. He is untouchable to anyone. And she kind of looks at you and she says, "You're saying that you're his son.
I spent
I
some
can
time in
u-
the Feywild.
I can use that." And she kind of smiles at you. And she says,
Does anybody
"Go ahead."
Does anybody have a memory charm? Obliviate.
Fucking nerd. I love you.
She looks at you and then completely ignores you and says, "I can use you. You'll be
You're not-
hearing from me."
No, you're not using me.
Oh, of course not. Whatever you say.
It's time to go.
You will help me whether you want to or not. I prefer to do it the easy way, but I have means of doing it the
No,
hard way.
you will help me. Fuck you.
She just kind of raises her hand and takes a step back from you and just kind of looks at you like...
Is it time to go?
And a guard starts walking up. She says...
I'm gonna fucking eat you alive.
I just grab Caden by the hand and start
And then
pulling him
wait,
downstairs.
but then I'm gonna go up to him and I'm saying, and I will bring the cutlery.
And she laughs at both of you. Like, oh, that's adorable. Finish with what
Are
you're doing
the-
and get out of my house.
Are the guards coming between us?
Oh yeah, they're getting in between both of you. If you go anywhere near her, they will stop you.
I'm gonna dimension door behind her.
Oh my god!
Okay. Are you sure you want to do this?
I'm just dimension dooring. I didn't say what I was doing. I'm just
Hang
gonna
on.
pop up behind her.
Okay. And what do you do when you dimension
Shit.
door behind her?
I'm gonna pop up behind her, and you're not using me. And then I'm gonna cast dimension door again and go down to the bottom floor.
She just kind of smiles and looks at the two of you, and she says, "You have no idea who you're dealing with."
And
kinda
neither
turns-
do you.
I'm
Goodbye.
going to say, and neither do you. And don't scare her at all.
She just straight up rolls her eyes at you and kind of like dismisses you with a wave of her hand. And the guards expect you to return downstairs.
I go downstairs and sit down in a seat.
Iris.
I have to get my items.
I think Iris actually makes that noise as they're walking downstairs.
You guys. Caden.
So, Caden, make a insight check.
Alright. Let's. 1. I'm mad.
Oh my god.
I have my arms crossed. I'm
That's such an
smoking,
appropriate
and my
roll.
hands are glowing red.
So I think it takes like another 5 minutes of you sitting here, and you overhear somebody. Where's that concierge woman?
Who?
Like concierge,
Concierge
I'd really
girl.
like to
Are you talking about
settle
Sarah?
up my bills.
Is she the concierge?
Yes.
Oh. Is she gone?
I don't know. You haven't seen her in a
Fuck.
while.
I'm
Is
gonna
her
look
father
around.
Xander?
Don't say that. If she's. Oh my god. Don't say that. That would be hilarious and awful at the same time.
Oh my god!
Oh god. I'm going to head down to this area. If that's all right.
Yeah.
Do I see her?
You kind of walk over to the to her door, The door is closed, and roll a perception check.
Yep. Five.
Okay.
I was gonna go to the door though.
I was gonna
just
say
so
you're
that was my
very
next.
like you don't hear anything. Are you gonna open the door?
Yeah, if she wasn't in this area, that's the next area I was going to, and I was
Yep.
gonna open the door.
So you open the door,
My weapon's in there too, by the way.
and you scare the ever living shit out of Sarah. And she
Oh,
actually
okay.
like you open the door, and she almost screams, "Ah!" And she's like, "Oh fucking god damn it, Caden! Jesus!"
Wait.
Scared the fuck out of me. What's going on? Is everything? She looks very nervous. Is everything?
Do we know the name of her father? Did we know this? Are we?
Yeah. Yes, I think you know the name of her father is Randall. She
Okay.
has informed you that her father works for Xander.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay. I was like,
Do we
wait.
have last name?
His last name is Bartley.
No.
But
Sorry, I was sorry for scaring you. I was
Oh.
checking to see if you were alright.
That's fucking fine. So what's going on out there?
The relic or whatever was stolen.
Roll a perception check.
Perception. 20 apparently.
You read this
Oh.
girl like a fucking,
Jesus
like a fucking,
Christ.
like.
When it comes to her, I guess it works.
Okay, so you say the thing's been stolen. She just kind of shrugs, like she knew that she already knew. She's not worried about it. She knew that was what was going to happen the entire night. Like there's not even the oh no, that's awful. She knew that had already happened, and you know that she'd never gone out to the floor, so she just knew that was happening.
Knew this was gonna happen and that Xander was gonna do it.
Do you say that to her?
Yeah.
Roll intimidation. And roll really low, because you're going to scare the shit out of her by saying that.
13.
She looks at you, and she's like, "Kid, I can explain." No. She looks afraid. She's like, "What? And she just stares at you, like there's, like, kind of tears welling up in her eyes. She's just like, Fuck, I'm caught, fuck."
Sarah, look at me. I went to the Feywild. I was gone for so long, but such a short amount of time. For 50 years. When I came back, everyone had aged only 5. Xander is my father. And I hate him.
As you say that, she like kind of like deflates in her grasp, and she says, "My father works for Xander. Xander planned this entire thing."
I figured as much. Could have used a little heads up. Thanks for nothing.
Wow. Okay. Do you actually
I'm
say
mad.
that?
He's mad. Yeah.
Okay. She's
Caden's up. He's He's got triggered.
he stands up and she's like, "How dare you say that to me? What were you expecting me to do? How could I do anything? I just did what I was told.
Well,
I didn't want to
gotta
work
figure
here."
that out.
I think you just walk out the room.
No, I think I'm walking out. You get to choose what you do. I'm just ashamed that you chose wrong.
He looks at you and he said, "Yeah, did you get to choose? Did you get to make every choice when you were a kid?"
I need to cool off. I don't want to say any more. I'll regret.
She just lets you walk out. But you can tell, like, she's got tears streaming down her face, like, fuck, that's not how that was supposed to go. Okay, so it's up to you guys. If you guys want to settle up your bills, there's some clerks coming around to settle up everyone's
yeah.
bills.
We
That's
should deal with
yeah.
that.
high emotions. Let's just deal with giving people our money.
I'm just saying, if you guys want to role play some more, you can. Otherwise, you guys can go home.
I think it's a good time to
Yeah.
do that.
That's kind of what I assumed. But I'm guessing.
Do we want to just pause here and go from there next session, or how? I guess
do you
that's
want
my
to go
question.
home from here?
I have to go home from here. Settle up and go home.
Okay.
I mean.
My. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I said my part of settling up would be trying to find Devin, and I hate that thing, by the way. But trying to find him and saying goodbyes or whatever.
What did you hate?
The name.
The name.
Oh. Really? All right.
It's a person in real life. That's why.
Oh, okay. Understood. Anyways, so I don't think anyone's gonna harass you. You guys can take your time. The guards are just trying to figure out what the fuck happened. You guys are kind of done investigating exactly what happened, right? Okay.
Yeah.
The only thing Iris wants to try and find out is if someone actually knew what was stolen. But I don't think she thinks anyone here actually even fucking knows.
So actually, I can tell you that. I think from the time you guys spend here before they let you guys go, because they have to search everyone, make sure. The only thing that the rumor is some people are saying someone stole the watch, but a lot of the rumors is they didn't steal anything. Why do that if you're not going to steal anything? And
no one knows what this watch is or does or anything
Correct,
about the watch other than it's a valuable watch.
Yes, and Caden, you know that you're 99% sure that the watch was stolen, but unless you're specifically going up and trying to convince somebody, they're going to believe that it was just fucking.
Who was the lady I was talking to upstairs?
Yeah, that's Lady
Felicity.
Yeah, Felicity's pretty much the only one that he was trying to tell that it was stolen. And then, obviously, Sarah knew.
Okay. And yeah, Lady Felicity, this is her auction, so fucking she'll know eventually. She's not a suspect, by the way. Well, I mean, she could be if you want to, but...
I wasn't thinking her.
Yeah. Anyways, so you guys go home. How much money did you guys all spend altogether?
I already subtracted all my money.
Me too.
And I used literally every fucking penny.
Well, I have some money left, but only 179.
Okay, and then what did all of you guys buy?
I got the Ring of Riddles.
And
the mystery book box.
You got... Caden got the Ring of Riddles and the mystery box. And you got what, Miranda?
The books.
Okay. And anything else?
Mm-mm.
Iris got the Phoenix Quill. And I hope nothing else, because I didn't write down anything else.
None of you guys got the mirror thing, right?
No.
I don't think so. Okay.
Oh, you also got that riddle ring.
Yeah, I said that.
Yeah.
Oh. I guess.
So
Go ahead.
one thing that happens as you guys leave is as you guys go out to your carriages, Caden, do you try to even find out what happened to Krabs, or do you figure he's fine?
No, I think he's tunnel visioned right now.
Okay, so you go to your carriage. Iris, you go to yours, and Ayla, you go to yours. Devin kind of escorts you into it and puts you in it, and says that he had a great time and hopes to see you again, type of stuff. We can flashback roleplay that if you want to have that little moment next time. But anyways, Iris, when you get into your carriage, you see a mirror sitting on the bench, and it has a little note attached to it.
Iris is gonna throw something are there any pillows or something to cover the mirror with?
Yeah.
I was gonna throw something to cover the mirror, and she'll take the note. She is deathly afraid of that fucking mirror for some reason.
For sure. And it has the little handwritten note on it that says, "I thought you'd need this," and then it just a C at the bottom.
Okay.
And that
She'll take the mirror with her and fucking keep it covered.
Okay. I think you probably there's like a thin sheet or handkerchief or something that you can wrap it in, so that you can't look into it.
Okay.
Okay.
I know this is kind of just gonna be flavor, so I'm not gonna go too deep into it. But on the way back, I was gonna have them just detour or stop the thing, and she's gonna take her own way back disguised.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. So, does everyone head home from here, or do any of you? We'll stop. I just want to know for my preparations for next session. Are you guys all going
Yeah.
home?
Yeah.
All right, Caden. For my information for prepping for next week, because I don't know what you want to do. What is your plan? Like, what are you gonna do?
I'll tell you kind of what first thing that came to my mind, because I don't know how strong he is. It seems like he's pretty powerful. So it's like one of the things that or at least I am already thinking of, was like ways to get like his dad's attention in a way to like maybe draw him out or like something. Was to use disguise self and look like his younger version of look like Orsic essentially, and do things like minor things that might harass or affect things that are surrounding his father's organization. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like that's just what was coming to my head. That's like I was like, oh, that's kind of a fun idea.
I like that.
What's his, Xander? So like Xander has his organization. So I imagine like, oh, let's like fucking hit this group that's trying to steal from them and stop it, or like steal it first, and it like whenever it's, and make a show of like, hey, it's Orsic, you know.
Okay.
So like kind of.
Would
kind of thing is
you,
what I was-
just to ask the question, would you be interested in receiving any help from any of the characters that you've met so far in the campaign?
yeah, he'll take help. Any help, honestly.
Okay.
He just doesn't want. Yeah. Even like the other lady, he just doesn't like her because of the way she was like, "I'll use you." He's like, "Fuck you."
Yeah, she's gonna try to use you for sure.
Yeah. And he's gonna try to fuck with her, but he would be
Sure.
trying to use her for trying to use him, kind of thing.
I gotcha. Okay. I think I can work with that. If you have any specific ideas, write down like a blurb or something and
I
send
feel
it to
so
me.
bad for Sarah. I was too mean.
Yeah, you were pretty mean to her.
But she also I don't think that's
No,
you or
I feel bad. I make sense for him. I get he was going through his feelings too.
Yeah.
She knew that thing was going to be stolen, and she was just like, meh.
Yeah, she didn't know it was my father. To be fair.
So
Yeah,
she
but
should
she would,
committed a crime.
yeah, but her father is like an enforcer for fucking Xander.
Father's essentially a crime lord himself.
Yeah, he's like one of the three. Xander has three main lords, like his three underlings, and yeah. You guys don't know that actually. I
Henchmen.
shouldn't fucking say that. Anyways, so Iris, what are your plans for next session? Like, what kind of stuff do you want me to prepare for? What is Iris planning on doing with all of the information she's gained up to now?
Two things. Deal with the library for the books.
Okay.
More or less, she's going to just fine-tune it with Ayla. Or just, like, bring attention to the Grand Archivist. Like, hey, we spent our money, here's the deal. Take it, or, well, I have the book, so take it.
Here's the situation, just to let you know how that's going to go. We are going to roleplay all that out, and I will tell you how that goes.
Yep, I am excited. I'm probably bringing back up. I don't think that's something Iris wants to do.
I don't know. We'll see how that goes. I'll have to think
Yeah.
about that.
But that is absolutely one of the things on our list.
Okay.
The
anything
second
else?
one is Iris fully believes they're going to war right now.
Okay. What do you mean by going to
She
war?
understands that Iris wants to accomplish the other's goals. She understands that Caden's goal is to kill Xander, and everything. Like, if we were here for a reason, that's now the reason.
Yeah, I gotcha. Okay.
We're here to kill Xander.
Um.
Iris doesn't care how, what, or when, or where, or why. Caden wants to kill Xander, so does she.
Okay. Do you want to kill Xander? For sure, Caden.
It's one of those things. It's like right now, absolutely.
Okay. Yeah, that's all that
But
matters.
okay.
Is basically
It-
because to prepare, I feel like Caden is in a fucking fuck Xander, I'm gonna kill that motherfucker mode.
Yeah.
Okay. And if that changes, you can tell me. Ayla, what are you planning to do going forward?
I definitely want to study those books, maybe even make like, intense notes or whatever. Also, I know, I'm assuming that Iris will be like, hey, look, so and so gave me this mirror. I'm gonna become mildly obsessed with that mirror because that would be the first time I would see Jamie and Vernon's face. Like, I would just be looking at, hoping that I would see them in the mirror,
Mm-hmm. Totally get that.
and
So you will be seeing Jamie and Vernon a lot because those are your primary memories. But the thing is with this mirror, Iris, you're gonna let her use it, right?
Yeah, in fact, thank you for saying that, because I already forgot the mirror existed. Iris does not want that mirror. She hates
So
it already.
basically, you have this mirror, Ayla.
Yeah, when we get back,
Uh,
we'll play that.
Yeah, but like you see Vernon and Jamie, like those are like the main memories. But the problem is because you don't get to pick what memories you see in this mirror. Sometimes you see the memories that you don't want to see, that are the bad times when you were there, when they were mistreating you. So it's not all like happy. A lot of it is kind of like rough to watch.
she'll probably, become a little bit obsessive about, like, okay, let's learn about this dream thing. Maybe I can learn to dream walk and, and then she's gonna start feeling guilty, like, oh, I forgot what I was supposed to be doing and finding, and I've been here doing balls and,
Mm-hmm.
kissing people.
Yes.
The fact that
Doing
that is
balls
so
and
important.
kissing people.
This is a good campaign. Like, I thought that was a major thing that happened, and it is at the bottom of my list. So ask Kayla how that kiss went.
Yep.
I like it.
Okay, so other than that, like, do you have any plans to do anything, or are you just kind of going along with what they're doing?
I mean, those were my plans to do things. I don't know what else
Okay.
that I could say.
No, I get what you're saying. Yeah,
We're just giving a rough direction where we're going right now.
yeah, exactly. Okay. I think that I have everything that I need. I'll ask you guys questions if I have any.
Okay, I guess if you want to add this, investigate sisters, the two creepy ass sisters. That's low on my list, but it's on the list.
Oh yeah, I also want to, investigate. I don't want to say investigate creepy ass sisters, but if Iris is gonna be doing that, I'm like, I'm curious too because of the girl who knew the song and.
Yeah, that was the other thing that I was gonna get at too. Caden, what characters do you have? Anyone that you want to talk to next session? Like, are there any
That
characters
wizard?
that you want to talk to? The wizard?
Yeah, and there's I'll probably want to talk to Sarah, and then when I remember, crabs.
They're just putting this whole thing on him.
There's an order. It's probably Sarah's at the top, the random wizard, and then crabs at the bottom.
Okay.
Oh man, Crab's gonna hate us.
You're such an asshole. Alright, how about you, Iris? Is there any specific people that you want to interact with?
The sisters are at the very top.
Okay.
I have a passing interest in the blacksmith because I think he's a fucking cool character and does a lot of cool shit.
Okay.
But that's more of a passive, like, oh, that's cool.
Yeah, for sure.
And the same for the. God, I'm sorry, I'm calling him pirate guy. But the pirate guy,
Caspian.
Caspian, like that's a great name, but he's the pirate guy out of me. But those are both very low on the list. It's like when we aren't trying to kill some, like if I have free
Yeah.
time to just like
Yes.
have fun.
Of course. Okay. And then Ayla, you were interested in Ilara, the one that played the flute.
Yeah.
Okay. Did anyone else that you're interested in?
I guess Devin.
I guess Devin.
Yeah.
Okay. Alright. Cool. Yeah. If anyone else wants to talk about next session, what did you guys think of this session? Was it fun?
I fucking
Yeah.
loved it.
It was
Yep.
great.
Awesome.
I'm so surprised you nailed an auction.
That
Like,
auction was
I-
awesome.
I was like, yeah, an auction. It was like I wasn't necessarily looking forward to it. I was looking forward to playing D&D,
Yeah.
right? But then it was like, this was so fun. It was pretty fun
Mhm.
to do. It was easy to role play in. Like,
Nice.
You goaded me
Yeah.
for 1 second and I went all in. You motherfucker.
I know. It was so much fun. I actually there was a lot going on.
weirdly, one of the better sessions we've had in a long time. Not that we played in a long time.
That's awesome. That's what I was looking for. Nice. I like that I have all these backstories to take from, just because it makes the characters feel like real people, and it's easier to do what they're doing.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Completely understand.
And it's kind of fun because I feel like I'm kind of figuring out Devin's character, because he was like the only one that I don't kind of understand, because I don't know how to play as a noble guy. I've decided to just make him kind of a aw shucks kind of dude.
He's an Elend. He's Elend.
Yeah, that's
Kind of
Kinda.
is. And maybe that's why I'm liking him a little more.
that's kind of
Because usually I hate your fucking nobles, but I'm not
It's
hating.
really funny.
yeah. What's really funny?
I think you could finish your thought.
Oh, yeah. Anyways. But yeah, that's kind of what I was kind of thinking of. Me and Michael talked about it the other day. But that's kind of the direction I was going. But I didn't do it on purpose. Like, the cool thing is I'm trying to just role play it out, like how he would act in that moment. But yeah, anyways.
Yeah, we were talking about like I was trying to give him an idea of like, oh, maybe they would like a character that's kind of like literally Ellen.
Yeah.
I use that specific character. I was like, hey, you could probably use this as like a guideline for
Yeah,
what you
And
should
it's
be
so
looking
funny
for.
because I'm using Vin as my like.
Oh my god, I love you all
That's
so
right.
much. I
We
am
did-
done.
We did talk
I
about
am actually done.
That is great. That's amazing.
Because me and Miranda were talking, and we were like, she was talking about the ball stuff, and I was like, feel like you're channeling your inner Vin. And she's like, yeah.
Oh my fucking god, I love you guys so
That
much.
is pretty funny. Because that is kind of, yeah, where some of this whole little ball thing came from. Like, when you said that, that was kind of the dynamic that I was trying to build. Anyways. But, yeah. And then I was very excited about getting to play Krabs. And then
I'm sorry.
You just let him go. No, it's cool.
Hey, you got a shitty fucking pass. That's not my fault.
Oh, I agree. It's totally not.
I did the whole consequences of your actions
No,
kind of shit with him.
I like how it
I'm gonna
works.
spank your
because-
butt. Get out of here.
Because now there's got to be a confrontation between Caden and Krabs.
What? All of you are in here. Out.
Jesus.
Go. Out.
Is Alistair still down there?
It sounds like you just shoot out like 5 animals in one
Mhm.
kid.
All the dogs were in here, and I didn't even
What about
notice.
Alistair?
Alistair's behind me.
But yeah, freaking yeah, I forgot what to say. But
I got too immersed, Josh.
They encroached on your territory.
That was good.
Breeze has the zoomies.
Hell,
Yeah.
I have the zoomies right now.
That
By the
was
way,
good. That was fun.
yeah, it was good. I enjoyed it almost as much as fucking I'm sure you guys did.
Mm-hmm.
And I was
It is
I was kind of
Go on.
getting into the auction part of actually playing how those characters were. Yeah.
You betting the fucking seed blew my. I did not expect
Yeah,
that.
I think that was one of my favorite moments. Honestly, it
I didn't-
reminded me of Critical Role campaign 2, where
Uh-huh.
they did the whole Lux and Beacon thing.
Yes,
With
I
the
remember
queen.
that. I got that
It
far.
gave me that vibes.
Yeah, like it was spurred. Like I didn't bring it too, but like I brought it because I was gonna plant it, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. I just tried something.
No, that was good. I loved it.
All I was gonna say is you probably could have gotten that mage to give you money, and gotten the freaking, the book that you wanted.
I know,
I mean-
but like I know as Miranda, but honestly, Ayla didn't really care.
Mhm. Actually, and I think
Question mark. Technically, I think he did raise the bet by 500.
what do you mean?
So it'll be the book and plus 500, since it went from 4,500 to 5,000.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So he did technically raise it by 500.
Yes, he did. Yeah.
So technically, I guess that's 500 more gold plus the book. Or
Mhm.
maybe I misinterpreted that.
No, so basically,
saw it.
when she, like, the bid went up, he raised the bid so that the thing would be worth what he bid, so that basically he was trading the thing for the book. Like, he's not giving you any gold.
Josh, can you send me the recording so I can? I want to make some clips out of it.
Yes.
I don't know if
believe
you
so.
can, or I would like to ask you to make clips for me.
Can you not make clips from a video downloaded from YouTube?
No, not that I know how. Maybe. Fuck if I
They
know.
might have some built-in features that may or may not work.
Here's the thing: if you want specific clips, I could make those for you and send them to you. Sending you the whole video is just hard because it's like 4 gigs.
Yeah. Okay. So you'll have it even if you download it on YouTube, right? Because it's not like it's going
Correct.
anywhere.
Yeah.
Okay. So once I watch it on YouTube, I'll tell you like
can give me
what
timestamps?
timestamps. Yeah.
For sure.
Advice for clips, since I think you asked this one time and I never didn't give you a good answer. Make sure you pick humorous clips. I think those do better.
There was. Well, yeah. Well, I want to share them with like people I know in real life.
Well, I
was
think
gonna
those
do, like,
are very enjoyable.
fun ones, and then maybe some like just ones that I think are interesting.
Yeah, for sure.
It's really hard to role play emotional bits.
I think you did fantastic.
Yeah, you do.
Being angry.
I think you like leaned into the mic when you were talking about your dad, and that was fucking awesome.
Yeah.
Mm.
It almost like I think I tried to get over being embarrassed when doing it at the same time, but yeah, I don't know.
No, I totally get it.
I want to hear how it sounds too, because I don't get to hear it from your perspective.
Yeah, for sure.
I probably do pull the mic closer because I'm like, come here, get closer to me while I talk to you while I'm mad.
Mhm. I see.
Very angry dad.
The thing is what Ayla said about you being kind of mean to, or not mean to Sarah. Like, I don't think you did anything like that you wouldn't have actually done, but you were kind of mean to her. You definitely hurt her feelings. Like with
I
the
think he'll
combination
have-
of everything that you did.
Yeah.
He's gonna feel guilty later.
Yes. Yeah, he's gonna have some like guilt in the moment. I don't think he feels like he's wrong. Because true, there's some things that I feel like he feels validated still, but how he went about it in his moment of anger, he probably wouldn't agree with.
Yeah. Well, one thing that I will say, and I think you would know this, like, Sarah thinks that you and her aren't friends anymore. Like, you were kind of mean to her, and so she's not going to make the first move. You'll have to...
That's yeah. No, he would. That's why I was saying that's on my list of people to talk to first.
Yeah.
Because he's gonna feel super bad about that interaction.
Yeah.
But I felt like it was important for him to feel that way in the moment. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agreed. Like, honestly, like, the role-playing aspect of it, I was like, yeah, that's right. That's how you would have acted, so... But it does, like, you were scary and mean to her, and she wasn't, like, big fan.
Yeah.
I'm glad you're having us roll intimidation checks when it feels appropriate. You carry that over from last session, and I think it's still appropriate this session.
Yeah, well, and, like, you have to understand, she literally just fucking was implicated in a fucking crime. You found out about it. She didn't want to do it in the first place, and now Like honestly, the way that all went down was like worst possible case scenario for Sarah. Every time that like she tried to hide that she was fucking working for, like, that she was being criminalistic, you fucking
I
rolled a
a
nat 20. And so
Yeah.
I just had to tell you, yeah, this bitch is fucking totally in on it. Like, I
Yeah.
couldn't even be vague about it. It was like, alright, well, I guess
Just
you
the
know her
dice.
really well.
Yeah,
All
the
the
dice
time
just
I thought
fell.
Adam was gonna steal it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I kind of, like, there was a period of time where I wanted you to steal it. Because what I have coming after this could have been a really cool, different type of a scenario. Like, you guys getting chased and, like, having to defend this item could have been fun. But, like, I couldn't see any way of you guys stealing the item. Like, there was too many
I'm
fucking
inclined
guards.
to agree.
And
In
you
fact,
go ahead.
I'd like to add that I think something important about this item is that at least Iris, doesn't give a shit about the item.
Yeah.
She wants to go fucking Grimshaw.
Yeah. Agreed.
Like, the item to all matters and means not actually important to her.
Yeah.
I'd say my priorities have changed a little bit since then.
You know what's fun about it though? Is so I have something that's gonna drive you guys, and then I slowly get to reveal all of the shit that this fucking item does. And so it'll be kind of like a surprise of you guys. Because, like, this item is super duper fucking powerful. So it's gonna do things. But the cool thing is I already have hooks for you guys to go do shit that I don't necessarily need to fucking use the item to draw you in.
Oh, I remembered another thing I wanted to do. Now, especially that there's like that memory mirror thing. I think something that will help Ayla focus her, I guess, energy is every time that she sees like one of the memories, she's gonna write it down.
Ooh,
Like
okay.
because it will be like, oh yeah, that happened, and then she'll remember the, the good, the bad, the ugly, and so make it into her own little.
Tome?
Yeah.
I feel like you're gonna need tomes.
Do you want to write these entries, or do you want me to give you a couple of memories at the beginning of next session?
Yeah, I mean, how about like, you give me a couple, and then I could elaborate on them.
Perfect. All right, yeah.
Like you just get ideas, and then I'll give the details.
Yeah. So I'll give you like a little like I don't know, like a potential memory, and then you can change it into whatever you want.
Okay.
Cool. Adam, do you look at the mirror of memories at all?
No, not yet at least.
Okay.
Like, it's not even on his radar, really.
Yeah, for sure.
It's on Iris' radar, and she treats it like an actual threat to her life.
For sure.
10 feet away, minimum.
Oh, so,
I love that Caden spills the beans all the time, though.
it's so
God,
ridiculous.
immediately,
That's been
1
my new
second
favorite.
in.
One of my new favorite things to do.
It's so ridiculous.
Like, perfect character. You just immediately walks in. Oh, that's my dad, motherfucker.
To be fair, I'm trying to, like, speed line his stuff and not hold stuff back as much as I used to.
Yeah.
I think it's
You know?
fantastic. I love it. Also,
So I
Iris
feel like
hates
it's the
it.
best way to go about it.
And I think you kind of would be like that because one, you're like that with things that you're not emotionally charged over, and so
Yeah,
if you're super
yeah.
emotionally charged, I think for sure you're just gonna blurt out whatever the fuck you think.
And that's kind of what I was going for in that situation.
Yeah.
So, God damn.
Yeah.
Kudos to you, buddy. I love it.
What
Player loves it. Character hates it.
was I gonna say?
Yeah.
So, if you were to look at the mirror, though, you guys totally know that it's Xander, right? You don't need to like freaking
No.
see anything. Okay.
Question for Adam.
Are you going to war with
Yes.
his people?
Iris is certainly gonna try.
You go ahead first, Iris.
Towards Adam. So, I wasn't sure if I wanted to try and counterspell when you fucking dimension doored behind her. I didn't think you were gonna do anything bad, obviously, but I didn't want you to antagonize the character. How do you feel about that?
Oh, like the
If I
counterspelling?
did counterspell your dimension door to try and
I don't
keep
know.
you from
I
doing
would be
something
okay.
antagonistic.
But yeah.
I
might
mean,
have
you
tried
as
the
a
dimension door
player,
again.
I'm not too worried about
How-
Caden, but like you as a character, would you find that like kind of intruding on what you're trying to do, or?
No, because I feel like I feel like it makes sense for your character, but in a way that didn't feel like, I don't know. I think that would be fine, but it's easy to say afterwards, you know.
Yeah.
Um, and I think knowing that you're even asking will make a difference in the future anyway.
Okay.
Yeah. So I mean, doesn't sound like a bad idea. I might have tried to cast it again. Like I would have tried to play in the heat of the moment. Still,
Yeah.
That's how I imagine. I'm like, fuck, that's a spell slot, and then
2
'cause-
fucking spell slots, high level. God damn, man.
teleporting away, I made like once I was behind her, and then I dimension doored again was whim of the moment. So I don't know what I would have done if you counterspelled my stuff, because maybe I would have done something different if I couldn't dimension door away. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So maybe it could have been worse. Who knows?
Yeah.
How did you like?
I'm glad you did mention Lord that second time for the record. That was massive de-escalation immediately afterwards. So thank you for that. God damn. I'm glad I didn't counterspell now.
How did you think I handled the little moment where Xander actually stole the thing?
I enjoyed it.
No, it was good. It felt interesting. Like I knew something was going to happen, and I felt like it was a good payoff.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and then it still felt like we had some sort of impact on what happened too.
Yes,
Okay.
that's very important. I do want to bring up a few things. First, I'm happy you let me counterspell what he was doing.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Second, you gave us like a 2-minute window where things were happening, but didn't really give us the option to interact during those 2 minutes, which felt a little bit more off.
Okay.
But at the same time, I understand that like it's fucking late, and there's not much we can or would do.
Well,
I think the biggest thing is I don't think we would have actually done anything different.
Yeah, because my thought was, like, this is happening right now, and if you guys can't do anything, especially if you can't think of it, then you really can't do anything. He's just like the event is going to take place in the darkness,
Hmm.
and then
And I didn't have anything to really combat that, so it's like, yeah, I'm fucked with that.
There's pros and cons. I don't know. Like one thing to take into account that I think's a pro is that when that happened and either the 2-minute jump,
yeah,
nothing was happening to us.
correct.
And I imagine if something was going to involve us, you would have not have done that.
Of
so.
course, yeah. Yes, this was basically the only thing that you guys could have done is one, if you guys could have seen through magical darkness, you could have seen what was happening, and you potentially could have like tried to do something. The only thing is you couldn't cast any like spells that you needed voice or basically just voice, because you can move, and if you can see through magical darkness, you can see. But if you didn't have a way to see through magical darkness, like, you're just like everyone else. These people are going to do something, and it's really dark, and no one can see. So it's not like I could have, like... I feel like if I'd have let you guys make actions, I could have backed myself into a corner in which I didn't need to, because honestly, there's nothing you could have done if you can't see or hear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's
Wow.
right. You okay?
The cat.
But yeah.
Magic cat.
Yeah.
Complaint resolved. It's not a complaint anymore. I'm happy with it.
I kind of feel like maybe I should have said it was Xander when I said who you were looking at, because it kind of lost some of its impact because I had to explain it afterwards. But
I think I know the part you're talking about.
yeah,
And was it when I was confused he was casting the spell more or less?
correct.
I'm still confused why he looked at me and told me to shush. Like,
Because
how does he know me?
Because you're wearing the same ring as him.
But how does he know that? Like, is there connections to the ring?
I mean, that's definitely a possibility.
So yes, because he wasn't supposed to tell you that.
Shut up, Adam. But yeah, pretty much. Like, your ring and his were kind of making, like, that's why they were vibrating. is as it started vibrating, he was getting closer and closer to you. So when you guys are in proximity, your guys' rings kind of like harmonize.
Hmm.
Yeah. I'm really liking this fucking the way this is all going. It feels much more like I don't know, like we actually know what the hell's going on.
I feel like that kind of ring then is like a restraining order ring. It's like you can't get
he's
within a certain
1,000
distance.
feet of me. Kinda.
Uh,
Oh my god, that's funny. Training order ring. Oh my god.
it's actually the. Anyways, it's kind of the opposite of what that is. What it is actually used for.
Spoilers.
Yeah. But I just mean as you get closer, you. Anyways.
I must defend the ring.
Yeah. It's an awesome ring. It's very powerful. You'll see much later. There was a reason I gave it to you. Well, there wasn't a reason when I gave it to you. However, in subsequent prepping sessions, there has become a reason that I gave it to you.
Mhm.
So,
I feel you.
yeah.
The butt.
Did you guys feel like any of the prices for the stuff was like too high, or that I made it go too high?
I mean, I
That's
was
hard
fine with
to tell.
everything.
Because,
Yeah.
like, if I didn't do that thing where I got the other three together, I was like, hey, this is how high we could go. I'm not sure if you would have gone that high or not. I don't have
I
any
figured
complaints
you gave
us a
personally,
shit
I'm
ton
not
of money.
sure.
So I will just
what your
say
plan
that
was.
the budget I had for the second round of bidding was like 2,000, 3,400 for one person. So yeah, I probably would have gone that high still.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's about what we paid.
Yeah. I would.
I was happy with something else to take into account is that you gave us the bonus boon of Devon, which
Yeah.
was awesome. So that also hampers back a lot of that too.
Yeah.
And I really loved that you took the fairy seed and
Yeah.
went with it.
And the cool thing is the mage is the one that took it, the mage that disappeared. So that'll be even more fun. Of where that fey forest starts to grow.
I think a lot of the prices were pretty good. Like, I think most of them started around like 300 to what, probably gone up to like 700. And I think that's fair for magic items.
Yeah, well, the books I got up to the 600 gold for the books. And I wanted you guys to do exactly what you guys ended up doing, of combining your money or maybe making an alliance with one of the other people to get something. Like, so it ended up working exactly how I wanted it to. Because I knew they were going to be super expensive, and if you didn't ally with somebody, there was no chance of you getting it.
I was really hoping that Braum would get that fucking kids book, because I guarantee if Iris went over there and was like, hey, can I read the kids book? He would have been like, oh yeah, come right ahead.
She probably would have read it to you.
Literally.
Yeah. I liked it, but it was very important. Well, not very important, because it actually could have been fun if Miranda didn't get it, because it could have been like now she's obsessed with it type of a moment.
Mm-hmm.
But I love the way that she ended up getting it by using the Fae seeds. It's so like poetic almost. So
Yes, I didn't even think of that.
like you went to the Fae, you came back, and then another Fae situation happened in which you got these Fae seeds, which if you hadn't have almost died, you never would have gotten these seeds. And then the seed purchases you the book imbued with Fae magic that may lead you to your friends. So
Play not even once.
I know.
I don't know. I like the.
Ayla's gonna end up being the fake queen.
Oh my god. Yeah.
I should develop like a real concern about Fae magic at this point. Looking at the two people who she knows who've been influenced by it.
Yeah, be wary.
I'm just saying,
Not cutting
Miranda,
that
I
shit.
have a really cool, like storyline that I don't know exactly when I'll be able to like get it into this actual session, but I have an idea of what's going on finally. It took me, like, remember when we talked about it like a long time ago? I've never had a concrete idea of what the fuck was actually happening with Vernon and fucking Jamie. Like, I kept having good ideas, but nothing that was actually like, yeah, this is a great idea. But now, I have a very good fucking idea. And so I can actually start dropping hints and clues and shit.
Nice.
I'm so fucking excited.
The session was fun. I really enjoyed it. So I think with Miranda, I'll have to just role play out what, like, as she learns stuff about the book. Like, would you find that interesting role playing? Is us going to like a library and having to ask somebody to help you find out information about the book?
Sure, yeah, definitely.
Okay. Maybe even that Alara chick could probably.
And Iris, I'm sure, would be helpful.
Okay. Now, the Dreams book. Do you want to, like, role play you guys figuring it out, or do you want to jump ahead to where you've already figured out, like, what the book can do, and so you guys are starting to utilize the powers of the book?
Can we do a balanced approach? We figure out a little bit, get a little bit of power, figure out a little bit more, get a little bit more power? Question mark.
Okay. Yes.
I think the dream book is kind of important for Iris.
It is very, very important for Iris. I mean, however, it's also important for Ayla because you were talking about kind of looking into dreams and stuff like that as well. So Iris, what I'm going to tell you is basically, like, as you kind of read the beginning of it, there's lots of information about lucid dreaming. So, like, when you're asleep, being able to recognize that you're asleep and interact with your dreams.
Okay.
So that's all I will tell you right now. There's a shit ton more that it talks about all of that stuff, but that's kind of as far as you guys have sussed out. And I think both you and Ayla have both gotten that information. Would you agree with that, Ayla?
Yeah.
Okay. And so, yeah, I don't need so much Ayla. I need me and you will talk more, Michael.
Okay. Ayla, Miranda, how did you feel about how Iris was, like, I think I was a little bit more subtle with how she was dealing with Ayla today. Just kind of avoiding hanging out with Devin. And then as soon as you were concerned, she was like, I'm all in on figuring this out.
Yeah, I like it.
Okay.
Alright. I mean, I'm down to keep on talking forever, but I don't necessarily have anything important that I need to tell you guys about. So if you want to go to bed, Miranda, I can tell you're probably tired. But if not,
I'm ready to get up.
Yeah. All right. So
I'll be on for a bit, Josh, but I need to use your restroom.
I was gonna tell you to stay on because I'm talking. Okay.
You don't have a choice, Michael.
Yeah, I'm gonna stop the recording, but it was an awesome session. I really, really, really enjoyed that. So we'll talk.
Right, yeah, make sure you post it so I can check it out.
Yes,
Yeah.
ASAP.
I'll get it on. I'll get it up by tomorrow at the latest.
Okay.
All right.
Good night, you guys. Love you.